Diary of the Former World's #1 Raising a Minor Character. Volume 8 by Sawamura Haruta. Translated by Carrie Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Title: Defense Arc. Chapter 157. Return, Pleasure, Summer. This is morning. I met up with Akaniko at the port, and from there we immediately transferred to the front gate of the First Estate. As soon as she stepped onto the property, Akaniko's eyes widened in amazement at the view before her. It feels really good. I am so glad I bought this huge mansion. That's what I think just from her reaction. What's that? It looks like a castle. It's a castle. After all, it was a castle. Were you, second, the owner of a castle? Right. Is that so? Pointing to the still under construction second castle, Akaniko shivered and trembled. Interesting. As we strolled around the grounds for a while, a man on a horse passed in front of us. Second Sama, I believe he was called Just, the stable master. He's a young man with brown hair in an all-black, gangster-like look. Just looked at us in surprise and immediately dismounted from his horse, bowed lightly, and opened his mouth in a rush. Did you just return home? Please let us know. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll send a driver to pick you up right away. No, thank you. I will walk around until around noon and then head back to meet everyone. Right now, everyone's at Southwest Manor, right? I see. Yes. It's still the Southwest. As always. I understand, thank you. Are you at work right now? Yeah, it's my morning warm-up exercise. I see. It's energizing. Good luck. Certainly. Well then. Excuse me. We exchanged a few words and parted ways. Just left with a big smile on his face. I glanced at Akaniko and saw that for some reason she was bewildered. What's wrong? No. It's just, that man was strangely polite, despite him being not much older. That's why I wondered who he was. Oh, that's our stable master. I see, stable master. Not a stable hand, but a stable master? Yeah. Are there other stable hands out there? There are. I think there were about 10 of them. Gee, are they all employed by you? Second? Of course. Wait a minute. There are 10 people in the stables alone? Then what about the other servants? I don't know, but I heard there are hundreds of them. I'm getting dizzy. Akaniko held her brows and sighed deeply, wondering if my house was bigger than she thought. There is so much I don't understand. Feel free to ask. Then, I'll ask without reservation. What did you mean by the Southwest Manor? There are 8 mansions on the property. The house to the southwest is the one we're currently staying in, right on the shores of Lake Vanilla. Oh, that explanation hurts. But maybe it's my lack of comprehension. Or maybe I don't understand what you're talking about. It means we move from one house to another depending on the season. Are you not kidding, I suppose? Yeah. Sorry, this will still take me some time to comprehend. Just leave me alone for a moment. Akaniko smiled at me with a faraway look of dismay. You are going to live here with us from now on. But I wonder if you will be okay with that. Well, whatever. Let's just wander around until noon. You'll adjust in time. It will be what it will be. Thinking so, I abandoned the thought. In the end, no matter how long it took, Akaniko was still surprised and could not adjust at all. Another woman, indeed. Noon. When I returned to the lakeside house with Akaniko, Sylvia and Yukari looked at me reproachfully. Hey, what about your dungeon laps? Oh, I heard that you were back, second dono. So I came back for my lunch break. Lunchy. Eat with us. Not being able to resist, I escaped with a change of subject, to which Sylvia and Iko replied. But, alas, I made a mistake on the topic of conversion. This would end the conversation immediately. Iko really heals me, trying to escape reality. Well, master, what exactly is your relationship with her? Surely, she is not the woman who suddenly slashed at you in the harbor? Here it comes. Yukari opened her mouth with a very unsympathetic look on her face. The trouble here is that the aggressive feelings that come from that jealousy are directed at the other person, not at me. Yukari is that kind of woman. I think about how I'm going to excuse myself. However, I can't come up with a good idea. I wish Wienerman were here at a time like this. Then Akaniko, who had received Yukari's words, straightened her bearing and slowly broke the silence. I am very sorry for the other day. My name is Akaniko. I was born and raised in the land of the Eight Swords, age 17. I am the daughter of Kenshin, the headmaster of the Tobatsu style, and I was training to take over the school in the future. However, I have cast aside all these Tobatsu titles in a moment and have come here with nothing but the clothes on my back. I am blessed with a rare opportunity to study under this man. Everyone, I would appreciate your guidance and encouragement to this young, inexperienced girl. A brilliant greeting, not faltering. Then she bowed beautifully. I see, it doesn't sound like she's an enemy yet. Yukari blurted out a small remark. And then, I forgive your discourtesy. My name is Yukari. In the Firstist family, I am the steward and head maid, the blacksmith for the team, and master's personal maid and secretary and lover. Best regards. She briefly introduced herself. Her face turned bright red. Apparently, Yukari's glasses were a good fit. But a lover? Well, yeah, lover. I guess it's my turn. My name is Sylvia Virginia. I'm the magic archer of Team Firstist. In the previous Kisenshou tournament, I won the competition and challenged Kisenshou, but was defeated. I plan to obtain the Kisenshou title in the summer. Please take care of me. By the way, I'm also his, his lover. Sylvia declared herself a lover in succession. As for me, I'm flattered, but if you're so embarrassed, you don't have to go out of your way to say so. I'm Iko Leafret. Best regarded. In this respect, Iko was truly good in a natural way. But what's that regarded? Don't make up words. And that's when I noticed something strange. Huh? Where's Raz? I don't see Raz. Renko would be busy with her righteous activities as the new R6, which is fine. But Raz should have been living here. Yeah, that's the thing. I can't waste a single minute, not even a second. She has been locked in her room for several days now. After saying that all this time? Yes, that's like her. But she probably hasn't even realized it. If she knew that her beloved senpai Dono was back, she would surely fly in, leaving everything behind. Yes, she has that kind of personality. You cannot be too careful. If I were a dragon and you were a tiger, Raspberry Bell would be a bird, I guess. They both understand Raz very well. They've gotten to know each other very well over the past week or so. But if they know that much, wouldn't it be okay to tell her that I'm back? As expected, they still draw a line in their relationship. Should I come and say hello? Akaniko asked. This girl is very disciplined. No, I'll go get her now. I have some errands to run. You guys go ahead and enjoy your meal and wait. I sat up alone and headed for Raspberry Bell's room. Now for the fun part. How will that girl react? No way. Announcing my return with a smile. We chatted for a while. After that, I suddenly used Monster Summon to call Miroku and said, "This guy is Azura." After a pause of exactly 1 second, Raz let out a loud yell and raised her ass out of her chair. Nice reaction. Ah, what a pleasant feeling. This is what I wanted to see. It's an original monster from Inodejima, isn't it? Yeah. Here's what happened. I kept Miroku standing aside and told Raz in detail what had happened on the island. All the talks with Takahashi-san and with 0K4NN-san. That makes things more difficult. When I finished speaking, Raz muttered with a grim look on her face. Is that a condition for coming to this world? I'm not sure. I think it's safe to say that death is a definite possibility, but I can't see much else. The time difference is also very significant, especially for Professor Takahashi. It's so irregular now, it's just laughable. Well, I'm certainly curious, but ultimately, I don't care. Hey Raz, what do you think? About what? One might ask. It was a poorly worded question, but Raz understood instantly. Rankers. Huh? Yeah. World rankers who were hacked at the same time as us. If any of them were dead, was there any chance of them coming into this world? Or not? To be honest, they are probably the only obstacles I will face in my quest to become the world's #1. I hope not, though. They will appear, I think. Raz looked me firmly in the eye and gave her opinion. Well, I agree. I have to agree. In particular, I feel that the higher the world ranking I reach, the more likely it is to happen. I knew it. Senpai, you haven't changed. Eh? Chuckling, Raz grinned and spoke. That's when I realized it for the first time. No one would normally smile at that. My face, unbeknownst to me, was smiling so much that I couldn't control it anymore. Lord, I'd like to ask you about a name that was mentioned briefly in the earlier conversation. What a surprise all of a sudden. Do you talk? As I was returning to the living room with Raz and Miroku suddenly popped the question. Raz seemed to think that Miroku was not supposed to speak, and was very surprised, holding her chest and looking slightly teary-eyed. Perhaps it is because she is an extremely beautiful avatar, but looking at her, she seems to be the daughter of some secluded family. Well, she was indeed secluded as a saint. That lady over there said that I was next after Anko. Perhaps I am the second best for the Lord. Am I inferior to that Anko? Miroku, on the other hand, again put his hand on his chest and spoke his lines with theatrical movements as if he were in a play. This guy's movements and tone of voice are exaggerated, as they have been since we first met. Is that what happens when you live for hundreds of years? But since it is such a handsome man who does it, there is no reason why it cannot look good. The fact that it is not strangely unnatural can be attributed to its inhuman physical appearance. Oh, are you jealous? Oh my, there was a cute side to you. What are you talking about? I am merely curious. At the same time, it was said that Anko's skill was incomparable with mine. He is a samurai at heart. It wasn't mere jealousy. Those words came from the fact that during our conversation, he was able to closely read Raz's feelings of awe towards Anko, which were unconsciously hidden. But he's right. If it had bothered him that much, it would be better to make it clear. Miroku. Even if there were 100, or even 1,000 of you banded together, you'd still be no match for Anko. You jest. You would think, right? But it actually is true. No way. It does not make sense. Then how did my lord make that Anko serve you? I see, that's how it came about. Certainly, in my case, there is no chance of winning a battle against 1,000 Mirokus. Miroku should know that. That's why he wonders. There's no way I can beat Anko, who couldn't be beaten even by 1,000 Mirokus. Well, the story is quite simple. Anko in wolf form is immune to all physical attacks. In other words, as long as Anko is in wolf form, Miroku, whose only method of attack is physical, cannot win no matter how hard he tries. Strength isn't measured in just one direction. If you have the strength to fly, you might not have the strength to burrow into the earth. Raz said admonishingly. That is correct. Miroku put his hand to his chin and breathed an admiring gasp. In a manner of speaking, he seemed convinced. So, what are you planning to challenge next? Senpai that can take on the air, the sea, and the land? Raz asked me when we were almost in the living room. Well, that's obvious, isn't it? The world. Now that we are all here, let's get started. A heated strategy meeting leading up to the summer title games. Chapter 158 5 Operations Strategy Meeting! Exclamation mark. As soon as I returned to the living room with Raz and Miroku, I gave the command in high spirits. Iko's eyes widened, and her ears perked up as she fixed her gaze on me. The reason she did not scream as usual was that she was munching on a big morsel for lunch. What's with this all out of the blue? Or rather, who is that man? Sylvia asked with a questioning look on her face. He's Miroku-sama. He is the head of the Miroku style, the supreme samurai of the land of the 8 swords. Or so you could say. For some reason, Akaniko answered in my place, looking a little jumpy. She was still awestruck. However, that was not the answer. I already told you, he's a monster. Right now, Senpai has tamed him. What do you mean? Hearing Raz's explanation, Akaniko was taken aback. I see. Come to think of it, I never explained to her that Miroku was a monster. No wonder she was surprised. A monster, is it? Next to her, Yukari raised her alert level 1 notch. Oh, I see. Don't worry, he's not as hot-blooded as Anko. That wasn't an issue you can just dismiss away as hot-blooded. Sylvia sighed with dismay. Well, this indeed is what you become when you meet someone for the first time, and they try to kill you. Akaniko, you better get used to it while you still can. While I'm busy, you will have Miroku to practice your sword drawing skills with. What? I thought she would be happy about that. Akaniko had a look of despair on her face. What's wrong? You don't like it? It's not that I don't want to, but I can't picture myself winning in the slightest. I was surprised. This girl was planning on winning. I like that awareness. I knew I was right. However, there is one thing I do not like. You thought you could beat me? She doesn't have a chance against Miroku, but she does against me. Akaniko's way of saying it sounded exactly like that. I honestly think there's still a possibility. Akaniko. My guess was right. Then, just as I was about to complain, someone interrupted me. It was Sylvia. She turned unusually serious and spoke to Akaniko. Don't get your hopes up at all. Don't think you can reach him. There is so much you don't know. That's the first thing you need to know. Otherwise, you'll suffer more than you should. It was very persuasive. Akaniko could not say anything back and fell silent. It was a very serious moment, but I couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing? No. I just thought you've grown up, Sylvia. Idiot. Sylvia suddenly blushed and hid her expression with her bowl, pretending to drink the miso soup. Hey, what about the strategy? Oops, perhaps I've gone too far off on a tangent, and Iko-sama seemed to be annoyed. It's time to get down to business. I gave one cough to clear my throat and opened my mouth. Operation number 1, holding a martial arts camp. Martial arts camp? What kind of? Yukari raised a fair question. However, the content should be just as the words suggest. All those who want to learn martial arts skills, come to the camp with me. I'll have you learn everything from soldier to dragon king! Exclamation mark. I could see that everyone was surprised. I mean, is it really that surprising? By the way, Sylvia and Akaniko are forced to participate. Why should I learn it? Sylvia nodded naturally, while Akaniko looked puzzled. By the way, I plan to have Renko join us. Strength, dexterity, and agility, which grow by increasing martial arts skills, were all suitable for sword drawing. Hence, it is highly efficient. It's worth it to raise them. Is that so? Nobody makes any effort to train other skills than those they specialize in. It's a bad habit of the people in this world. The stronger you become, the harder it is to gain experience with weaker monsters, which may be unavoidable considering the situation where dying is the end of the road. Operation number 2. I'm looking for people who want to learn spearmanship, jojutsu, and thread manipulation. You can't be serious, Master. Yukari seemed to have noticed. Yeah, it can be a servant or anyone else. Anyway, those of them who want to learn, just like martial arts, I'll make them learn it. So come with me. What are the requirements? That's right. At the very least, I want them to have enough stats to deal with the monsters in the B-class dungeons. Then, as it stands now, only those at the top ranks will be allowed to participate. That's all right. You will be the one in charge of calling them. Yukari. Understood. Looks like a couple of servants at the top of the hierarchy will gather here. Ah, this is nice. Operation number 3, Iko. Let's learn some axemanship. Yay! We're going to raise the strength. Great, right? Yuu. I like it. Yuu. And so, let's Yuu and announce the next operation. Operation number 4, training in hell. Somehow things have gone quiet all of a sudden. Sylvia, Iko. Look forward to it. I knew it. Damn it. Okay. When I pointed out the name, Sylvia responded with her head in her hands and Iko with a pale face. Poor little things, but if the two of them really want to earn the Kisenshou and the Congo titles, they can't say no. Well, it may have been a bit strange to call it hell, I guess. To be precise, it will be a living hell. Operation number 5, repairing the katana and manufacturing equipment. That would be me, but repairing? Yeah. This can only be done by you, Yukari. But I think it will be pretty challenging. Yes, I understand. My arms are ready for it. How reliable. And so, the summer title games will be next. Wait a minute. What about me? Is there anything at all? Nothing in particular. Do whatever you want. How curt. No, I wish she could say it's a sign of trust. She'll get stronger on her own even if left alone. As soon as she finishes developing a cure for Caramelia's addiction, she is bound to be in the title games in no time. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. How much further will she go? I can't wait to see her again wielding that great sword in the Issenza battle. Now the meeting is over. Yukari, Go talk to the servants and recruit participants for the martial arts camp. Very well, Master. And so, the gathered group was this. I look forward to working with you, Second Sama. I also look forward to it, my dear Second Sama. Please take good care of me, Master. Kubero, the steward, Lily, the head gardener, and Dell, the maid. Plus Sylvia, Akaniko, and Renko. Very intense indeed. Yeah. Nice to work with you. I responded, and the three of them said, yes. With a voice full of power. Everyone lined up in front of me was full of motivation, except for two people. The two individuals were Akaniko and Renko. Akaniko was still not feeling it, saying, but I came here to just learn sword drawing. While Renko looked as if to say, why do I have to do this now? Leaving Akaniko aside, Renko was most likely led into this without knowing what she was about to do. Most of the time, when I called her normally, she wouldn't come because she was busy with the activities of the righteous R6, so I assumed she was tricked into coming by using the name of this girl's beloved Raz and telling her, Raspberry Bell Sama would like to see you. Renko must be in such a bad mood because of this. All right, let's go. I called for Anko using monster summoning and had her transfer and summon one after another of the participants in the camp. Our destination was the C-class dungeon, famous for being the shortest dungeon in Mobius. The reason why I chose this place was simple. It was because monsters that match the conditions for learning the martial arts skills appear commonly. Hunt in a flash and fulfill the conditions to learn the skills in no time. Truly a training camp. All of them will learn from Soldier to Dragon King during this camp. After that, if they earn experience and raise everything to 9th grade, they will be worthy contestants in the Taoshine tournament. I can't wait. Let's get on with it and learn it quickly. Chapter 159 Pre-requisites. Alright, here's the schedule. As soon as we arrived at the Tro dungeon, I distributed booklets for the martial arts camp for 2 days and 1 night to everyone. Yukari wrote a clean copy of my scribbles. You can't mean? Elle voiced her surprise. I merely smiled and nodded. I'm sure everyone would be surprised because there were detailed instructions on how to learn all the martial arts skills from Soldier to Dragon King. We will enter the dungeon in 2 groups. Me, Kubero, Lily, and Dell, and Renko, Sylvia, and Akaniko. This way, probably no one will die. Renko and Sylvia have transform and Akaniko has sword drawing, so there should be nothing to worry about for a C-class dungeon. As for the servants whose skills are not yet up to par, I can take care of them. Everything you need to do is written in the booklet, so I won't explain it to you. If you have any questions, ask me as needed. Can I ask one thing? Very good, Sylvia Virginia. This, 1000 takedowns without a break, or this 10 combos in a row. What do they mean? It means exactly what it says. You said 2 days and 1 night, right? Yeah, we've already booked our lodging. Will it be done in time? It will be. Meeting adjourned. End of the Q&A session. Sylvia has not yet read all the booklet. Apparently, the answer to that question now can be inferred from the information in the column Characteristics of the Tro dungeon on page 6 of the booklet. Tro, a C-class dungeon. This is the dungeon with the largest number of spawned monsters in Mobius. Also known as Warrior's Dungeon. If certain conditions are met, the dungeon turns into a thrilling action dungeon where you can mow down tons of monsters as if you were playing a warrior's game, like Dynasty or Samurai. The requirement is that 2 or more people enter the dungeon and defeat at least 20 monsters at approximately the same time. In this way, you trick the spawning rate into doubling, causing monsters to spring out like a fountain. The monsters that appear in the Tro dungeon are mainly earth attribute insects, such as large ground ants and earth mantis, and most of them move in packs, although they are weak against fire magic. In this case, it does not matter much since we are hunting with martial arts to fulfill the learning requirements for it. Then we'll attack in 15 minutes. Everyone responded to my order, and then it was time to prepare. Incidentally, tonight's lodging is a luxury inn where I once stayed with the First Chord Magician Division during the political strife. It was quite a distance from the Tro dungeon, but with Anko there, that was not a big problem. The inn there was quite nice, and I wanted to go back, so I asked Tanko and the maids to get a reservation for me. But unfortunately, I could not get private rooms this time because it was a last-minute thing. Still, they said the best room happened to be available, so they were able to slip in and make a reservation. Second Sama, we are ready. Everything is set on our side too. Second Dono. They all seem to be ready to go. Let's go. Ah, I'm looking forward to it. I want to acquire it quickly and quickly play ping pong and cards at the inn. Section. Kubero's side, like a dream come true, might not be an understatement. Lily and Dell. These two must feel the same way I do. Second Sama himself is teaching us martial arts with his own hands. Our master, the most powerful Triple Crown winner in the history of the world, in person. It is so valuable that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a lifetime gift. Ah, what happiness! I tried not to miss a single word, not to miss a single move, and to concentrate all my attention on the Tro dungeon with my eyes and ears. There was just a mountain of things to learn. Second Sama explained to us how to hunt monsters safely and efficiently, the characteristics of the dungeon and how to take advantage of them to fulfill the conditions for learning it. The many techniques in martial arts that would make the scales fall from one's eyes, and even how to use the yet unfamiliar martial arts skills, in a detailed and hands-on manner. I was reminded that the martial arts I had been using so far was like a baby's plaything. With this one fist, I, a man of 24 years of age, had risen to the rank of young captain of the righteous bandit R6. I am ashamed to say that I was a decent user, or so I thought to myself. It was stupid. There was still more up there. A steep mountain road continued on, so steep that one could not see the path ahead at all. And today, I was finally able to stand at the foot of it. Strangely, I was not impressed by the fact that I had learned a new skill. As I go through my days from now on, the effect may gradually come back to me like a liver strike, but as I agreed with Second Sama's opinion that it is natural to learn everything, I am even conscious that I should not be moved by this much. But right now, I was very strongly moved by something else entirely. Second Sama taught me Rook martial arts, Dragon Horse martial arts, and Dragon King martial arts. This was an indisputable fact. I was chosen, anticipated, and recognized among the many servants. I must live up to these expectations. No, I want to exceed his expectations and bring a smile to Second Sama's face. With that single-mindedness, I faithfully followed Second Sama's teachings and continued to hunt monsters. I don't even bother to question. Lily and Elle would probably think the same way. As a result, by the end of the first day's agenda, all three of us had worked our way up to learning Dragon King. With a pleasant sense of fatigue and accomplishment, we returned to report back to Second Sama. Then Second Sama smiled with a mixture of surprise and joy and said, "Maybe next time, or the time after that, you'll be able to come. The summer title games, or the winter title games, the three of us might be able to compete there," he said. When I heard those words, the back of my brain went numb, my eyes became watery, and the bridge of my nose twitched. At last, the time will come when I will be able to stand on that glorious stage as a servant of the firstest household. We received that seal of approval from none other than our own master. You never know what will happen in life. I really do agree, to everything that has brought me up to this point, to everything that has kept me alive, to everything that has brought me here, to my parents, to my brother, to my R6 family. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I have been given wings to fly out into the world by my beloved master. Please watch over me as I make my way over there from this hell. Section. Lily's side. I'm surprised. I was unexpectedly skillful. It's just that there was simply no place to make use of it. That said, there was no place in the country where such a lady as me could be put to good use. But then I realized something. Just being watched by someone you love is enough to make you work so hard. I know that these feelings will never reach him. But, you know, it's also possible to live for a love that you can't reach for the rest of your life, isn't it? Especially for me. Second Sama. My dearest Second Sama. Oh, my master, he is so honest. When I met him at the cafeteria, he said, "It's like a work of art." Somewhere in my mind, I thought he might just be making fun of me. But that was not the case. Second Sama is always watching me very carefully. These muscles, but not only that. You're even more toned now. Can I touch you? He touched me after saying that. Can you believe it? I can't take it anymore. Oh, I'm at my limit. Oh, but I can't. Even if it's just admiration, I'm sure I'll be a nuisance to him. What should I do? This Lily-chan is in trouble. I guess I'll have to put these feelings into martial arts. I guess that's it. Oh no. My wavering love. Oh Lily-chan, you really are a maiden. But don't worry. I'll do my best for you. Second Sama. Lily-chan is coming. Section L's side. The lady next to me is thinking something really creepy. Most likely. And then there's the butler guy who seems to have even more sickening things on his mind than that. Then, there's me thinking something even more unpleasant. I'm the worst. There is something wrong with me. I am working with my master at an unprecedentedly close distance. It must be because of that. This situation might not be good for me. First of all, it's master's smell. I know I shouldn't speak like that perverted cane-wielding maid, Cosmos. But, you know, he smells good, seriously. Just a whiff is enough. Then, what else? This visual overwhelm. Every time the master does something, I get the urge to make a painting of it, hang it in my room, and admire it all day long. The extraordinarily exquisite technique. It's not right anymore. I think I know master's greatness better than anyone else in this group because I go to the dungeon every day. All I can say is that it's just not right anymore. What? Master, have you lived for a good number of years? Have you been practicing martial arts for over 40 years? Otherwise, there is no way to make sense of it. No use. In my head, I know. But no, I'm a maid, nothing more, nothing less. But, you know, it's no good. I'm falling more and more in love with him. It is becoming more and more endearing. It is so arrogant of me to want to stand next to him. I was so overcome with a kind of uncontrollable lust that overflowed, far exceeding the respect I had always held for him. Well, I will be patient. There is definitely a line that must never be crossed. It's okay. I can still hold on. It's still okay. As firstest's maid, captain of the L Corps, and L of the 10 Great, I will never do anything that would make me neglect my pride. But, I don't know. This smell, this scene today, I don't think I'll be able to forget it for a while. Damn it. I hunted and hunted and hunted so that I could somehow forget this ridiculous desire. Section Renko's side. You geese are awesome. I couldn't help but mumble to myself. But that's how awesome these guys were. Sylvia, the woman with a bow, said, I see. After reading the training camp's booklet for a few minutes during the preparation time. After that, she learned the martial arts skills at an extraordinary speed with only a few advices from me. On the other hand, Akaniko, the woman with the katana, took her time at first. But once she got the hang of it, she was absolutely brilliant. Without the slightest hesitation, she jumped into a group of monsters and was now hunting them at a speed as fast as Sylvia. I still thought there was something special about me. The only lady in waiting who was personally taught by Saint Raspberry Bell. I don't see how I could not be special, and in fact, looking at it in general, I would say that I am probably quite special. But in terms of degree of specialness, I'm not as special as that guy. It's frustrating, but I can assure you of this. It was obvious when you think about it, and there's no way women brought by that special guy wouldn't be special themselves. But I won't let myself be defeated. I have already mastered Dragon Horse and Dragon King, because Raspberry Bell Sama has taught me the conditions of learning. But you know what? It still surprised me. The last page of the booklet. Here is what it said. Learn them all, at grade 9. This is the prerequisite. It's frustrating, very frustrating, and very annoying. But is completely and utterly right. Let's do this. Watch it. Second, I, too, will participate in the Taoshini, Battle God, competition. Even if I don't win the title, I will put up a good fight against you. I will use my strength, my true strength, to get you to recognize me, because right now, the closest to the Taoshini is me. Section Akaniko's side. Interesting. I was surprised to learn that martial arts was so interesting. though not as interesting as sword drawing. Also, the dungeon locations were very fresh and exciting. I had heard rumors about it from afar, but when it came time to actually enter, it was a different story. I often felt nervous. However, after entering the place once, one can see how insignificant the place is. It was the perfect place to get used to the situation, with response-less monsters springing up from all directions. Just as I was getting complacent, Sylvia, perhaps suspecting my pride, offered me a word of advice. Don't let your guard down. You better expect twice as many to spring up. She seemed to be a veteran of many battles and was clearly accustomed to dungeons. I'm grateful for that. So, I decided to listen to her honestly. Your advice is greatly appreciated. Placing both hands on my thighs I bowed, and Sylvia nodded and smiled with satisfaction, saying, Then, exactly as she said, the number of monsters more than doubled. That was reason enough for me to trust her. On the other side, Renko was also dependable. She seemed to be the only one who had already learned all the martial arts skills, and she was by far the most talented of all. And I know, having grown up among the samurai, she is a mad dog, so to speak, with eyes hungry for more power that will bite down on any opponent with fangs bared, never doubting her own power. I see. I can tell by looking at her. Martial arts, like sword drawing, are not learned and done. Second, no, Master has taught me this. Use martial arts as food for sword drawing, he said. I simply interpreted it that way, that the muscle strength and agility gained from learning martial arts could be applied to sword drawing. But it's different, isn't it? I noticed this when I was looking at Renko. Does this mean that by being serious about martial arts, there are things that one can discover? Learn sword drawing through martial arts. Learn indirectly. That must have been what Master was instructing. Oh, if I stay clueless forever, I will ruin the name of the samurai. Akaniko may have abandoned the Tobatsu school, but I have not abandoned its spirit, the soul of a samurai. Even if it is martial arts without drawing a katana, it is still the same. This Akaniko is charging in. Section. Sylvia's side. I wonder. Akaniko's cute. At first, I was depressed, wondering if I would have another rival. But as I got to know her better and better, I came to believe that there was no need to be disheartened. An honest junior, I guess. She is a type I have never been around before. In any case, I am so glad to have a decent person like her because all the people around me are really reckless. And when I give her advice like this without referring to second dono, I am aware that I am undeniably a strong person. I can look back at myself, but that's only normal. I'm the winner of the Kisenshou tournament, allowed to challenge the title holder, remember? It's an honor I can be proud of for the rest of my life. However, just by being with second dono, the value of that drops to so what? Levels. Well, I know it's only natural, and I know that second dono is the reason for this honor, but, hey, sometimes it's nice to feel a little better. I quite like Akaniko. I like her just because. Alright, let's keep liking this honest and earnest junior. I've made up my mind. Then, I'll slowly assign her the second Tsukumi role, gradually reducing my burden. Section. Iko's side. Yummy cret. This is delicious. A taste unlike anything I've ever tasted before. Sprinkled with sesame seeds, the fish may taste even better. Seconds fret. Iko, stop that. Yukari was upset. Maybe I used too much? Yukari fret. Iko, I will not say it twice. Scary, but still, it's really tasty, you know? Chapter 160 Path. By the end of the first day, everyone has learned everything from soldiers' martial arts to Dragon King's martial arts. Bravo, excellent. At night, in the banquet hall of the inn, I clapped my hands and praised everyone in front of me. The plan was to have those who could not complete the course today learn it by the end of tomorrow, when the schedule was left open as a backup day. But that did not seem to be necessary. As a result, the camp was sufficient for a day trip. Therefore, tomorrow will be used as a day off. When I declared, everyone there rejoiced. I can sort of see why that is. I guess everyone here is a workaholic. The way I feel, maybe everyone will go to the dungeon tomorrow. By the way, I'm moving my schedule up a day to learn spearmanship. As I recall, Yukari told me that when she asked for prospective participants, there was only one person who wanted to join. So tomorrow, I'll spend the whole day hunting monsters with that person. Then let's eat. Once I finished briefly giving the necessary information, it was time for the delightful banquet. The oyster rice at this inn was just delicious. The atmosphere was also a great way to enhance the flavor of the food. Even though the level of firstists cooks had been gradually improving, they were still no match for the quintessential professionals. Now, let's put our hands together and enjoy the meal. Gahahaha. At this point, I heard loud laughter coming from the next room. Perhaps because the banquet hall was partitioned off by sliding doors, there was no soundproofing of any kind in this room. As a result, I could hear the loud voices of the group of guests next door from a while ago. This was because, unlike last time, this was not a private party. I thought it was noisy, but I put up with it, thinking this was a common occurrence. But that stupid laugh was annoying as hell. Shall I go and warn them? No, thank you. Besides, they call a banquet a boisterous event. Kubero politely offered to help, but I declined. Let's endure it one bit longer, I thought. With that in mind, I said, "Itadaki monsieur," and picked up the plump oyster that sat atop the oyster rice with chopsticks and gently brought it to my mouth. Gah, ha 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 ha. And then, it fell down. Giri. My back teeth made an involuntary grinding sound. I'll be going. Second dono. You stay here and be quiet. Be a big boy. Sylvia stood up, saying the same thing a second time. Oh. Yeah, right. If I get in there, there's bound to be a big panic. Watch out, watch out. I lost my cool there for a second. Hooray. I'll give it to you. One more. Take it off. Take it off. Immediately after, at the same time as the voice of a middle-aged drunken man, a loud bang sound was heard as if something had been thrown against the partitioned sliding door. I'll give you some too. 10,000 CL. Good. Take it off. Take it off. I've got the money. Next, a loud noise, which could no longer be called a racket, echoed through the banquet hall, accompanied by loud voices and vibrations. Pop. I heard something inside my head snap. Second dono. I implore you. I beg of you. Second Sama. Please. Please be calm. Let go of me. I can't keep silent. Sylvia and Kubero hugged my legs and tried desperately to stop me, but I was not going to stop anymore because of it. I'm going to charge into the next banquet hall with them in tow. What are you doing? Everyone, stop him. Second Sama. Your back is so middle strong. I got T touch my master's hand. Excuse me. I'll grab him by the left hand. With a single word from Kubero, Lily, L, and even Akaniko joined in. Fools. If you really wanted to stop me, you should have used your skills. What? Sylvia was surprised when she saw me start to move with the 5 of them attached to my entire body. That's a hell of a picture. Renko, who was alone on the sidelines, muttered in dismay. Certainly, the fact that I am carrying the large lily on my back must have a particularly large impact here. Aura. I shoved my way to the partition and blew through the sliding door with a headbutt. The drunken old men, suddenly quiet, turned to us with stunned looks on their faces. Beside them were half-naked ladies. Money was scattered all over the place. Apparently, they had called up for female companions and were paying them money to strip for them. And at the end of the room, a waitress with a troubled look on her face. It sounds like she was taking all the caution she could. After all, this is a good inn. After 3 seconds, they noticed. The man in the top seat, dressed in a suit, looks at me with an astonished expression on his face. Why is second firstist here? He had an astonished look on his face. No way. Second Triple Crown? Why is he here? The ladies were also surprised, covering their exposed breasts with their arms. Why? Because you guys are too loud. Who's the boss? I tried my best to speak calmly. Then, the older man in the top seat raised his hand as if afraid. Tell me your name. This is Earl Chilima O'Moon. For some reason, the man next to him answered. I didn't ask you. It was to you. I am pleased to meet you, Your Excellency. Second, my name is Chilima. I never expected to encounter His Excellency in such a place. Pointing my finger at him and urging him on, Chilima continued his words to greet me with some fright, and then I interrupted him. Okay, fine. I turned on my heel without a second thought. This is a method I learned from Winfield. With these kinds of people, you only ask for their names. That is what works best, she said. That's a very typical method of hers. I'm sorry I broke the sliding door. I apologized to the waitress, handed over the repair and inconvenience fee on the spot, and returned to my seat. After that, the group of neighboring guests left the place one after another as if it were awake, and so the peaceful evening mealtime returned. I'm so very happy. Incidentally, early the next morning, the firstist's residents received a very polite letter of apology from Erla Moon as well as a box of pastries. Apparently, the effect was outstanding. Master, I look forward to working with you today. 9 a.m. While waiting in the living room for the other participant of the one-day monster hunting to learn spearmanship, there appeared Champani, a young maid with elegant wavy, fluffy blonde hair. Upon closer inspection, one can see that her makeup was perfect, her hair was flawlessly set, her maid's outfit was sparklingly arranged, and there was a faint scent of flowers in the air. She's full of a spirit. Yeah, nice to meet you, huh? During the greeting, I suddenly recalled something. Weren't you into swordsmanship? You remembered me? I'm so touched. When I pointed this out, Champani clasped her hands together in front of her chest and made a small jump with a delighted expression on her face. I am very good at thrusting, but with the rapier, I often had trouble with its lack of reach, so I decided to take this opportunity to switch to spearmanship. Is that so? That's a good decision. They think for themselves and set their own policies to develop their strengths. It's evidence that they think carefully about their own development. You're quite the ambitious girl. When I praised her, Champani said, I'm so happy. And hopped up and down again with joy. This girl is cute. Well, today's destination is the Slime Forest. Slime Forest? I asked Anko to transfer and summon us to the Slime Forest on the outskirts of the royal capital. It is a hunting ground for beginners. Champani asked, why come to such a place now? Wondering about the location. This forest is actually quite deep. In two senses. I see. You mean in both structure and nature, right? Huh? Yeah, that's correct. That phrase, you sound kind of smart. As Champani said, this forest goes deeper and deeper. It is a place that should never be underestimated, for beyond that point, monsters may appear that beginners may not be able to stand against. In other words, it is a forest of great depth, with a facade for beginners in the shallower areas and for intermediate to advanced users in the deeper areas. Rather than dungeons where the strength of the monsters that appear is roughly constant, this type of place can respond to various requirements, from weak to strong monsters, depending on the purpose. This is the most suitable place for this intensive training for spearmanship skill acquisition. Well then, let's start with knight spearmanship. Soldier and lance have already been learned from the skill books in the Royal Great Library. In one day today, we will learn everything from knight to dragon king. No worries, learning the spearmanship skill is not that difficult. Personal opinion. Very well, master. Champani's spirited reply opened our day of slime hunting. Okay, now it's time for rook spearmanship. For this one, we need to split up. After a few hours of concentrated, fast-paced completion of the acquisition requirements, the next step was already to learn rook. Split up? Yeah. Anyway, we have a lot of work to do. Use the counterattack of gold spearmanship to hunt down 200 slimes in the shallows. Gold's counterattack? Okay, I understand. The condition for learning rook spearmanship is to defeat 200 monsters in a row by using the counterattack effect of gold spearmanship. The secret is that it is a series of 200 consecutive ones. If there is even one other attack done or received in between, the previous number of times will be reset. However, it is not so difficult to activate the counterattack effect of the skill gold spearmanship, since the condition for activating is to be attacked during the activation time. Even gold spearmanship at the 16th class has a preparation time of 2.6 seconds and an activation time of 3.2 seconds. If the preparations begin in time with the slime's preliminary movements of attack, it becomes as easy to perform as it was to get Midge Storm. Do you want to compete? Seems like you read my mind. So, I spiced up the tedious learning process a little bit. Let's go. Yes. A few minutes later, I realized something. There are so many people in the slime forest. Maybe. Suddenly it occurred to him to sneak up behind the people who had come into the forest to see who they were. Ah, I knew it. My prediction was right on the mark. The identity of the visitors was that of the students of the Royal Magic Academy. They hold a training camp several times a year in this slime forest. I knew about this event because I had participated in it once when I was a foreign student since I had too much free time. This just happened to coincide with our mastering schedule, apparently. Well, now what do we do? As novices, they are not likely to come deep into the forest, even during the recon exercise that is part of the training camp course. All we have left is learning Dragon Horse and Dragon King. These will be done deep in the forest, so there is not a problem, but the rook mastering we are currently doing is best done in the shallows. If this is the case, it is extremely likely that we will run into students from the Royal Magic Academy. Is a turmoil inevitable? I'm afraid it would interfere with training. Then let's change the plan. I will give priority to learning Dragon Horse spearmanship, which can be learned without rook and spearmanship, and then go home early today and learn rook spearmanship and Dragon King spearmanship at a later date. Champani is over there. I proceeded through the forest, avoiding any sign of people, to meet up with her. Huh? It's Pani. You're kidding. Oh, really? It's Pani. Wow, she hasn't changed. Or rather, a maid's gown? Why? It's you girls. I spotted Champani and approached her to call out to her, and then 3 girls appeared who called out to her before I did. I immediately hid myself behind a tree and looked at the girls. The girls spoke in familiar tones to Champani and soon surrounded her. It's been a while. What are you doing in a place like this? How funny. That's our line, though. We're exchange students right now. We are all honored students. See? At that Winston Academy. Well, we were chosen. Is it the Royal Magic Academy's training camp, recon? Something along those lines. Then, while we were checking around to make sure there were no threats, we ran into you, Pani. The 4 apparently shared a classmate-like relationship, but then, it seemed to me that Champani's expression was clouded. PFFT. Ha ha ha. But still, a maid? Pani, that's so funny. It's the best, seriously. Ha ha ha. I guess you've fallen as far as you could fall. I see, I understand. That's the kind of people they are. Hey, let's report back to Tabos further later. The young daughter of the Fanner family is now a maid. I'm sure they will have a good laugh. Please stop it. We were just recently elevated to the rank of Earl, so I can't do too many bad things anymore. It's nothing much, it'll only be a little bit. Gahahaha. They laughed vulgarly. However, their mannerisms included graceful movements that made me think they must be fine ladies. It was hard to imagine from their tone of voice, but I guess they are proper young ladies in some respects. Especially that woman, Tabo, who seems to be the daughter of an earl. I remember hearing that name just this morning. This was the useful information about the Amun Earl family that Yukari shared with me as background music for my morning meal. Tabo Amun is, yup, the daughter of yesterday's drunken Earl Chirama Amun. Haha, no wonder. Ah, what a relief. We've been wondering what the fake Pani looked like now. You've already fallen, but you were more ladylike than anyone else. You know, you were always hiding your true nature, pretending to be nice and quiet. It's still annoying to me now that I remember it. Good for you, right, Pani? You got to become a maid. You did it. Now you can become the perfect young lady of your dreams. Just kidding. Whoa. They're amazing, in a sense. The bullying of Iko was terrible, but this one was no less so. Huh? But I'm curious. As I recall, we specifically asked your father to lower Pani into slavery! Exclamation mark. Wow, that's scary. Don't stare at me. It's creepy. Even though she's not noble, she tried to remain in the Winston Academy, so that's what she gets. Don't lower yourselves. That academy is a place for noble daughters. It's not a place for a fake like her. Oh, I get it. About Pani, she was bought, right? That's why she's a maid. A slave maid. Yeah. Then, I wonder if she might be doing that kind of service. Geez, it's gross, but it might suit you. Champani clenched her fists and raised her voice at the three who laughed at her mockingly. I am not being used in such a manner. Master is not like that. There was a moment of silence, and immediately after, the three of them laughed, clutching their bellies. Master, she says, speaking like someone being used. She's totally thinking like a slave now. Oh, that's hilarious. Hey Panny, do you understand? A slave maid is the furthest thing from a lady, you know? Think about it for a minute. You, Panny, are never going to be a lady for the rest of your life, okay? Hey, aren't you in despair? Foo. Did this woman know that Champani had a yearning to be a noble lady and was using her power to try to squash it? It's clear. This one is black. She's a black woman. Champani, on the other hand, never said anything like this is your fault. Slowly, Champani opened her mouth, blissfully, gracefully. So, in a very ladylike manner. I have never forgotten my dream, not even for a moment. I am proud to be a daughter of the Viscount Fana household, and I vowed that I would never sell my heart, no matter what might happen to me. No matter what you do, I will not break. I will continue to be me until the end of my life. This is my path. I was taken aback. She was so beautiful when she dreamed, when she talked about her path. How can one not admire a woman with such beautiful will and conviction in her heart? No matter what anyone says, no matter what obstacles she faces, she will never falter, never break, never waver, and will continue to walk straight ahead, focusing only on her own dreams. Stupid. That kind of thing is bound to be hard. Blood will gush incessantly from your heart. You will want to stop again and again. Yet you are a fool for not stopping your steps. You're so stupid, dumb, silly, and helplessly the coolest person. TCH. As soon as Champani finished, Tabo slapped Champani on the cheek. Her slap was so weak that she probably wasn't even a full-blown magician. Champani did not dodge, much less fight back, but simply took the blow on the cheek, endured the pain silently, and stared at her opponent with a sharp stare. Never be distraught. Why? If you listened to her words carefully, you would know that much. Because she is a young lady. Because her heart has been that of a young lady ever since she carried that dream in her heart. The young lady in her wouldn't be so distraught after being verbally abused and slapped. Champani. I called out her name for the first time. That name is worth calling, of tremendous value that I sincerely want to call aloud. Master? Were you watching? She turned around in surprise and stared at my face, a small drop glistening in the corner of her eye. It's a tiny little piece of her heart's blood that desperately, painstakingly held back and still spilled out a little bit. Master, huh? Tabo and her two cronies turned pale and exclaimed. Well, it's only obvious. I'd be troubled if they weren't surprised. All I ask is that there would be no leaking incidents. Nice to meet you, Tabo Moon. I'm second firstest. Who is up and who is down? Let's get this straight from the beginning. Issenza, Issue, Reiou, or Triple Crown, or Ambassador Extraordinary. Or if you're prepared for the consequences, you can also drop the title. You can call me whatever you like. Bow down, little girl. You stand before the world's #1. Now, tremble and cower like a small animal in fear of its own safety. And make sure you know whose belongings you are messing with. Your Excellency, second. I never thought I'd see you in a place like this. You, like your father, say things I'm tired of hearing. Like my father? Yes. We met yesterday. He was extremely rude. Am I an inconvenience? No. No way. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, your trusty daddy is also a step beneath me. No one is going to protect you. There is nowhere to run. You have to fight on your own. Here, with me. You have been maliciously and continuously crushing Champani with your power. Haven't you? If that's the case, how can you complain when someone does the exact same thing to you? What shall I do with these girls? Shall we go back to the Royal Magic Academy together and state the truth, as it is in front of the whole school? Or we could go to the Winston Academy or something and expose the whole situation to the light of day. Oh yeah, I'd love to give you a tour of my house, always with a clear hostility towards you. It would be nice to think aloud this and that about the future of Earl Moon's family right next to her. What would these girls think if they had to spend days with everyone on firstist's grounds staring at the three of them as if they were their parents' enemies? Would they beg for it to stop? Would they apologize by rubbing their foreheads on the floor? Even if that were the case, I wouldn't stop. How many times has Champani wished for this in her heart? Yet, she never once showed it and continued to be a young lady with an elegant face. There is no option in my mind to let the three girls go, at least until I can truly acknowledge their virtuousness. Master, that's enough. What? It was unexpected. I was looking for different ways to serve the fish on my cutting board when Champani suddenly said something like that. What does she mean by that? Is she saying that these women should be absolved? If so, I hold no grudge against them. The miracle of meeting you, Master, in this way, is thanks to these women who had turned me into a slave. That's why. That's why. That's why. It pains me to see you soiling your beautiful hands, Master. Stupid. As I said, a fool of the highest order. Ultra-duper stupid. This girl must have been in a lot of pain, and yet she says things like this. I've never heard a more ladylike thing to say in a situation like this. Your idea of an elegant young lady is one who hates sin and hates no person, who never thinks of revenge, who is always benevolent, kind, attentive, disciplined, strong, beautiful, pretty, with perfect makeup, hair, clothes, perfume, perfection in all aspects. Yeah, that is correct. My dream, my ideal. I have always been like that. Even if I am Master's maid, that is the core of my being that I will never break. Yeah, it's crazy. Somewhere in her life, Champani went irretrievably, irrevocably insane. And it was, amazingly, exactly the same insanity as me. As me, who bet my life on Mobius Online and remained more obsessed than anyone else with the #1 spot in the world. We'll put rook spearmanship aside for the moment. We'll learn dragon horse spearmanship first. Yes. Understood, Master. Turning our backs to Tabo and the others as if they were no longer worth looking at, Champani and I continued deeper into the forest, ignoring the voices behind us. We have plenty of other priorities. Punishment against the three of them, she said, was not necessary. She doesn't want to get my hands dirty. Then, with that in mind, let's let the matter slide. But when I get home, I'll just tell the facts as they are to the best possible person I can think of, that head maid. Chapter 161 Manzai. I was the only daughter of Viscount Farner. On the way home, Champani requested that we walk for a while, and as we walked side by side along the trail on the estate, she cut me off in such a way. She stopped walking, bowed her head, and apologized for keeping silent. No, Yukari probably knew. Yeah, that's right. Before purchasing a slave, all of his or her background should have been checked out. In other words, the fact that Yukari didn't tell me probably meant that I didn't need to know. I'm sorry I was the one who was snooping around! Exclamation mark. I looked Champani straight in the face and apologized, and she looked into my eyes and fell silent. I kind of know what she is thinking right now. I guess she doesn't like the fact that she had to apologize to me as a result of hiding her identity, even if it wasn't all her fault. Yes, that is the pride of being a young lady. If so, what is her next course of action? I'll tell you all about it. Makes sense. She tries to reveal her tragic past, which she would have preferred to keep hidden if she could. After all, she is a lady to the bone. She lives with a conviction bordering on insanity to never disobey the young lady in her that she believes in. Let's hear it. Don't you think it's only natural that I would want to support that ridiculous dream of hers in every way possible? I attended Winston Academy, the most prestigious school in the royal capital. Yeah, it's the most prestigious of the prestigious, where all the daughters of aristocrats gather. I, as usual, entered there as the daughter of a viscount. There she met Tabo Omun and her friends, she said. At the time, the Viscounts of Farner's estate was in steady decline. The depopulation of the region, combined with the salt pollution and immigration problems, had become too much for them to cope with. That is why I devoted myself to my studies more than any other person, knowing that one day I would have to make the Viscountcy prosperous again. It couldn't hold, huh? Yes. Less than a year after my enrollment, Viscount Farner's estate collapsed. Is that why Tabo and her friends scorned her as a fallen noble? I guess you could say it was a blessing in disguise. I had paid the full 3-year tuition for Winston Academy in advance, so it was my right to be allowed to spend the rest of my 2 years at the school without any issues at all. Okay, I see. Champani would have not wasted those 2 years in vain but studied and desperately carved out a path to live as an aristocrat once again. In fact, she is smart. It can be sensed in the form that she speaks. If she had been able to spend 2 years safely, she would have thought, by any chance, that she should make the most of it. But even if the school had approved, the students did not approve. Some people did not think well of me, who was not even an aristocrat. My presence was degrading the prestigious name, they claimed. I think they're the ones who were degrading it. Not at all. In the world of nobility, titles are everything. There is no time to look at each person's inner life. That's foolish. I should say, it's that kind of world. Of course, not all aristocrats are like that. Some are outliers, such as Margrave Steambitter Valley, and some are shrewd, such as Earl Barrel Lumberjack. But Champani knows this. Such is the way of the aristocratic world, and although she thinks it is wrong, it is a part of the world that cannot be changed in any way. The bullying started to them. I was a fake. I had no power to resist them. And I was the perfect person for them to hang a sign around my neck asking them to bully me. Tabo Moon, right? She was particularly hostile to me. She used to say aloud, "If you are not an aristocrat, you are not a person." It's her personality, I guess. That's twisted. You have to look at why it's twisted. As you say, my lady. Oh, dear. Thank you, Master. Champani turned red in response. Apparently, she finds great pleasure in being thought of as a lady. It is obvious if you think about it. I'd be happy if people thought I was number one in the world too, Champani said, and clearing her throat with one cough, she continued her story. Well, from there, it was just madness. When the daughter of an earl turned against me, there was nothing I, a commoner, could do. In no time at all, I was a slave. What happened to you that made you a slave? My father sold me to the Morris Slave Company to pay off his debt to Earl Chilima Moon. Sold by your parents. My father did nothing wrong. The management of the territory had gone wrong because of a number of difficult issues. It was also because of pressure from Earl Moon that he was forced to sell me. All of it. There was nothing we could do about it. When I questioned Viscount Fauna's behavior, Champani defended him. But that is not much of a defense. Let's put it this way. If Champani's father really had the capacity to be a viscount, that is, if he were not incompetent, Champani would still be a lady. She would have to be offended as a young lady if I told her this, so I won't mention it. Do you have any desire to meet your parents? So instead I asked this. I think it was a mean question. I am sure her parents have no face to show to her. If I ask her if she still wants to see them, how will she, the maid, the young lady, respond? How does she connect these two conflicting feelings? I was interested. Champani then opened her mouth after a moment's hesitation. On the day we were purchased by Master, the head maid said to us, "You are blessed." Yeah, it really was true. This is a miraculous place. It is a very mysterious paradise where you can be a maid and a lady at the same time. Therefore, she said with a pleasant smile, her hair flowing back smoothly. Just once, really just once. I would like to go and show you my face, happy, blissful, and wonderful as it is right now. Greediness. She's trying to become both the maid and the lady. Champani Fauna. How much further can this girl go? But hey, the answer to that question is 100 points. She's still 20 points short. Summer, is it? Let the whole kingdom see your face at the Shisousei tournament. Good morning. Why is Paniaki here? Oh, my. How are you, Cosmos? I know I keep saying this, but could you please stop calling me that? If you show me some sincerity, I may consider it. Sincerity? That's right. It's called sincerity. The thin cloth you wear down there. You don't waver, do you? Early morning. When I got to the meeting place right on time, Champani and Cosmos were talking happily about something. Good morning. What were you talking about? Good morning, Master. I was just exchanging information with Champani about the recent market price of cloth. Good morning, Master. It's a lovely morning. Hey, The market price of cloth. It's hard for a maid to pay attention to all that. Are you still acting like a princess in front of master? The real question is, do you think you could act proper for once? Oh, please never ask me that. The two talked secretly to each other. They are very close. Now, today we are going to learn Jujutsu. But before we do that, let's just finish up the Rook and Dragon King that we have left to learn in spearmanship. Understood. But, is it really that easy to learn? Yeah. As soon as we get Rook out of the way, we're good to go. Dragon King spearmanship comes instantaneously if you know how to do it. That's amazing. As one would expect from master. They both gave me compliments. No, I shouldn't be praised for such things. By the way, I also come instantaneously if you know how to do it. What are you trying to compete with me for? No, never. I'm not ready for a dildo yet. Dildo? Oh, I mean the imitation of male body parts. Primarily used by women for personal acts, but some men also use it behind their backs. Shut up. Ow. It sounds like some kind of private conversation again. It must be a silly story, as Champani is making a tsukumi at it. These two seem to be really close, but if you keep it that private, I'm a little curious to know. Let's go. Getting back on track, the destination was still the slime forest today. As a matter of fact, learning Jujutsu would be accomplished in the slime forest. However, this method of learning Jujutsu is a bit different from the way other skills are learned, mainly in a tedious direction. Now, this is going to be a long day. I did it. I could learn it. I'm so glad. It has been a little over 2 hours since we arrived in the slime forest. Finally, Champani learned all the spearmanship skills. She expressed her joy with her whole body, bouncing up and down. However, the fact that she is not overly boisterous is probably because she is a young lady at heart. Words of joy poured out of her mouth. At the same time, there was a liquid of pleasure seeping out of her loins without her being aware of it. A pleasure that she had never felt before assaulted her. Yes, this was the first time she experienced climax. She bites down, stifling the pleasure she feels for the first time in her life as she is penetrated by their cold gazes, and finally, she makes an ungraceful expression on her face. God, why does it feel so embarrassing and pleasant? A moment before she lost herself in a daze, she looked into their disdainful eyes and shuddered in ecstasy as if to announce the end of her pleasure. Thus, she unknowingly learned the pleasure of exposing herself to the world. You're too noisy. Ow. Cosmos, who was mumbling something beside Champani, gets a chop. I see. I'm starting to get the picture. So Champani is the straight guy and Cosmos is the goof. Should their name be Shanko Star? Just kidding. Eh? You think my naming sense is bad? Well, whatever, but I didn't know that the two of them were a comedy duo. They may be aiming rather seriously, as they do not miss even a small practice on a daily basis in such a manner. Or they are probably cobbling together a show around Firstist's cherry blossom viewing party. Oh no. But if that's the case, I feel sorry for them. The reason I say this is because that Raspberry Bellfellow is a bit of a nag. I recall that she had a thing against comic dialogue, and even in a light-hearted exchange between the host and the commentator on Mobius TV's live webcast of the title match, she said things like booing and even a baby has better responses. It would be a real bummer to have a former saint ruin the comedy sketch of the maids. Good for you, but I'll support them. I am more interested in genuinely seeing the two perform their comic dialogue. Thank you, Master. I'll do my best to gain experience. Yeah, go for it. Hopefully, it'll be ready in time for the summer. Champani fluffed her long, wavy blonde hair and bowed with a graceful curtsy. She originally raised her swordsmanship as well as spearmanship to a certain degree, so she should be able to hunt monsters somewhat easier than the other servants. The experience gained from monsters in the same level range will be slightly less because of this, but with a rank as high as hers, there is no need to be that worried about it. Hence, instead of worrying like Kubero and the others, thinking will I be able to make it? She thinks, in her case, I hope I can make it in time. Then let's resume. After that, we saw off Champani, who was smiling happily into eternity, and the real work of learning the Jujutsu skill finally began. As of now, until Champani learned Rook spearmanship and Dragon King spearmanship. Cosmos and I have learned Soldier Jojutsu and Lance Jojutsu at the Royal Library, and Knight Jojutsu, Silver Jojutsu and Gold Jojutsu at the Slime Forest. Yes, most skills are easy to learn, even Gold. The problem is the 4 following Bishop. Bishop is next. May I tell you my prediction? Yeah, no problem. Because if you've made it this far, you can pretty much guess what to do. Yeah. Jojutsu is very unique compared to other skills. In Jojutsu, the 3 basic movements of thrust, strike, and sweep can be performed with each of the individual skills. In other words, it can be said that there are 9 types of techniques from Soldier to Dragon King times 3, for a total of 27 types of techniques. And the way they are learned is also unique. In addition, there are rules of thumb that can predict the next method of learning. Knight can be learned by using Soldier and Lance to thrust, strike, and sweep against the same monster twice each to defeat it. That means 2 times 3 times 2 attacks. Silver uses Soldier, Lance, and Knight to thrust, strike, and sweep 3 times each against the same monster. In other words, 3 times 3 times 3. Gold is Soldier, Lance, Knight, and Silver, thrusting, striking, and sweeping 4 times each to the same monster. In other words, 4 times 3 times 4. This means that the formula for the method of acquisition is thus n1 times 3 times n1, where n equals the number from which the skill in question is counted starting from Soldier. Hence, since Bishop is the 6th counting from Soldier, n equals 6, which gives 5 times 3 times 5. This means that a total of 75 attacks must be made on the same monster. Thus, the conditions for learning Jojutsu are easy to spot once you have found its rules, and if you try to fulfill this requirement against ordinary monsters or boss monsters with high HP, it will be very difficult to learn. But if you can find a certain slime lurking in this slime forest, it becomes very easy to learn. Yes, if only you can find it. That is why it is tricky. Well, never mind that. I was secretly looking forward to it. Cosmos predictions. Even I, a junior high school graduate, can understand n1 times 3 times n1, and Cosmos must have figured it out by now. So why did she again say prediction here? Yes, it's for the sake of playing her role of the goof. Enough pretense. Now, how is she going to say something silly? I'm quite ready to say of course not, in response as the straight guy. Alright, come on. Soldier, Lance, Knight, Silver, and Gold, thrust, strike, and sweep 5 times each against the same monster, right? Yes. You are correct. Oh shoot, was this another joke? I didn't recognize it right away. Damn it. It's a highly sophisticated goof that runs in the background. I should have said "Are you for real?" or something similar, right? Damn. There's a weird pause. It's too late now to say it. I'm sorry I've disappointed you. Did I say something strange? As I was thinking about this, Cosmos interjected with an anxious look on her face. No way. Was it a joke or not? I am sorry, Master. In retrospect, it was not something I should have bothered to mention. Please forgive my indiscretion. Apparently, that's the case. She was really serious about it, it seems. Then, I somehow felt a kind of loneliness immediately. Cosmos is a blabbermouth to Champani but doesn't give me one of her obvious jokes. In other words, I'm inadequate as a straight guy, or so the insinuation goes. That may indeed be true. I'm not particularly bright in the comic department, so I wouldn't be a very good comedian, but still, I can at least be a practice partner. It must be told that they could rely on me more. I am their master. You can tell me. Yes? Don't hold back. You can just tell me. You want to say it, right? You can tell me like you told your Champani buddy. You can't be serious, Master. I tell her that it's okay to play the goofball. Cosmos then scrunched up her face for some reason and muttered, "No way." Was it a secret that they were going to do a Manzai at the cherry blossom viewing? If so, then, oh dear, it means that I just now ruined their surprise. No, but wait. In saying that, aren't the girls who practice secretly in front of me also somewhat responsible for this? That's right. Isn't it? It's not just my fault. Okay, let's reopen the door here. Sorry, I heard you before with champagne. When I said it like I wasn't feeling at all bad about it, Cosmos replied. Her whole body became rigid, her mouth moving with a gasp, and as she looked at me, she became teary-eyed and bawled her eyes out. I felt so sorry for her. Her ears, face, and even her neck turned red. Chapter 162. Because I'm a pervert. I'll confess. A few minutes later, without knowing why she blushed so much, Cosmos, who had finally regained her composure, opened her mouth. Confess? That's right. I'm a dishonest person. Okay. I don't understand what the story is, but it sounded kind of interesting, so I decided to listen to it for a while. If I create an intense character like that, no one will try to look into my depths, will they? Like persona building, huh? Yeah, but I do think about these things from time to time. However, I think it makes a huge difference whether you show it or not. Like trying to say it out loud, I guess. Just like you say, especially for those who are close by. Are you saying that you routinely try to play the goof, dishonest, isn't it? Master, please laugh at me. I still don't understand what the dishonesty is. That is, if I create a character like this, people will only see me as that kind of person. If I do something improper, something weird, everyone is content to accept it because I'm a pervert. A pervert? Are you a pervert? What else if not a pervert? 90% of what I say is tongue-in-cheek. Dirty talk. You mean the goof part is all about dirty talk? The conversation is not going anywhere. Master, could it be? Cosmos said, the edges of her mouth twitching. Oh no. She found out. Sorry. I wasn't really listening that time. I frankly tell her. Cosmos, after a moment of silence, said oh my god. And then, with her head in her hands, continued stupid me, and smacked herself on the head. I just gave myself away, didn't I? Seriously, I didn't want Master to know about it. That you're playing a pervert? Yes, I wear a pervert mask. Best regards. Cosmos reacted with desperation. I see, you wore the mask of a pervert. I see, so that's why you said those things so that only Champani could hear you. Oh god, and I was so certain. Certain? No. It's nothing. I was instantly embarrassed by my mistake. Why did I think it was a Manzai sketch? What an idiot. But why are you acting? I mentioned the question to divert the conversation. That is exactly what I said earlier. So, by being perceived as a pervert, you can hide your dishonesty. Yeah. Why are you trying to hide your dishonesty? Are you really that much of a cheat? I think we all have that side of us, but to try to hide it by masking it so thoroughly is a little hard to understand. I wonder why. Somewhere down the road, this was the only way for me to live. Cosmos looked somewhat sorrowful as she spoke, then turned her head slightly and continued her words. I have a feeling it was initially to stand out among the maids. When I was called one of the 10 great, and my job came with great responsibility, I became afraid of making mistakes when I was in a higher position, so I had the immunity of being a pervert. I chose Jujutsu because I had the shallow calculation that if it was a skill that no one else seemed to be doing, I might be able to get to a respectable position. If she makes any mistakes, they will act like, oh, because she's a pervert, and they will assume that what is hurt is the false self that plays the role of a pervert. The real you is not hurt. In other words, an escape route to have such an idea is itself dishonest, she said. I can't help but wonder how Cosmos feels. Even I've wanted to run away again and again, from the pressure of being number one in the world. But, in the end, I didn't run away, not until the very end. Hence, we are here now, and she knew that I was the one person who would never run away from her, which is why she compared herself to me, and why she was so self-deprecating. So I guess she didn't want me to be the only one to find out. She believes I will never forgive her. That's aggravating. I must show understanding. I don't disdain it! Exclamation mark. I will not be such a narrow-minded master as to refuse to acknowledge you. Master, there's definitely a reason you're the way you are. I can say this with certainty. If you don't mind, you can talk to me about it. I can't give you witty advice, but I can listen without disdain. There is a reason why Champani became obsessed with the young lady role and why I am obsessed with the #1 in the world. There is a catalyst. It is a kind of destiny from which there is no escape. Just as there are those who have been unable to escape, there are those who have been forced to flee. Yes, just like Ika when she was in the Magic Academy. I wasn't related by blood to everyone in the house I lived in. After a few moments, Cosmos slowly broke the silence. Yukari has gathered this talent. Everyone has special circumstances. She dared to choose only such people. I didn't understand it at the time, but now I can see why. If only I looked into Cosmos' eyes. These girls are destined to be saved here. Here where you can ignore anything and everything that bothers you in society. It was Yukari, of all people, who arranged it. She was a cold-hearted, venomous, and unsympathetic person who should have lived her life as an assassin without even being given a name. But she was the one who made it happen. I was from a reasonably wealthy family. Bloodline is a thing, after all. Strangely enough, I was the only one who was not able to accomplish anything. While my other brothers and sisters were making headway in business management and battle, I couldn't get anywhere with any of it. I thought you excelled in the arts. I'm glad you knew that. Yes, I made it blossom here. I had always been a natural artist, but in an environment where I couldn't make the most of it, no one would look at me in the first place, and art didn't really do me any good. Yukari has told me that she is responsible for many of the designs at the firstest residence. I think it's a useful enough talent, but there was no environment where she could make use of it. Huh? Indeed, the ambiguous nature of art may not make sense without an environment in which it can be shown and seen. All my family members were kind people. Well, that was just on the surface. It wasn't long before I was so disgusted and felt so inferior that I had to leave home. So, did they enslave you? No, I voluntarily enslaved myself. Seriously? I am serious. I seriously thought at the time that it was 1,000 times better to be needed and used as a slave by someone than to live as a failure with a sense of inferiority. In other words, more suffering. I hate myself because, ever since Master bought me, I have been very blessed with a life that is really too convenient and ideal for me, and yet, I still can't get rid of my inferiority complex. I am trying to play the pervert and allow myself to be cowardly, mean, and a failure. I have deceived and forced myself to accept it. She's a pervert, so there's nothing we can do about it, something like that. She is convinced that the dishonest notion comes from a lack of confidence due to a sense of inferiority, in the form of because I'm a pervert. Even if she makes a mistake or is criticized for doing so, she simply ducks and says, "It's because I'm a pervert," and avoids getting herself hurt. That is the way Cosmos lives now. Perhaps it is more likely that I am using the mask of a pervert to hide my true, defective self and put on false airs. Cosmos laughed sadly and said, "Oh, I'm sure she knows. That way of life has already reached a point where there is no easy way to correct it. Thank you for talking to me. I don't want to say I appreciate it, but I'll give you my favorite quote instead. Then there's nothing more I can say. Let's hope that one day her inferiority complex will disappear and she will be able to hold her ground. Don't think, just feel." I smile. If you think about it and it doesn't solve the problem, so it's useless to think about it. If she eventually realizes that this is the place where it will still be resolved, that's all that matters. In response to my irresponsible words, Cosmos erased some of the loneliness from her smile and replied, "I'm very good at feeling. Now, at any rate, we must learn Jujutsu." "You never waver, Master. We talked a lot, but we must not lose sight of the purpose of the day." Learning Jujutsu can be tricky. The acquisition requirement of hitting the same monster dozens of times, which one would tend to think can only be met by using a strong monster with high HP, is actually not the case. A certain slime that appears in this slime forest easily solves that problem. The tricky part is whether or not you can encounter that slime. Once you have encountered it, the rest is easy. Yes, if only we could find it. The 4 remaining skills are Bishop, Rook, Dragon Horse, and Dragon King. Since that is for 2 people, there are a total of 8 slimes to meet. Hopefully, we'll be done by the end of the night. Found it. A good start. We found the first one. Lurking in the shadows of the trees, just out of our line of sight, was a shiny, angular slime that looked like metal. Its name is Metal Slime. This metal slime actually has a terribly high vitality. So much so that even with counter-stopped strength, the damage is not enough. Instead, the magic resistance is incredibly low. So much so that a low intelligence first form spell will kill it in one hit. Therefore, it is easy to learn each skill of Jujutsu if you beat it with a stick until you meet the learning requirements for each skill and finish it off with a first form spell. Of course, they will fight back, but their attack motions are similar to those of other slimes, and their agility is rather low. You can afford to look and then evade. It is a monster that is truly tailor-made for the job. All right, go, Cosmos. Yes, I'm almost ready to come. No, just go. I'm almost there. Is that a dirty joke? Is this the result of feeling without thinking? When I rebutted her like Champani, Cosmos turned her cheeks shyly and said, okay, then, I'll be serious, and headed for the metal slime. You don't have to be shy about it, but maybe this was for the best. It seemed like I could build up a somewhat good relationship with this girl, too. Yes, this is all right for now. But when she gets to the glorious stage, either in summer or winter, she's going to have to change a little bit. I'm home. 1 a.m. After finishing the search for metal slime, we returned home. It was hard to find the 8th one, which is why it was so late. But thanks to our hard work, both Cosmos and I were able to learn all the Jujutsu skills. It's okay, though, despite the fact that I had nothing to hide when pressed about what I was doing with that perverted masked maid until this time of night. I found that I had a troublesome opponent. Welcome back. Geez, Yukari. You've been up until this late. So that means tomorrow, Ika will be learning axemanship, and I and the other IV squad applicants will be learning thread manipulation. Yeah, I guess. I thought I might need to do some prep work. Prep? A nightly session of thread manipulation. That's a double-meaning sentence, right? Chapter 163. Coming home after going all out. Since that time, I have been secretly working diligently. At night, I was on the verge of winning the Triple Crown, but the dream was cruelly thwarted by a lecherous dark elf. No, it's a draw. I definitely didn't lose, is what I'd like to think. Good morning, everybody. To get back on track, today was the learning of the thread manipulation and the axemanship skills. Gathered in the living room early in the morning were Yukari and Iko, then Ivy and Luna, and one maid whose name I didn't know. After waiting for everyone to finish their greetings, I quickly asked, "Are you one of the maids in Ivy's squad?" Yes. It's Sarah. Best regards and thank you in advance. You are in good spirits this morning. 'Cause it's morning, master. That's the only good thing I got going for me. Sarah bowed energetically, her semi-long brown hair buzzing, but the headband that was holding her bangs up slipped out of place and she hurried to fix it with an awawa. She is a professional infiltrator. Much of the information about the sacred country of Kamal that I mentioned previously came from her. Seriously? I can't see her that way. Not looking the part is the key to infiltration. Yukari's remarks changed the way I viewed Sarah. Indeed, as she said, the fact that she doesn't look like that is why she can sneak deeper within. Sarah is an extraordinary talent. Not only did she come back with information about the sacred country, but she also made them trust her at the end of the day. Even now, I don't think they have the slightest idea that Sarah was a spy. That's awesome. No, not really. Sarah, with a smirk on her face, scratches the back of her head. She is an energetic girl with a cute little fang peeking out. After all, she doesn't look anything like that. Does this mean that I have already fallen into her tricks? Today, I have brought with me the best of the best in each of the 3 categories: assassination and combat, stealth and investigation, and reconnaissance and infiltration. Additionally, I will accompany you. We will all be in your care, master. Yukari introduced the maids side by side, and they all bowed neatly together. In order, Ivy, Luna, and Sarah. I see. Evie has been in the first place since the beginning of the ranking battles. Luna's usefulness was brought to my attention during the revolution, and Sarah was as just mentioned. Wow, that's quite an impressive lineup. Thank you. Then I just want to make sure of one thing before we go. Yes. Have you already learned up to Rook? Yeah. Everybody did. Perfectly. Nice. Thank you, IV. Before today, participants were notified that they had to learn up to Rook. The 4 of them have followed it exactly. I was told that IV knew how to learn it, so I wasn't particularly worried. But from the looks of the girls, nothing seemed to have gone wrong. Well, it may have taken some time to be interpreted. No. Ice. It was an honor to be of service, is what she said. Something like this. Luna repeated what Ivy had said in a whispered voice. I'm used to it now, but it's a sight that would baffle anyone who sees it for the first time. Beside her, Sarah nodded her head as if she knew what was going on. Yes, yes, an honor indeed. I bet she had no idea what was said, did she? Apparently, only Luna or Yukari are able to hear Ivy's tiny voice as of yet. Sometimes I could hear her, but most of the time I couldn't, because Ivy basically didn't approach me, or rather avoided me, or for some reason was unnaturally distant when we talked, and I ended up asking Luna to translate for me. Then all you have to do today is learn Dragon Horse and Dragon King. Where are we going? The Meteo Dungeon. Could that place be? Meteo, a Class B dungeon commonly known as the Dragon's Nest. Yukari, the first to notice, unusually grimaced. The other maids were also slightly pale. Sarah, for example, was terrified, saying, "Awawawa, does this girl always say this?" Don't worry, me, Sylvia, and Ika had already visited once and they had no problem fighting. You guys can do it. Even so, it'll be all right. I'm right here. When I gave them a little push, Yukari and the others were reluctant to agree. We there? We haven't even left. Iko, who had been sleeping on my back, seemed to be awakened by my loud voice. When she realized that we hadn't arrived yet, she tried to go back to sleep. This one is really more a cat than a girl. Seriously. Then, I wonder what side of hers is the one bringing that huge appetite. Iko, today we're going to go on a mission to learn axemanship against dragons. Strategy? I'll take care of it. I got it. Maybe Iko will be fine with this. She is, after all, a genius. If you name what needs to be done as a strategy and simply tell her what to do, she will devise the remaining details on her own, get the gist of it herself, and get it all done on her own. That's partly because of my precise instructions, but also because of her talent. When it came to her, the gears meshed together nicely. Well then, now, the strategy meeting was over and we were ready to go. This is a new sensation. As soon as we arrived, we first tried to get Yukari and her colleagues to fight a white dragon. The condition for learning Dragon Horse thread manipulation was to attack only with thread manipulation and then make the final blow with Bishop, fulfilling this condition and killing 5 different types of dragons. The reason why the condition is set more lenient than other skills is that the firepower of thread manipulation is relatively lower in comparison to other offensive skills. As for Dragon King thread manipulation, the condition for acquiring this skill is similar. Defeat 10 dragons using only Rook. This is a more lenient requirement than for Dragon Horse, since it can be all white dragons. Therefore, today, if 1 white, 1 azure, 1 amber, 1 emerald, and 1 crimson dragons are killed with Bishop finishing, and 10 white dragons are killed with Rook only, the goal will be achieved. Incidentally, the acquisition requirements for Iko's axemanship skill are almost the same as those for swordsmanship. Therefore, the difficulty level for soldier to bishop is not so high, and Dragon Horse axemanship is attack at least once with each of the 7 skills from infantry to bishop, and make the final blow with bishop, fulfilling this condition and killing 5 different dragons, and Dragon King axemanship is kill 10 dragons with bishop alone. If I tell her the conditions and leave her alone, she should be able to learn it on her own. Whoa, that was a preliminary move for the tail attack. Yukari was about to be attacked by the tail of the white dragon, so I helped her with my Rook archery that I had in reserve. Yukari called fighting dragons a new sensation. That's exactly what it would be. She must have been doing a lot of assassination work against people, and only in a way that caught them by surprise. Of course, she was not familiar with the concept of fighting against monsters, especially against dragons. I am sorry, Master. You don't have to apologize. Everybody's first time doesn't go so well. Is that so? Well, that one was an exception. Out of the line of sight of Yukari and I, one maid was on the verge of a perfect finish against a white dragon. It was Ivy. Her fighting sense was outstanding. I can say that the way she uses the thread is exquisite without any exaggeration. Speaking of exceptions, so is Master. Huh? You may have already learned as far as Bishop. Ah. No. Axemanship is up to gold. I've learned thread manipulation, but only up to Rook. We've only been here less than an hour. I have higher status than you guys. Is that the issue? She was stunned, looking at me with shock in her eyes. It still feels nice to be looked at with that expression. Well, let's just do our best. If you just do what you can do now, and do it efficiently, anyone can accomplish it. Yukari understood what I was trying to say, nodded a straightforward yes, and headed toward the white dragon again. Good work. Evening. Everyone managed to learn Dragon Horse and Dragon King. Iko learned it all on her own very early on, and in the end, she beat a golden dragon in a one-on-one fight. Since she has raised her shield arts to 9th grade and has also raised her axemanship a lot, I feel that her development is remarkable, even though it is an order. It doesn't feel real. Wow. There really is Dragon Horse and Dragon King in the skills section. Sarah dreamily gazed pensively at her status. I can understand. That's how I felt when I first learned Dragon Horse and Dragon King in Mobius 2. That's a beginner's dream. Thank you, Master. At Yukari's cue, the three maids all bowed deeply. It's not that gratifying, but I feel great. I'll be waiting for you in the summer. Luna and Sarah, maybe winter. What about you, Yukari? If you lay down some groundwork, you'll be ready to go in the summertime. I will do my best, Master, is what she said. Righto. I'll do my best, too. I will. The three of them smiled, and Yukari opened her mouth with a look as if she had made up her mind about something. I will not be competing for the title. Is that so? May I ask why? Yes. I thought I'd focus on behind the scenes, as a blacksmith, I suppose. Yes, I thought so. That is one way to enjoy Mobius. If you change your mind, let me know. But let me tell you something personal. Yes. Thank you. I'll be glad to have you focusing on blacksmithing. Yeah, so I thought. When I mentioned this, Yukari chuckled, which was really rare. A good blacksmith is essential to be the best in the world, and the blacksmith is a humble, lonely, hard, and demanding position that requires repeated trial and error to the death. As a matter of fact, they are so busy that they don't even have time to be in the title games. Yukari is thinking about me. That is painfully obvious. I'll have to live up to her expectations. Well, let's have one last lap and then we'll go home with a bang. Bang? Do you want to do a quick round? Second? Yeah, with a bang. Meteor Dungeon. I'm pretty sure this place hasn't been conquered yet, right? Come, Anglemas. I have come. When I summoned Anglemas, he appeared, spinning wildly, and then he struck a reddish-black bolt of lightning, pausing in midair in an awkward pose. As usual, he has no qualms about standing out. What is it, my second? And even though he knows what I'm thinking, he's asking. All right. Then let me answer you. Hey, it's been a while since we went wild. That is indeed. Ha 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 ha. Immediately after, spirit possession was activated. Oh God, this feeling. This sense of omnipotence. I can't resist. I've been slowed down lately by all the small fry, so I thought I'd take a shot at it right here and now. Master, what on earth are you trying to do? The rainbow dragon. I'm going to kill it. Watch my back. With Yukari's 5-stage enhanced mithril sword, which was specially designed for firepower, at my waist, I sprinted in a straight line to the boss's hiding place. I looked back only once to make sure Yukari and the others were still following, albeit lagging behind, and then I focused my attention solely on Rainbow Dragon. The goal is an overwhelming victory. I will not let Rainbow Dragon make any moves on me. If it were my current stats and the skills I possess, well, I'd still have change to spare. I see it. First move, a Rook swordsmanship, lightning attribute, 3rd form. Combine attack. A critical hit landed on the Rainbow Dragon's leg, followed by Dragon Horse thread manipulation. This skill scatters several threads in a radial pattern, forcibly restraining the opponent who comes into contact with it. The rainbow dragon should target me at first strike and choose an attack other than breath. So of course, it will get stuck. It's secured. Without a moment's pause, I activated Rook Martial Arts 5th grade. The more it charges up, the more powerful this single attack skill becomes. Martial arts net firepower calculation is done by the formula, strength plus dexterity plus agility, divided by 2.56, which makes it easy for me with a good amount of overall stats to produce high firepower even at a low rank. Finishing the charging, I hit the rainbow dragon in the leg, and a nice critical came out. Lucky. One more blow and the down value will be accumulated with or without a crit. Released from the strings and enraged, the rainbow dragon let the air escape from his mouth. Gah! In a squeal. It's a breath. Normally, a player would avoid this situation at all costs, but this is the moment of aiming for a down. When I jumped up, I shot a combine attack of Rook Archery and Lightning attribute middle. Third form and sent it crashing down with a saturated down value. Let's go. I'm in the zone. With some luck, this will be decided in the next round. Charge with Lightning attribute, third form intelligence plus intelligence and full charge for 10 seconds for a magnification of 800%. Magical magic. That is, third form with 16 times the damage. If you want to charge it for 10 seconds, the only place you can do it is here, where you have taken it down. I hold it for exactly 10 seconds, and when the rainbow dragon gets up from the down state, I hit it with it! Exclamation mark. A ridiculously thick bolt of lightning fell, giving the illusion that the rainbow dragon had been obliterated, and a roar so loud that it shook the ground rang out all over the area. Too bad. Not my lucky day. Did not get a critical and missed the 48x damage. Huh? Alright. When the tattered rainbow dragon came out of the smoke, I countered with my gold spearmanship to throw it away, then took a plate out of my inventory and equipped it with Rook Shield Arts to rush and close the distance. In addition, I activated gold thread manipulation right in front of the rainbow dragon, which was about to jump up for a breath. Okay, this is just in time. The skill involves binding a target within a 4-meter radius with a string, but I was able to secure it just barely around 3.8 meters in the air. Is this the end? With this, I'll probably finish it. I prepared one last dragon horse archery, and when I got close enough to rub myself against the falling rainbow dragon, I fired it, boom, and then dozens of arrows were released at the same time, like a shotgun. A critical hit. Oops, that was overkill. The rainbow dragon breathed his last breath. Phew. Feels good. There is no better feeling than when you finish off a strong opponent. Immediately after, before I had time to reflect on the aftermath, I saw a single Naginata blade, the rainbow Naginata, a rare drop item from the rainbow dragon. Like the bow of the blazing wolf and the shell rock shield, the drop rate is 2%. First summon. Reiou, pulling a 150 right off the bat. Good. I picked up the rainbow Naginata with a smile on my face and jumped up and down, and when I looked back, Yukari and the others were all standing there in a daze. Feeling a little embarrassed, I wiped the sweat from my forehead while releasing spirit possession. Okay, let's go home. At any rate, it was a very satisfying day. Wait a minute, please. I just can't get it straight. Yukari called for a moment. What in the world can't they get straight? I'm not sure that rainbow dragon is something a human can win against. And isn't it a total overpower? I was surprised myself. I mean, I was a little taken aback. Isekai Master is so far ahead of us that I can't see his back, is what she said. Apparently, people can't seem to get their heads around the fact that I defeated a rainbow dragon. No, this is what happens if you guys take it seriously. What are you geese so surprised about? Take a little lesson from Iko. It's shameful. Look at Iko. See? What's there to see? She's unfazed. Iko is unmoved because she understands, without even bothering to think about it, that it's normal for someone with my level of stats and skill to be able to defeat a rainbow dragon. Maybe, at the very least, you should be able to hold your own against a golden dragon. I will devote myself to it, I said with a smirk, and Yukari nodded with a deep sigh. Chapter 164 Effort triumphs hardship. Yukari. I have one favor to ask. During our return from the Meteor Dungeon, when Yukari and I were the only ones left waiting for Anko's transfer, I spoke to Yukari, prefacing my words with, "It's a huge job." Yukari looked surprised, paused for a second, and then opened her mouth. If Master is so serious about it, it must be a very big job. As I said, we've known each other for a long time. I'm sure she understands. I want you to look at this guy. This is... I took a single katana out of my inventory. 7th Kan 0K4NN Sans other self. Even though it is on the verge of decay, it still has an eerie reddish-black glow. I want to ask you to repair it. Do everything within your means. I'm not going to let the cost deter me. It is a very mysterious material. I have never seen it, let alone heard of it. To be honest, I have no idea how to fix it. The materials are probably iron sand and scarlet gold. As long as you have the materials, you can repair it with your blacksmithing skills, although it will take some time. Iron sand is available in the Land of the Eight Swords, and this mysterious material is. Scarlet gold can be found at the far end of a cave with an entrance in the cliffs east of the Island of the Eight Swords. If you can't get it on the market, I'll go mine it, no problem. Now that you mention it, I wonder how Master knows such information that could overturn the conventional wisdom of the world. Probably even if someone else knew, it would be too difficult to exploit. As I recall, all the monsters in there are at the A-class level. Those guys on that island won't be able to handle it unless they are players like 0K4NN-san. That's not the point. Well, sure, I'll take your word for it. How would you like to prioritize? Above everything else, the time limit is up to the Summer Bishaman battle. At the end of the meeting, I held up one finger as I replied. Yukari nodded with a fearless expression on her face. In the meantime, let's fix it up and show you what we can do. In the name of the world's #1 blacksmith. Next morning, as planned, Sylvia and Iko's training will begin today. About 5 months remain until the start of the summer title games. For those girls who have already established some of the basics, there is not enough time to teach them the basics and game plan from scratch. However, while I feel that there is not enough time left, I also feel like we can handle it somehow. It's a beautiful day. Right. The two seem to be in high spirits. Sylvia has mastered martial arts and Iko has mastered axemanship, and all their skill ranks have been raised to a high level with the experience they have accumulated up to now, raising their status to a perfect place. All that remains is to train for the battle against the other side, and finally, they must be determined to win the Kisenshou and Kongu titles the next time around. It is indeed a promising future, but the title fight is not so lenient. As it is now, they are certain to lose. I can assure you that even that old piece of garbage, the old fucker, can beat them. The huge wall of experience gap still stands tall. Sylvia, if you were to aim a soldier archery at a rock thrown up in the air, how many out of 100 shots would you miss? Even I do basic training every day without fail. I'm confident that I won't miss a single shot. That much should be a given. But that's not it. It's about numbers. Numbers? Soldier archery's hit rate is 99% at the 9th grade, plus the hit rate correction by dexterity, so now Sylvia, you would have a hit rate of about 99.67%. Oh, yeah, right. Regardless of my aim, I might miss at least 1 out of 100 shots. Yeah, and with a shot here and there, there is a possibility of drawing the 0.33%. Always keep that in mind. Alright. Eliminating technical errors is a matter of course. Foundations are a natural thing. And PvP is not a game that can be managed on the basis of fundamentals alone. We must always be thinking about how to deal with the numbers, mainly about when things go from bad to worse. These measures are the fundamentals. We satisfy all factors of certainty, worry about all factors of uncertainty, and fill in our gaps in advance. It is a basic concept built on a solid foundation. For Iko, never underestimate your opponent. Don't get so absorbed in the heat of the moment that you forget the optimal moves. If you're caught up in it before you're set up, it's over in a heartbeat. Yes, Morokunchia will surely come well equipped. it is safe to assume that he will be many times more tough than before. I'll make up as many of those countermeasures as I can. Countermeasures? That's a strategy? Yeah. It's a countermeasure strategy. Oh, Iko said many strategies, being quite enthusiastic about it. She's in a very good mood, as if she thinks the countermeasures are some kind of relative of the strategy or something. Now, once I've finished giving them both the necessary precautions, it's time to go. Well, let's get right to the game plan. The main issue. Over the next few months, they will learn the game plan to the point that they will be sick and tired of it. Memorizing the game plan sounds simple when you hear it, but it's really just sheer hell. Until you learn the game plan, nothing in this world will go right. Really, at all. So much so that you'll want to curse everything. It must be tempting to throw it all away in the process. Seriously thinking, it would be better not to learn the game plan. Still, it is a thorny path that must be followed step by step. They didn't know that fact yet, but they were listening to me with very motivated expressions on their faces. First, Sylvia, before you learn the game plan, here's a problem. Your opponent responded to your first move, soldier archery, with something. In response to that, how many different patterns do you see when you respond with something on your side? Let's see. From soldier to dragon king, there are 9 types, and then we return 9 types, so 9 times 9, that's 81 ways. Correct. Then if they respond to that with something, how many ways? 81 times 9, that's 729 ways. Simple multiplication. Sylvia seemed to wonder why she was asked such a simple question. With some degree of exaggeration, a game plan is something that overcomes these options. No way. With one comment from me, Sylvia realized something. If the exchange lasted 11 moves, the largest possible pattern would be about 3,480,000,000 possible moves. THR? In reality, the numbers are not this high. It is impossible to respond to soldier archery with dragon king archery because it would not be ready in time to begin with. There are at most 3 possible options. In the case of the other party, there are at most 3 choices. However, even so, 11 moves ahead is 3 to the 10th power, or about 59,000 moves, and if it is 21 moves ahead, is exactly 3.4 billion different numbers. And I'm going to remember all of it? Sylvia said with a shiver. This girl is a little mistaken. It's the other way around. It's very hard to remember. That's why we use a game plan. The opposite. Yeah, that's right. The game plan in a game is a way to avoid having to think about the millions and billions and zillions of options that you can't afford to consider every single time you play. Wait, I'm not exactly understanding. You will understand. Remember, what were you thinking when you were playing against them? What was I thinking? Anticipating their responses and how to respond to them to get them in trouble? Well, I guess that's true of most people. In fact, there are times when such thinking is necessary, especially towards the end. What does this have to do with the game plan? If you don't have to think about it every time, you can move faster, can't you? The game plan is to have all that thinking done before the game begins! Exclamation mark. Strategy. Yes, a game plan is a magnificent strategy. Thinking during battle is certainly a necessary part of the process. However, the more one tries to anticipate the future, the more thinking time is inevitably required because, as I mentioned earlier, the patterns spread out in a large number of tree-like patterns. So why don't we just know some patterns before the game starts, instead of during the game? This is a game plan. Research and learn the best of every case in advance. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no speed better than this. Wait a minute, second dono. Now, I get the gist of what you just said, but in the end, it means that you have to remember all those billions of options, right? No, not really. A game plan is a series of best moves, a continuum of expecting the best from the other party. When the other party goes off the path, that is where the branch ends. So it is not a number in the hundreds of millions. Roughly, yes, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of ways. I see. So it comes to the thousands down from the millions. Nice. Is what you want me to say, there are still too many? At first, you might think so. Don't worry. The main line can be thought of in about 10 different ways. It's just that there are so many branches of it. But I still have to memorize it, don't I? Would I be able to remember it? Surprisingly, it's easy to remember, if only you understood exactly what each one meant. The two have become advanced in status, but are still novices at playing against others. Hence, they can slowly learn from the dozens of standard patterns at first. Well, if that's all, it's just a matter of memory. With these two, there would be nothing to worry about. It's somewhat more realistic than trying to memorize a gazillion different ways. Pattern. I'm really good at memorizing things, but there's one thing I don't want you to get wrong. Don't worry, fools. It doesn't end when you learn it. What? Whether you remember it or not and whether you can actually use it are two different issues. A game plan is just another way to cut down on thinking time. The most important part is whether or not you can make the game plan your own. Just like breathing. When it comes to the actual game, it is useless if you think, well, the game plan is like this, so this is what I should do here. You just do it, and if you can't move instantly, unconsciously, and reflexively, I can't really help you. In other words, to rebuild your entire fighting style. That is what learning a game plan is all about. Once there, they must forget everything they have cultivated so far and learn from scratch the advanced techniques that they will never be able to master otherwise. It is a practice that can be paraphrased as killing oneself once. That's why it's a struggle. You will suffer and struggle, literally, to the point of death. Nevertheless, you have to persevere, endure, and keep going. Only those who can continue to strive until the very end will benefit from the mighty game plan. That means, I told you, hellish training. Let's get started. Are you looking forward to it? The Summer Title Games, Chapter 165 Gathering. The long rainy season had ended. It had been raining for a while recently, so the morning sunlight was quite pleasant after a long absence. I washed my face, stretched out, and sat on a chair by the window. It was a little hot and humid outside, but there was a nice breeze. We are just a few days away from the start of the title games. The preparations are being made. Good morning, Second Sama. I have one report to make. Just as I was about to leave the room, Kubero arrived. Good morning. A report? Yeah, that is. Kubero opened his mouth with a wry smile. It seems that a suspicious person was wandering back and forth in front of the main gate from early in the morning. When I heard the guy's name, I said, "Oh," and told him to bring him to the living room. "Oh, yeah, right. I guess it's that time of year already. It's been a long time, Second. You asked me to come back, so I did." A short time later, Nil Viceroy, a handsome, light blue-haired, arrogant-looking male elf, appeared in the living room. Don't get me wrong, okay? I visited Winston, the royal capital, to take part in the issue battle. All the hotel rooms are fully booked, but on my way there, I happened to pass by your house. So I just thought I'd drop by and see what's going on. Don't get me wrong, alright? Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I didn't. He said he happened to be passing through such an upscale residential area in the suburbs this early in the morning. Just as Nil was about to say don't get me wrong for the fourth time to my grinning face, Yukari brought me my morning meal. For some reason, there was even a portion for Nil. Today's breakfast was a bit more lavish than usual. It's meant for guests. Perhaps the servants saw this coming as soon as they saw Nil loitering in front of the main gate. It's quintessential attention to detail. And Nil, well, he was politely waiting for me to start eating. If it had been him before, he would have said something like I, as a member of the Viceroy family, and would have started eating first. As if it were a matter of course. What is it? No, it's nothing. Shall we eat? It seems that Nil has been through a lot in the past 6 months. I was a little happy, so I borrowed a pitcher that Yukari was holding and poured water into Nil's glass. Nil snorted with an embarrassed humph and opened his mouth to deflect the conversation with a slight blush on his cheeks. By the way, what happened to the other two? Morning practice. Are you fine not doing it? For me, it's more important to eat a good breakfast. HMPH. Be careful not to lose your footing. Thanks for the advice. The corners of his mouth involuntarily upturned as if to say to me, I'm going to sweep you off your feet. As he has grown as a human being, has he also grown in magic? That's probably right. Now Nil no longer showed the same impatience and anxiety that he had shown in the past. Second, have you seen the list of contestants yet? After finishing breakfast and drinking tea, Nil suddenly mentioned such a thing. I somehow thought this was the main issue, so I put down my teacup, faced him squarely, and responded. Not yet. I see. Nil hesitated for a moment, then continued his words. Alpha's name was not among the contestants for the issue tournament. What? That's not all. I haven't heard from her in the last 6 months. But then again, maybe that's just because it's me. That might be right. Well, no matter. Alpha is to be your apprentice, is she not? Don't you know anything about it? All I heard was that she was going to visit here when the mess at home was settled. In other words, you mean something might have happened at the Promenade household? I had thought that we would meet again at the summer issue tournament and that she would come to the first house as a result of that, but to not participate after 6 months of not hearing from her. That's just not right. I understand. I'll look into it myself. HMPH. Suit yourself. Thanks. TCH. Nil clicked his tongue and left with an embarrassed look on his face. Where is Alpha? Huh? Hopefully, we'll have one clue by the end of the title games section. Oh, dear, here I am. Rarely has an opponent been so hard to beat. Once again this summer, a man visited the royal city of Winston. The former Issenza, Rothman, a man in his mid-40s, with short black hair and receding hairline, medium height, wrinkled eyes, and a frightening glint in his eyes, muttered with a sigh as he got out of the carriage. He had spent the last 6 months of his life endlessly thinking about defeating Second, both in his everyday life and his traveling carriage. However, he could never find a way to defeat the man and finally arrived in the royal capital. Father, defeating the Triple Crown isn't going to be easy. As usual, are you still on his side, Rave? Sorry. It's fine. Honesty with the sword is what I have taught you. Next to Rothman was a young man with dark hair and dark eyes. His own son, whose name was Rave. Although Rave still looked slightly young, his eyes were as sharp as his father's, and combined with his taciturnity, he already had the air of a mighty swordsman at the age of 16. Rothman-sensei, it has been a while. Oh, Gram-kun, I'm glad to see you're doing well. Then a large man came along. Gram, vice commander of the Second Night Order. He was a contestant in the Issenza tournament, with a muscular physique that stood at least 2 meters tall. It had been his role for many years to welcome Rothman into the royal city. But how many years has it been since you called me sensei instead of Issenza? Ha 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 ha. Oh, and you are? Oh, he's my son. Say hello. Gram turned to Rave, who was standing next to Rothman, looking rather bored. He said only 2 lines in a tiresome manner as he was prodded forward a step by Rothman. I'm Rave. Nice to meet you. 16 years old. In this world was not an age at which rudeness was tolerated because of youth. It was as if he was picking a fight with a swordsmanship master who was said to be the strongest in the Royal Knight Order, but Rothman paid no attention, and Gram also had nothing to say because they knew that this Rave had something that would allow for such rudeness. Is he the rumored secret weapon? Although he is still far from perfection, he is a frightening one, even though he is my own child. As for me, I was planning to hold off for another year, but Rave insisted. Ignoring their conversation, Rave stared blankly off into the distance. What exactly was the gaze of this young man, who was described as terrifying by the renowned swordsmanship master who had reigned over the Issenza title for 20 years, looking toward DJ? Watch your step. Shut up. I know. Sis, I think master is saying this out of kindness. That kindness annoys me to no end. Wouldn't you agree, Jay? Yeah. No. Well, that's certainly true. You two, stop wasting your time and get out of the carriage. It's annoying to the coachman. Yeah. Yes. Immediately. One carriage arrived in Winston, the royal capital. A mature man, Alfredo, with long, habitually dull hair blowing in the wind, emerged from inside. Behind him were D-Mix, a female elf with long, emerald green hair and piercing eyes, and J-Mix, her sister, a short-haired female elf with a face and hair color similar to her sister's. The three of them exited the carriage in a lively manner, arguing about something or other. Looking ahead, the three of them walked without hesitation, a sight that was unthinkable in the past to those who knew them. Be sure to address the second Triple Crown properly. Consider this an order from your teacher. How many times do you have to say it? I've heard it over 10 times. Already. I'm telling you I understand. Master, I understand you don't trust us, but that's a bit of a stretch. I'm not saying I don't trust you, but I hope you'll show him the utmost respect. He's my benefactor. PTFF ha 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 ha. Is everything all right, Your Excellency? In a certain kingdom, in a certain castle, in a certain room, a certain person, 6 feet tall, with reddish-black hair and eyes that looked like they could have killed many people with their bare hands, was smiling with a big open mouth, as he read a letter that a servant had brought. I knew he was coming, second firstest. There was nothing wrong with my eyes. People often referred to this fierce general as the fighting god. In his hand was a list of the contestants for the Taoshini, battle god, tournament. The fighting god looked at the name of only one man. This Nova Bartleman will neither run nor hide. Light the beacons. We are leaving now. Nova Bartleman, general of the army of the kingdom of Orange, the fighting god, the strongest trump card in the kingdom, was about to stand in front of that man with his burning fighting spirit exposed. List of contestants for the 467th Summer Title Tournament. Swordsmanship Issenza, Sword Flash, Games. Second firstest Issenza, Ajira's Lumberjack. B. Graham. C. Kasakari Kerala. D. Rave. E. Rothman. F. Raspberry Bell. Archery. Kisenshou, Demon Piercer, Games. Anti Kisenshou, A. Sylvia Virginia. B. Alfredo. C. D. Mix, DJ Mix. Magic Issue, Sage General, Games. Second firstest issue, Anil Viceroy. B. Zephyr. C. Sherry. D. Kevin. E. Murati Tricolorai. Shield Arts Kongu, Indestructible, Games. Rokunchia Kongu, A. Eco Leafret. B. Gorloy Eyes. C. Zidane. D. Domingo. Summoning Magic Reiou, Soul King, Games. Second firstest Reiou, A. Vogue. B. Capito. C. Bighorn. D. Cheery Lumberjack. Martial Arts Taoshini, Battle God, Games. Nova Bartleman Taoshini, A. Second firstest. B. Davidoff. C. Renko. D. Kubaro. Spearmanship Shisousei, 4 Spears Master, Games. Raiden Shisousei, A. Second firstest. B. Karen. C. Champani. Jojutsu Senjushou, 1000 Armed General, Games. Gloria Senjushou, A. Second firstest. B. Steam Bitter Valley. Thread Manipulation Tenmusa, Celestial Bird, Games. Prince Tenmusa, A. Second firstest. BIV. Sword Drawing Bishaman Games. Absent, A. Akaniko. B. Kanbai. C. Momushi, D. Azami. E. Masamoon. F. Second firstest. Chapter 166 Issenza Match 1. Swordsmanship Damage, Strength Dependent, Dragon King Swordsmanship Powerful Ranged Attack Forward plus Stun, Dragon Horse Swordsmanship Powerful Ranged Attack in all directions. Rook Swordsmanship Very Strong Single Target Attack. Bishop Swordsmanship Quick and Powerful Penetrating Attack, Gold Swordsmanship Ranged Attack in all directions. Silver Swordsmanship Strong, Single Target Attack, Knight Swordsmanship Precision Attack plus added damage against vital points. Lance Swordsmanship Penetrating Attack. Soldier Swordsmanship Normal Attack. Rook plus Knight, Silver plus Knight, Lance plus Knight, Soldier plus Knight are possible for combine. Starting now, the 467th Summer Title Games will begin. A loud proclamation by Maine. The thousands of people gathered in the arena responded with thunderous cheers. Finally, it begins. The Summer Title Games. The contestants for the title game lined up in front of the King of Cast Hall, all celebrating the opening of the event in their own way. Whether they applaud loudly, clap their hands silently, or stand silently, their hearts are probably the same. At long last or something like that. Good or bad, it is finally here. It is definitely more hot, more intense, and more exciting than the winter season. Well then, who do you think is responsible for this? How confident are you feeling, Triple Crown? As the title holders were lined up in a row, I was in the front row as Issenza, and Jiras, directly behind me, called out to me, "What about you? Excuse me. I have some, at least. Until I challenge you." Jiras lumberjack, a handsome blonde swordsmanship expert. As expected from Chiri's brother, he says some pretty lively things. "I don't have any confidence." "Oh, that's unexpected. How so?" "I never thought of this as a matter of confidence." "Ha ha. I guess I should concede on this one." Jiras gave a small laugh and backed away. Once the opening ceremony was over, the tournament to determine the challenger for the Issenza tournament would begin immediately. "Who will be the one who will have to face me? If Jiras does, there's not a chance in hell that he can beat me." With the brief exchange we just had, I would say that the 1 in 10,000 possibility that might have existed is gone. That's how important the mental state before a match is. Now, who will we get? Somehow, I already know what to expect. Probably. Section: Tournament to determine the Issenza challenger. The matchup table is as follows. Ajira's lumberjack, seeded second from the previous tournament. B. Graham. C. Kasakari Kerala. D. Rave. E. Rothman, seeded first from the previous tournament. F. Raspberry Bell. C versus D, versus A, versus B versus F, versus E. The winner of this tournament will compete for the title against second first Issenza. The first match will be Kasakari Kerala versus Rave. I never thought I would have to play the first game of the season again. I, Kasakari, am deeply moved by this. A bespectacled old man in an eccentric outfit that resembled a traditional ethnic costume wiggled and danced. On the other hand, a black-haired young man watched it with bored and cold eyes. They were indeed two very contrasting people. "Oh, Rave Dono, do you not like my dance?" "Yeah, honesty. I really like it. It is no wonder that you are the son of the great Rothman Dono." "Hurry up." "Oops, that was rude." Both players equipped their dueling crowns and moved away from each other. The dual crown in the summer title matches is set as follows. Only during the duel, the HP of both players is always maintained at 1. And the HP maintenance is effective no matter what damage is inflicted. In addition, if you receive a fatal wound, you will be forcibly stunned, which is the same as the previous winter title match. The same applies to the rules. The first one to inflict a fatal wound wins. Items such as potions are not allowed, only equipment that is related to the skill in question. Disqualification will occur upon the use of any skill other than the skill in question. Disqualification occurs when the whole body moves out of the dueling range. The time limit is only 1 hour, only the final match has unlimited time. Nothing has changed. However, there will be, clearly, a change in the contestants. Begin. As soon as the judge gave the order, Kasakari stood on one leg and readied his rapier. It was his unique fighting style that tended to put him on the receiving end, which was said to be advantageous in swordsmanship battles. It was an unusual form, which could be called dancing swordsmanship, the same as the one he had shown in a previous match against second. And then, "What?" Kasakari voiced his surprise. Rave closed the distance in an instant upon the signal. He then unleashed a combined attack of soldier swordsmanship and knight swordsmanship toward the front of Kasakari's right foot as if to pierce it. This Kasakari reacted by pulling back his foot. Shortly after, Rave's infantry swordsmanship astutely aimed at Kasakari's outstretched left hand. As expected, Kasakari, off balance, avoided and moved out of range. Those murmurs were the impressions of anyone who had even the slightest taste for swordsmanship. As expected, Rave traced second's swordsmanship's 7 system. Rave silently prepared his rook swordsmanship and rushed forward to pierce into Kasakari's bosom. His eyes were still somewhat cold and bored. "No, don't think I have no measures." 6th move. Previously, Kasakari had responded here with gold swordsmanship and had lost a second. Even though he didn't look very like it, as far as he was concerned, he was still frustrated and disappointed. He shamefully asked the person in question to teach him a lesson, only to be berated and chastised to the point that the taste of blood spread in his mouth. Nevertheless, he truly admired the birth of a new Issenza, never losing his courtesy, and even had a kind of admiration for his vivid swordsmanship, and devoted the last 6 months of his life to swordsmanship, hoping to find a way to break through. Kasakari was quietly angry. I must never lose, he thought. I will never, this Kasakari Kerala will never be defeated by this copycat. Behold, here is my answer, a 6-month answer, taking half a year to prepare, the 6-month breakthrough plan. So he stood there firm. Kasakari had not given up on the game. He chose the move of drawing back until the very last minute. If you showed a response with gold swordsmanship early, the counter with bishop swordsmanship would come. From there, it merged with the sequence of second versus Rothman, and it was clear that the latter was at a disadvantage. If so, Kasakari thought that if he responded after drawing his opponent to the limit where he would not be able to execute a bishop swordsmanship strike from a rook swordsmanship cancellation, he would be able to catch it with a gold swordsmanship. This was indeed a very clever choice, and as close as possible to the main sequence, which was, that if the first player used a bishop from rook cancellation, the second player would not give his opponent time to swap by beginning to close the distance at the moment of rook cancellation. If, on the other hand, he rushed forward with rook, he was prepared to counterattack with a response from the last-minute gold in preparation. It was a brilliant way to turn the tables. Kasakari's best move. I see. Reiou blurted out a quiet remark. It was almost as if, having enough leeway to consider such thoughts, he was thinking, oh, so it's that change. Immediately after, exclamation mark. His rook swordsmanship was cancelled, then another rook swordsmanship was ready. Kasakari, with a pitiful voice, stopped his pacing, hurriedly cancelled the gold swordsmanship he was preparing to use to block the bishop swordsmanship attack, and hurriedly began preparing a silver swordsmanship strike. However, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. The distance had already been sufficiently closed. Over, you're naive. Reiou sneered and slammed the rook swordsmanship attack into Kasakari's face. A critical hit was triggered and the match was decided. Winner, Reiou. Second dono. What's the matter? You're being so noisy, Sylvia. Did you see that? That young man. As I was quietly watching the game, Sylvia shook me by the shoulder with a look of aggravation on her face. He stole it. Right, a copycat. That's what he is. Idiot. That's right. An idiot. Iko is right. Iko was not pleased, either, with her prickly tone. I see, you two are upset about Reiou's 7 system-like moves. Well, even if you say he's a ripoff, what, second dono? Are you not angry? Not really. Second, you hate it? No, I don't hate it. What the hell? I don't know how you two feel, but to be offended by this would be presumptuous. I thought you'd be outraged. Why would you think that? I'm disgusted that you don't fight on your own strength. What are you competing in the Issenza tournament for? Or something like that. Sylvia, you sound the same. Fun, right? That's a terrible thing to be told. Certainly. There are times when I might say something like that. Especially for those who only imitate the upper parts of the 7 system. Reiou, however, was different. The young man, not much older than just a boy, had done his research properly. A game plan is such a thing. Once unveiled, it should be studied, addressed, and adopted, as it is supposed to be. He is well aware of this. Something often brought out in title fights. Kasakari also did a great job. The choice to draw the first player in the 6th move was not a bad one. The only reason it was decided after that was because he was surprised. He just didn't have the ability to continue with the play. He's fighting with his own strength. But it doesn't feel right, does it? You guys are using the game plan, aren't you? Right, but unlike that young man, we have second dono's permission. Permission, huh? I never thought of that idea. As a matter of fact, it was Mosasaurus Susan who first laid down the game plan tracks of archery that I taught you. Mosasa, also known as the Excavator. He was ranked 4th in the world with a maximum rating of 2,672. He was truly a genius in game plan creation, taking outdated, fossilized strategies that rankers were saying were obsolete and turning them into strategies that were as good as the newest game plans. Game plans change from time to time through the repetition of discoveries and breakthroughs made by these geniuses, including myself, and slowly grow from the moment they are thrown into the masses. It's not a question of permission or anything like that. A game plan evolves steadily over a long period of time and becomes what it is today. Common sense changes with the times. There is always something new to discover, and each time, the game plan changes its form. It may have taken one person to create it, but it took dozens or hundreds of others who worked on it to make it into what it is today. Then the game plan I memorized it's the so-called new Manzai-style archery, further refined in my own way and adapted to your needs. Sylvia. Is that so? Yeah. A game plan is not the property of an individual. It's the property of the title game. All contestants will work together to nurture the title into something more valuable. It is the fruit of everyone's skill built on such a passionate will. I wonder. I'm a little impressed. Sylvia looked refreshed as if she had finally been convinced. Incidentally, you can't be number one in the world unless you continue to transcend that cohesive mass of techniques all by yourself. And I'm number one in the world, no matter what anyone says. Ha, ha ha ha. When I made note of that, she laughed at me in amazement with a drawn look on her face. What is it? No, nothing. When I first met you, Second Dono, I was simply amazed at how great you were. However, as soon as I stepped into your world, I sometimes feel, and it may be rude to say this, that I find Second Dono very scary. I know Second is a bit scary sometimes. Even Iko, who was listening to the conversation on the side, joined Sylvia. Furthermore, beside her, Raspberry Bell nodded deeply. You too, Raz. I was a bit shocked. I'm still scared when I play against Senpai. My whole body shakes from my heart through my back. I know exactly why it happens every time. What? Is there a reason? Let me in on it. It's easy. I can't perform poorly in front of my senpai, can I? The nerves. It's the nerves. I see. I can't be a fool in front of Second Dono. Huh? It's funny, isn't it? Even when I'm playing against someone who is not senpai, my hands shake as soon as I realize that senpai is watching me. Raz quietly puts her right hand out in front of her. Indeed, his white fish-like beautiful fingertips were trembling slightly. Right, the next match. Well, I'd better get going. Raspberry Bell vs. Graham. She is also an Issenza contestant. The fact that she is able to compete means that she, perhaps, has already succeeded in developing a cure for caramelia. But there has been no direct report to me yet. In other words, it is probably in the final verification stage, undergoing clinical trials or something, and not a situation where she has to devote her time. As one would expect from a former ranker in the 128th place, she easily achieved both of them in a very short time. It should be noted that she must have started playing years later than I did, but she eventually moved up to 128th in the world rankings. In addition, I heard that she was attending college at the time. The way she gets things done is truly unusual. As I looked off the back of the extremely beautiful woman walking with her long white and red hair blowing in the wind, I was excited with anticipation. If only she could have grown more than she did back then. Because the day when that sword reaches me will not be far off. Chapter 167 Issenza Match 2. Are you sure, Your Majesty? It's not too late to stop it. Just before the match between Graham and Raspberry Bell took place, his servant Klaus asked Maine, who was sitting on his throne, with a stern expression on his face. I've said it many times, but there's no stopping it. It's a recommendation from that second San, you know. But her entry is a diplomatic. That's certainly not good, but there's nothing we can do about it. Maine laughed in a resigned way, said, and clapped his hands. Yeah, let's take the offensive, Klaus. Ha? She was entrusted to second San's care by Rokunchia Congo, and whatever she did after that is none of my business. If she still wished to participate in the Issenza battle, regardless of whether her whereabouts would be widely publicized or whether she would be targeted by the remnants of the Camel Sacred Country as a result, then go ahead and do so. Something like that. So, they should be responsible for their own actions? That's the only way, isn't it? He helped the revolution in such an absurd way without informing me, and even forced Margrave's team to cooperate with him, and finally succeeded in bringing the Sane to the kingdom. I wouldn't be able to survive if I had to be pushed around like that every time. You seem to have a lot on your plate. I don't particularly like the fact that he doesn't know how hard I've been working behind the scenes and still thinks he hasn't been exposed as a hero of the revolution. He could have come to show his face with a few words of thanks. Seeing Mane mumbling and complaining, Klaus smiled slightly in resignation. After all, this young king was merely sulking over a friend whom he had not heard from in 6 months. By the way, Klaus, are you still not his apprentice? There was a condition that I had to participate in the Issenza tournament. It's not hard to imagine that with so much work to do in the aftermath of the sacred country, I would have plenty of time to gain experience. Is that sarcasm? You've come to say that fairly well. No, I'm simply stating the facts. And Klaus was sulking as well. He had been looking forward to his apprenticeship with Second so much, but he could not find the time to fulfill this requirement as he had hoped, and as a result, he had to forego his participation in the summer title games. As the two men exchanged words, criticizing each other in a roundabout way, the clamor of the audience suddenly stopped, and immediately afterward, there was a loud boom of excitement. The entrance of the saint? Yeah, with her good looks, it would be strange if she didn't attract attention. In addition, she is the only woman in the Issenza competition, right? I feel sorry for Graham. The flow was entirely in Raspberry Bell's favor. Klaus as well as Mane thought that Graham would have a hard time fighting. But Mane sensed a deeper meaning in Klaus' words. Graham was formerly Klaus' mentor. The sad battle between Graham, who was manipulated by hostages, and Klaus, who realized the Prime Minister's betrayal, was the parting of the master and disciple. Hopefully, in a different way, they will be able to finalize their master and disciple relationship. Klaus must have had such thoughts. I'm sorry, brother. I will do my best in the winter season so that you will be the one standing there, and I will do my best so that you will be the one getting that ovation. From time to time, the king of the kingdom of Castle would revert to the time when he was the second prince, to being simply Klaus's brother, who was soft, timid, withdrawn, and yet very kind-hearted. No matter, I will compete in the winter in my own way and become a disciple of Second Triple Crown. You don't need to worry about it. Just go ahead and be the king. Although he knew that this was not a good thing for him as a king and a servant, he remembered that Klaus was also his brother and spoke to him as such. Being close as the king and his servant even brought the two former enemies closer together in their hearts. Besides, it would be easier for you to meet him once I become his disciple. Be brother. Klaus laughed amusedly as he watched his brother's flushed and flustered face. Graham, my regards. Thank you, Saint. It is my pleasure. Graham vs. Raspberry Bell, the second round of the tournament to determine the Issenza challenger. The two walked to the center of the arena and greeted each other as they received their dueling crowns from the referee. Then, upon hearing Graham say Saint, Raspberry Bell suddenly looked displeased. Don't do that. Have I done something wrong? Politics have no place in a title fight. This was extremely rude of me. In the first place, neither your status nor your background has anything to do with the sword, right? Haha, it is as you say. That's how it is. I'm glad you understand. Raspberry Bell was smiling, while Graham looked relaxed. At first glance, it was a peaceful scene, but the game had already begun. Raspberry Bell knew that the title fight was not so peaceful and sweet. I heard something, Graham, that you used a great sword. Yeah, but after some advice from a certain person, I stopped. I see, so you've stopped. Raspberry Bell moved into position without losing her smile. Graham also got into position, feeling comfortable. Bow to each other. At the referee's order, they both bowed. Ready. At the second command, Graham drew his long sword and readied it. However, Raspberry Bell took no stance. Besides, she didn't even take the sword out of her inventory. What? Begin. Just as Graham wondered, the signal was given for the match to begin. The next moment, Graham felt goosebumps in his whole body. There was no longer a kind, smiling woman in sight. A cold indifference that chilled you to the core. Raspberry Bell looked at Graham as if she were looking at trash. Graham had a hunch and immediately regretted it, that all that friendly conversation was an off-the-board tactic. He felt that he had fallen for it. Let's go. Raspberry Bell took the lead. Graham grew even more agitated. In swordsmanship, the latter player basically had the advantage. Graham believed that although second had overturned the conventional wisdom, the latter advantage was still alive and well, especially when dealing with swords masters other than second. But it was strange. Raspberry Bell, in front of him, came in close without any hesitation and without even holding up her sword. An anomaly, but the anomaly felt somewhat familiar to Graham. A minor agitation, the tiniest ripple. Raspberry Bell moved relentlessly to thrust her blade into the deliberately created space. Exclamation mark. She closed the gap, stepped once to the right, twice to the left, and turned once backward. And immediately thereafter, everyone in the audience was astonished, except for one person. Raspberry Bell had pulled a great sword as tall as she was from her inventory. It was a huge weapon, unimaginable from the quick movements it had made up to that point. Graham was spectacularly caught off guard. Or rather, he was taken by surprise. This is how you use a great sword. What? Raspberry Bell moved with another rotation in a sideways direction. Graham's silver swordsmanship cut through the empty space. All in the palm of Raspberry Bell's hand. The amount of information in the instantaneous decision was too much. The agitation caused by the gap between the saint expressions, the preoccupation of the first and the latter move, and the biggest disruption of all, the great sword. Graham could never show his true ability in these circumstances. Gaga, a soldier swordsmanship strike by a great sword with a horizontal cleave bit into his thigh, making him take 3 steps backward. Raspberry Bell mercilessly pursued. A combination of silver swordsmanship and knight swordsmanship pierced Graham's abdomen. Without a moment's pause, she hit Graham, who was down, with a big rook swordsmanship attack. The great sword was heavy and slow-moving, making it very difficult to handle, but its reach, power, and impact were the greatest of all swords. In other words, Raspberry Bell thought that if only one could invent a way to use it to make the most of it, it could theoretically be called the most superior sword. In addition, her growth type was supporter and her strength was very low even if she had all her swordsmanship skills set to 9th grade. So she had the great sword to compensate for that. That's enough. The referee made the verdict. Only 20 seconds had elapsed before the game ended. So strong. Someone leaked a word out. With that, boom, the crowd erupted. The overwhelming intensity of the crowd honored Raspberry Bell with an ovation that had not been heard since second. The elements to stand out were all in place. Status, beauty, gender, and competence. But behind the scenes, many title contenders were horrified. It was calculated. They thought Raspberry Bell's path to victory. It was clear that everything was her calculation. From the pre-match conversation, to the way she closed the gap, to the timing when she brought out her great sword. If you only looked at her status, she was not strong. In fact, she was clearly the lowest among the Issenza participants in terms of status. That is why she calculated. Based on thorough information gathering, she searched for gruesome ways to win and did not hesitate to implement them. That meant that she knew how to win. Raspberry Bell knew more about the title game than anyone else in the place except second section. So she's keeping it under wraps. What? To my muttering, Sylvia said, is that so? In a small voice. It was so overwhelming. I thought she was going all out from the beginning. In the past, if Sylvia and Deco could so easily beat an opponent they had lost to previously, it would be simple to think like that. You had to go all out from the get-go. That's what I called a surprise attack last time. That thing we used? In addition, she also mixed in off-board tactics to make her surprise attack more solid. That's what she always does. Off-board tactics. Huh? I didn't notice. Her face is basically always dead serious before, during, and after the game. You don't see her smile like that very often. I had no idea. That is quite nasty. She's the type of person who will go to any lengths to win. It sounds good when you say it like that, but is she trying to say that it looks like Hernty? That is a huge mistake. It's not like that, old man. It's out of the question to actually get your hands on something outside the game like that geezer. To do everything within one's means is not the same as to engage in such sabotage. It's about making the most of your advantage within the rules. You have to study your opponents, Carefully arrange the cards you have in your hand, and calculate your winning strategy. If you can do something, you should try it. That's something I can't do. I see. The option of off-board tactics is also a card that deserves to be played since it was originally in your hand. So it's kind of like a card game in her mind. Yeah, I guess you could say that. It was supposed to be a game called online game in the first place. I think Raz, perhaps, was just playing for the sake of playing at first. But it's a strange thing, no matter how much you know it's a game, or maybe it's because it's a game, it makes you want to win, to the point of death. You can't help but want to win. You'll do whatever it takes to win. Anything you can do. Like off-board tactics. I'm not smart enough to do it, but she's smart enough to do it. If so, it's something you have to do. If I were her, I'd definitely do it without a second thought. That is Raz's strength. A natural intelligence, fast and accurate calculations, and excellent thinking skills. And without overthinking. At times bold, decisive, competitive, knowledgeable, and skilled. If there is a weakness, it is her growth type. However, she will be able to turn even that into a strength. How fearsome. She's totally coming for my head. She blew Graham away with little more than a handful of moves. Is that the reason for the off-the-board tactic? Every time, she does it well. As a result, Raz preserved both her game plan and her strategy and passed the first round without even showing a sword other than the great sword. A big favorite, I'd say. Ray vs. Jiros is next. Following that is Rothman vs. Raz. Well, let's see what happens. Chapter 168 Issenza match. 3. Swordsmanship damage, strength dependent. Dragon King swordsmanship powerful ranged attack forward plus stun. Dragon Horse swordsmanship powerful ranged attack in all directions. Rook swordsmanship very strong single target attack. Bishop swordsmanship quick and powerful penetrating attack. Gold swordsmanship ranged attack in all directions. Silver swordsmanship strong, single target attack. Knight swordsmanship precision attack plus added damage against vital points. Lance swordsmanship penetrating attack. Soldier swordsmanship normal attack. Rook plus knight, silver plus knight, lance plus knight, soldier plus knight are possible for combine. Ray vs. Jiro's lumberjack, the first semi-final match of the tournament to determine the Issenza challenger. I was observing them from the contestants' seats. I was more interested in Reiou, but the moment they were both poised at the same time with the referee's order, my interest shifted to Jiros. Jiros, that guy. Could that thing be? As we hander, right? Right. So, a two-handed sword. Ah, I see. Raz, who was sitting next to me, discerned Jiros's weapon with a keen eye. Zweihander, a two-handed sword made of steel. This was a heavy, long, difficult-to-handle sword, although not necessarily a great sword. In the winter, Jiros used a long sword, I believe. Why has he changed his weaponry so drastically in the past 6 months? The reason was clear. It was probably a way to try to counter my 7 system with the weapon's reach. Not a bad tactic. He has a strong aggressive spirit. I can say this was exactly correct, as he tried to force me to decide by countering my first move. Therefore, I imagined that he was trying to take advantage of his reach to always be ahead of me and disrupt my pace. Oh, you seem to be having a good time, huh? What? Did I smile? That too. You have a really big smile. Jiros has evolved so much, and it makes me smile. Who? He's thrown all common sense out the window. The common sense saying that the one making the latter move, i.e. the defending move, had the advantage. Weapons, tactics, and common sense. Once you throw away everything you have, you start from scratch and try something new. The road to hell that Sylvia and Iko took, Jiros also went through it in his own unique way. And all that to win over me. He wanted to win, desperately and at all costs, and with that single-minded determination. He must have spent 6 months in hell. Oh, that, is love. Begin. The signal to start the match. Reiou, as usual, made the first move of the 7 system, and soldier swordsmanship and knight swordsmanship combine, aimed at Jiros's right foot tip. Jiros, on the other hand. Oh, nice move. From the lower stance, he stepped sideways in a counter motion. That's right. Raspberry Bell was spot on. It's a good move. If you aim to counter with a long sword and swing down with silver swordsmanship, you will fall prey to the 7 system. However, it is a different story when it is a two-handed sword instead of a long sword, because the reach is too different to begin with. The two-handed sword reaches first before the first move of the 7 system reaches you, and you can strike back without a moment's hesitation. It's kind of funny. Raz uttered this when she saw them closing the gap at once. I understand what she's trying to say. In other words, a beginner who had just learned to use a game plan was trying to use it in a situation where it was not at all useful. I don't know if I should call it funny or something else, but it indeed makes you smile. But, you know, there's actually a continuity to some things. Well, what will you do, Rave-kun? Jiras, and even Raz, don't seem to have noticed. If you are simply parroting my moves, then this is the end of it, but if you're prepared to go beyond that, ! The two were on the verge of clashing. Rave suddenly cancelled the skill. Then, he spun around and turned 2 counterclockwise rotations as he moved forward, matching his back to the zwei-hander that Jiras was swinging down. And in an instant, he was behind Jiras. I knew this was coming. You're kidding me. Raz stands up in surprise. Ha ha ha. That's funny. The most frightening thing about both the great sword and the two-handed sword is having to approach them. In other words, the goal is not to attack, approaching is the goal. There is no advantage in rushing to attack here. There is no need to go out of your way to make an attack here. Gaining an advantageous position on the first move is the primary objective of the two-handed sword shift in the 7 system. Oh, he's just great. Rave-kun, you are awesome. Perhaps he is a genius. That Jiras, now impatient, swung his soldier swordsmanship wide toward Rave, who was behind him. However, because of its weight, it moved too slowly. In addition, because it was so long, it took a long time to turn and you had to swing as hard as you could to attack, so there was nothing good about it at all. Zweihander's weaknesses were all over the place. Over. One word, Rave muttered. In such case, Rave's silver swordsmanship would be in time before Jiras's soldier swordsmanship. That was clearer than crystal. Rave's sword will strike Jiras in the side of the head. Victory or defeat, the game was decided. It's not over! ! Or so I thought. A moment after Jiras shouted, sparks flew. Jiras caught Rave's silver swordsmanship with his soldier swordsmanship. Immediately after, a loud metallic clang sounded. That was the sound of Jiras's zwei-hander hitting the ground. That guy, he actually did it. He threw away his two-handed sword and pulled out a short sword from his inventory. I have waited for this moment. Jiras was outpowered by the silver swordsmanship but used the momentum of being repelled to knock himself sideways and close his body to Rave's side. The positions were reversed. In close combat, the long sword had an advantage over the two-handed sword, and the short sword had an advantage over the long sword. He was reading into that. Jiras had read that as long as he was using a two-handed sword, his opponent would try to get in for close combat. So he can do it, huh? Raspberry Bell's mutterings said it all. It was mesmerizing, that guy. The most exciting part of the match was successfully snatched away. That's right. It was the sparkle of the moment that appeared only in serious competition and captivated all those who saw it. It sometimes generated a zeal that transcended victory or defeat. You're naive. Rave's calm mutterings made Jiras instantly realize his imminent defeat. What? A kick? Merely a kick? Not even a skill was used, just a single front kick. Just like that, the distance between Jiras and Rave grew to the ideal distance for the long sword. What a shame. A merciless sentence. Rave's bishop's swordsmanship was sharply aimed at Jiras. Yeah. It's a shame, really. The range of reach is too different. It would be extremely difficult to defend against that one. TCH. Yes, I suppose so. Jiras. You are that kind of guy. He's the kind of guy who doesn't choose to respond with gold swordsmanship here, but instead tries to stab you with silver swordsmanship. But hey, if it was gold, it would be a sword throw, and if it was silver, it would be a reach and lose, and that would still be the end of it. Either way, there's no way out for you. That's enough, winner. Rave section. Your son is a very passionate competitor. Oh well, what a nice thing to hear. I'm so flattered to be praised by the saint. We have to fight fiercely too, don't we? Oh, this is going to be fun. Raspberry Bell vs. Rothman, the second semi-final match of the tournament to determine the Issenza challenger. They walked out to the center of the arena and exchanged a few words, smiling on the surface. You must be in despair, right? You say strange things. For what, exactly? You can never go back to that. Being the Issenza. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Rothman stopped laughing and opened his mouth with a blank expression. Mostly about your jokes. It was a very neutral expression that contained no frustration, anger, or any other emotion. It could be said to be Rothman's true face, with the mask of a smile removed. Oh, scary. Is that who you really are? Is this one of your mischievous provocation tactics, black-hearted saint? Bullseye. You're not going to look at me unless I do something like this, are you? Ha ha. Indeed, yes. Rothman glanced toward the contestants' seats. That gaze that had been fixed for the past 6 months. To second first is Issenza, the one who ended his 20-year reign. Bow to each other. Ready? Rothman held his long sword in a relaxed stance, and Raspberry Bell, as usual, stood upright as a stick. Rothman was willing to play her game. The provocation did not work, but the funny thing was that he had intended to have a good game. Usually, he would be planning to overwhelm. Begin. They bowed to each other. Immediately after, Raspberry Bell took a long sword from her inventory. Oh, Rothman looked pleased. Not a great sword, but a long sword. That meant that Raspberry Bell was serious. Or so. He was under that illusion. It will hurt if it hits you. The next moment, Raspberry Bell activated Bishop Swordsmanship, throwing her long sword. Phew, that's pointless. It was a technique that he saw once when fighting against Second. It also seemed to Rothman, who had been working on countermeasures against Second for the past 6 months, to be just a yawn-inducing little trick. Rothman closed the gap, darting lightly with his lance swordsmanship. Next one's coming. Raspberry Bell then took out a second long sword and threw it again. Next, the third and fourth throws, this time with silver swordsmanship, and the fifth throw with lance swordsmanship. To top it all off, the sixth and seventh ones she threw with soldier swordsmanship narrowly missed their aim and flew past Rothman. What is this? Are you making fun of me? Rothman, who handled the situation with deference, spoke up in frustration. Whoa, this is the spot. Right here. Raspberry Bell, on the other hand, moved only 3 steps to the left and nodded her head. What was here? The end. Raspberry Bell took from her inventory, as expected, a great sword. She then prepared rook swordsmanship and quickly closed the gap between her and Rothman. Well, what's exactly the end? Rothman chose to respond with gold swordsmanship, which would be ready just in time. It was the 6th move of the 7 system, a measure that Kasakari found. Rothman also focused on this area and had been taking steps to address it for 6 months. If you look down on it for being a great sword, you'll regret it. What? Rothman, who did not instantly understand the meaning of those words, was in a deadly situation, and only then did he realize it. Raspberry Bell also threw her great sword. At the same time as the motion of swinging up and down, the great sword pounced on Rothman with the blade rotating halfway round as if it were a guillotine. It will not be ready in time. The gold swordsmanship will not be ready in time. It can't be. Rothman immediately cancelled his skill, twisting his body in a desperate attempt to evade, but felt that even that would not be in time, and quickly brought his long sword out in front of his body in defense. Bacon! A loud bang echoed, and Rothman was blown far backward! Shortly thereafter, the entire audience was taken aback, and then they learned the meaning of Raspberry Bell's mutterings of here. The 7 long swords she threw earlier in the game, they were placed at equal intervals, as if they were signposts, to where Rothman had been blown away. What? As soon as he landed, Rothman hit the long sword and lost his balance. Down. Raspberry Bell would not let that opportunity pass. Running at full speed to close the gap in pursuit, she pulled a long sword from her inventory and swung silver swordsmanship through the air like a golf club. Arc! He was blown away again, and where he landed was another long sword. Again, down. And again, a chase. Again, down. Then again, another chase. Again, down. Then again, another chase. Again, and again, and again. That's fucked up. Second, at the contestants' seats, muttered with a wry half-smile, if a specific item is placed at the landing point, it is judged to be a down. This was a chain combo technique that took full advantage of these characteristics. Second had no choice but to laugh. Raspberry Bell had successfully pulled off a masterful chain combo technique against the former Issenza in this Issenza stage, but second laughed in dismay, yet at the same time felt like standing upright now and saying, "Great," and applauding. This combo technique, although simple in its mechanics, was too difficult to actually execute on a human opponent. Raspberry Bell was the first, if not the only one, to pull it off so brilliantly. The beauty of the work was so brilliant that one was even impressed, wondering if it was possible to achieve such a perfect result. Yes, she had no intention of playing a fierce game from the very beginning. The invitation to play a fierce game was an outright lie. She tried to draw attention to herself with a poor provocation in order to direct Rothman's attention toward a heated competition, and if he was conscious of a heated competition, Rothman would head straight for Raspberry Bell without any sneaky little tricks. If Rothman moved even slightly to the side, everything would have gone poof. It was truly like threading a needle. However, it was Raspberry Bell's off-the-board tactics that still made it a success. After all, everything was calculated with great precision. Off bounds. That's enough. Winner, Raspberry Bell. Chapter 169 Issenza Match 4. Saint Raspberry Bell. She was, no matter how you spun it, just too strong. The enthusiasm of the audience reached a climax. One man stared at it in a bored manner. It was Reiou. He did not care that his own father was devastated by the cruel defeat and just stared coldly at Raspberry Bell, who was being applauded by the cheering crowd. He had one thought: I wouldn't have fallen for it. All he could think was that it was crazy to fall for such a blatant misdirection. It was the obsession with the Issenza title. After all, Rothman was out of his mind. In order to regain his former glory as soon as possible, he devoted 6 months of his life exclusively to working on countermeasures for second, which was, to say the least, foolish. Reiou calmly analyzed that his impatience and narrow-mindedness were no doubt the cause of his falling for Raspberry Bell's trickery. Easy win, I guess. He was not as careless as his father. Raspberry Bell had too low of status. This was even crucial in a swordsmanship match, such as a low strength that could not entirely cut down his HP. Even if Rothman was hit with 7 hits of silver, swordsmanship could prove problematic. Even before the game started, Reiou had an overwhelming advantage. In other words, you could think of the game as starting with a handicap of 2 pawns. No use of Dragon King, Dragon Horse, Rook, or Bishop, or more. So much was the status difference between the two of them. Reiou, not doubting his victory in the slightest, muttered as if it were a foregone conclusion. I'll be the one fighting second Triple Crown. Final match of the tournament to determine the Issenza challenger. Reiou vs. Raspberry Bell. There was a cold silence between the two opponents as they faced each other in the center of the arena. On the one hand, a bored, dull, and cold expression. The other side had a cold stare as if observing a fish on a chopping board. Senpai was saying you were amazing. Like a genius. Raspberry Bell was the first to open her mouth. Reiou instantly understood that when she said senpai, she was referring to second Triple Crown. It was a statement that came as a surprise to him. What? Really? The boy, who had been cold to everything, showed a response for the first time. Seeing this, Raspberry Bell opened her mouth with a smirk. Well, that I wonder. In an instant, Reiou's grumpiness returned. Raspberry Bell's words were undeniably true, but Reiou thought it was a lie to poke fun at him. I saw your first and second games. You're pretty good for a young man. What came next was a compliment from herself. Reiou, however, was unable to take it at face value. Because I'm a genius. Without showing any modesty at all, Reiou replied matter-of-factly. Genius. All his life, he had grown up being told that by those around him. In fact, he was probably a genius. The fact that he stood here at the young age of 16 was the best proof of this. However, He had yet to truly know the weight of the word genius. He had never yet been exposed to real genius. You've never trembled yourself? ? You've never cried? No. In response to Raspberry Bell's question, Rave scoffed. Isn't that obvious? Because I've never lost. There was no need to shiver, no need to shed a tear. That has been and will continue to be the case. I guess so. After all, he has never known defeat in a serious competition. Raspberry Bell, who was right in her prediction, grinned and said, That's the first thing you have to learn, kid. A gesture that clearly looked down on him. Rave frowned silently and took his position. Bow to each other. Get ready. At the referee's order, he bowed languidly and held his long sword loosely. Raspberry Bell, after a graceful bow, pulled a sword from her inventory, a mithril longsword. No matter what comes, my advantage will never wane, he thought. Rave remained undisturbed and just focused on the person in front of him. Begin. As soon as the match was signaled to begin, both sides began to close the gap between them. Raspberry Bell was not stupid enough to try the same trick 2 games in a row. Rave knew that, but still wondered why she didn't bring out her great sword, which would have compensated for her weakness, while the distance between the two sides was still open. Still, what Rave must do remained the same. When the gap between the two became narrow, he unleashed his soldier swordsmanship and knight swordsmanship combine, as if to thrust at her right foot. He did not know the name 7 system and called this series of game plans Seconds Formula. 6 months ago, he was taken by his father to watch the Issenza match, as he had always done. Since that time, he became a captive of Seconds Formula, or rather, of Second himself. He felt that his own father was somewhat of a trivial figure. The world might call this rebellion, but his case was different. The reason was that his talent far exceeded his father's. Indeed, Rothman possessed a first-class technique. For Rave, however, it seemed to be a rather boring swordsmanship that was all about the techniques. That was not limited to Rothman. Everyone competing in Issenza was a bore. They all used only boring swordsmanship. Indeed, that's what he thought, until 6 months ago. At the moment you entered the state of the Seconds Formula, your own victory was decided. Rave was sure of that. There is no way I can lose. My admiration, my goal, the swordsmanship of that strongest man, Second Issenza, cannot be defeated. I don't think so. It's just the beginning. Raspberry Bell calmly chimed in with a tsukkomi, and at the same time, she went into her game plan. In the second move, Raspberry Bell took a big step back and dodged. For the third move, Rave aimed Raspberry Bell's hand, which was thrown out into the air, and slashed it with soldier swordsmanship. Fourth move, evasion. The slightly larger evasion in the second move gave her plenty of room to maneuver here. On the fifth move, he prepares rook swordsmanship and releases it to thrust into Raspberry Bell's bosom. Then, the sixth move. Raspberry Bell combined bishop swordsmanship and knight swordsmanship to thrust into Rave's face. Knight swordsmanship had the special effect of vital points, and hits to vital points had 200% more firepower at the 9th grade. The vital point determination came out primarily in attacks from the face to the neck or heart if a human opponent was involved. I knew this turnaround, Rave had expected. This is where the difference in power came into play. Even though knight swordsmanship has a special effect on vital points, the difference in status between the two players now would not be enough to overcome the power of rook swordsmanship. If that were the case, the right thing to do would be to attack each other, not daring to dodge. It's decided. Rave was convinced of his victory. Idiot. Raspberry Bell leaked a single word. At that moment, everything went into slow motion. Then, her sword tip, like a frame-by-frame motion, slowly, carefully, dropped downwards to aim at Rave's hand. A shudder. In an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat. It was a really dumb oversight. Just because knight swordsmanship had a special effect on vital points did not necessarily mean that one would always aim at them. Raspberry Bell swung her mithril longsword down into Rave's hand as she lowered her left leg to duck her body. Rave's longsword was deflected slightly out of Raspberry Bell's bosom and made to swing into an empty space. Immediately after, he felt a severe pain at the tip of his left hand. Numbness enveloped his entire arm, and he involuntarily let go of the long sword. A lie. Ray felt like screaming. It was too dumbfounding. Such an easy way to lose. It was, above all, an unforgivable humiliation. But no matter how much he regretted it, it was too late. He might explain it away in his mind. Normally I wouldn't make such a dumb mistake. However, he had been careless. That fact was inescapable. There was no taking it back. Clang, the long sword dropped to the ground. When Rave looked up, he saw Raspberry Bell holding a great sword, wondering when she had taken it out. I have trembled and I have cried. Do you know why? Raspberry Bell spoke to Rave, who was unarmed, as she began ruthlessly preparing her Dragon King swordsmanship in front of him. Why? Because I want to win. There is no reason for it. I want to win. I definitely want to win. I want to win. I want to win. I want to win. I want to win even if it kills me. To the point that I will do everything in my power in order to win. The preparation for Dragon King swordsmanship was completed. Rave forgot to pick up his sword and just listened blankly to Raspberry Bell's words. A genius is not a cold person who can do everything with ease, as you seem to think. They are people who can risk everything to win, no matter how much they lose or how frustrated they feel. Someone stronger, mightier, and more determined to win than anyone else! Exclamation mark. At that moment, Rave was tremendously ashamed of himself. Thinking back, he had never worked so hard to have risked everything. He thought it was somehow uncool to try so hard without any leeway. Now, at this time, he must feel remorse for himself for not taking the second long sword out of his inventory. Now, at this time, he should be ashamed of himself for not picking up the long sword that was knocked off in desperation. He was mistaken. Second Triple Crown was not a genius because he could easily do anything he wanted. He was a genius because he wanted to win more strongly than anyone else, and he was willing to bet everything on it. So, now it's over. Raspberry Bell uttered one last comment and swung down the Dragon King swordsmanship with her great sword. No matter how much difference in status there may be, a direct hit by one of these would be a mortal blow. His loss. It was the first time he had lost in a serious competition, in front of a large crowd. A very unbearable feeling of being denied everything about yourself. Frustrating, ashamed, and it hurt like hell. After a few hours, he will cry. After a few days, he will tremble. And yet, somehow, he felt so refreshed. Thank you very much. She let me meet him. Indirectly, she let me meet the person I longed for. Thus, his first Issenza battle came to a close with words of gratitude. Chapter 170 Issenza Match 5. After all, it's you. Last round. It was exactly who I expected to be my challenger. I'm really glad to be here. I never thought I'd see the day when I could face Senpai again like this. Oh, this is a dream come true. Raspberry Bell. She used to be Framboy Isai, one of the world's top-ranked players, numbering 128th in the world rankings. However, one must not evaluate him, or rather her, solely on the basis of that ranking. Of particular note was her performance in the Issenza battle in Mobius. Raz's style of wielding a great sword was unique, because the great sword was considered weak. Despite this, Raz had even won the tournament on several occasions. That was simply because she was incredibly strong. She was consistently strong, no matter what she tried to use, whether it was a great sword or not. But in this game, in this world, it is a different story. In Mobius, she was a heavy knight type in her growth type, but now she is a support type. A great sword? No way. Overall, it will not have enough firepower. There's nothing I can do. I was curious, so I asked. No wonder. But apparently she is well aware of her current situation. That's right. You can't beat me if you're using a great sword. Naturally. It may be a long sword or a short sword. I have many other skills, and she has only swordsmanship, making the stats too different between us. That's just too much to compete with. But I wasn't particularly worried. You could tell by the look on Raz's face. As the start of the match approached, she gradually became more and more serious. She means it. She's determined to win. Then I can rest assured and accept it. Well then, there's got to be some secret to this. Well, there's no point in hiding it from you, Senpai. Just as we finished bowing to each other and readying our weapons, Raspberry Bell revealed her trump card. That was the sword she took out. As for me, I took my usual mithril longsword, and raspberry bell. Yuoa, I couldn't help but exclaim. She held a pitch-black, single-edged sword that was, as I recall, a black fal. Yes, a falchion. It was also black. Two types of this weapon have existed, white and black. Each had its own characteristics, with white specializing in critical, and black specializing in knockback. For a time, this black fal was popular in the Issenza games. It was so popular that a black fal versus black fal game plan was developed. That's how nasty and powerful the weapon was. Why was it so troublesome? The reason for this was the busted performance of the knockback effect, which could be triggered even by a simple soldier swordsmanship if it was performance enhanced by specializing in knockback up to the 6th stage. This would be activated even if the opponent defended against it. The fact that it was no longer possible to properly defend against attacks was an element that could completely change the conventional wisdom of the Issenza battle. As a result, 80% of the contestants started using black fal, and the situation became more like a black fal battle than an Issenza battle. However, trends are bound to go out of style at some point. The black fal vaccine, a winning game plan against the black fal, became widely recognized by the contestants, and there was no longer any reason to dare to use the black fal. This was a very well-developed game plan, and with practice, anyone could easily execute it, making it a good beginner strategy. Because of its ease of use, even novices who were competing for the first time in a title match remembered it, and finally, the black fal disappeared from the Issenza competition. There is only one thing you need to prepare for the black fal vaccine: a rapier. The rapier, with the fastest attack motion and the least defensive efficiency among swords, was the natural enemy of the black fal. Because of its low defensive effectiveness, just defending against a black fal's attack would result in an excessively large knockback. In fact, if they started preparing Dragon King swordsmanship from the moment they were thrown back, they could activate Dragon King swordsmanship no matter what the black fal side attempted to do. In other words, the technique exploited the extra large knockback in a backstepping manner. The key point was that Dragon King could be ready at almost the same time as the opponent's post-use delay animation finished. By preparing such traps while always fighting first with quick attack motions, black fal could become completely powerless. At that time, all contestants always had one rapier in their inventory, and because they all knew this, they did not try to take out a black fal. Of course, there were those who tried to take it out at the right moment, but the more experienced you became, the more you did not allow your opponent to switch weapons. It was an unalterable common sense to finish without giving such an opportunity. Oh God, so that's what it was. I had completely forgotten about it. I don't have a rapier right now. In other words, the black fal vaccine ain't working here. I knew it. I didn't think you had it. After all, you're not someone who would readily use weapons that give an advantage. As she said, if I were to use a strong weapon on top of this, it would be really, really boring. So for me, it's going to be a mithril longsword for a while. But, yeah, without rapier, I'll have to deal with the black fal. Huh? Well, is it interesting? Yes, let's do that. Raz, what's up? I'll go with the 31st move. Exactly what I expected. The 31st move set a game plan that was considered the mainstream against black fal prior to the discovery of the black fal vaccine. With the black fal as the second player, the objective was to create a situation in which the first player had the advantage as much as possible while continuing the attack and defense while carefully measuring the time between moves until the 31st move. The style is to aim for a 51-49 rather than a 100 while steadily and painstakingly earning points. Very modest, but worth doing. The fact that Raz's black fal has been strengthened to the 6th stage. This must be Yukari's assistance. Sending salt to the enemy? Nonsense. Yukari doesn't have that kind of personality. Maybe she enhanced that thing at the 6th stage for my sake. She's absolutely fantastic. Then why not just enjoy it to the fullest? Begin. I started running at the same time as the referee's command. My first move was Bishop's swordsmanship. Alright. I'm looking forward to seeing the 32nd move and to see what Raz will come up with. Section. Finally, The match for the Issenza title began. But there was not a single person in the room who understood even a fraction of what Second and Raspberry Bell were doing. Even that Rave was a confused mess. He struggled to make sense of the long, drawn-out attack and defense between the two players unfolding in front of him, and the meaning of each move. Why did Second now pull his right leg and swing silver through the left front of Raspberry Bell? Why did Raspberry Bell now cancel the soldier once and then activate it again? Why did Second now prepare lance and cancel it once before focusing on evasion when he should have received it with gold? Why did Raspberry Bell now choose to combine silver and knight when she could have pushed through with rook? Why? He didn't know the answer to any of the questions. Their movements were far too advanced. Perhaps even the seemingly meaningless movements of their hands, feet, and gazes had deeper meanings and effects that were unimaginable. That much was to be expected. But the bottom line was that he couldn't figure it out. Eventually, Rave came to some idea of the characteristics of the black sword used by Raspberry Bell, but he still could not make sense of their movements. No, there was no longer time to think about it. It was only natural that the two players would continue to play non-stop for 31 moves, without giving each other the slightest chance to make a move that would give the other an edge. However, the two players were calm and collected. In contrast, the people watching the game were all so heated that they seemed to be losing their minds. Everyone watched the longest-running battle since Second's appearance in the Issenza games. Even if the audience could not understand what the two were doing at all, the fact that they were doing something incredible could be conveyed with certainty. Well, what will you do? On the 31st move, when he released Silver Swordsmanship to thrust it into Raspberry Bell's right shoulder, Second uttered this with a big smile on his face. Finally, the picture became clearer. Immediately after, Raspberry Bell chose Soldier Swordsmanship. How about this? It was a blow that one could hardly even describe as exquisite. The 31st move, in which Second should normally have the upper hand, against that Second's too sharp thrust, Raspberry Bell pushed the black fell even sharper, with a vertical thrust to the side of the mithril longsword. Coat on gentle hit, the silver attack passed an inch from Raspberry Bell's right ear, and Second was knocked back loudly, making a strange sound. This was the power of the black fell and the decisive factor that Raspberry Bell had prepared. The situation was quickly reversed. Raspberry Bell had long anticipated that the Second would adopt the 31st moveset against her own black fowl. In her 32nd move, she puts all of her accumulated research into the game. A decisive move to break the 31st moveset, so to speak. It was perfect. The choice of weapon, the expectation that Second will forget the rapier, the thoroughness of hardly revealing her hand leading up to this point, the timing of when this research should be bumped up, and the mastery of a dauntingly high level of skill. Everything was perfect. I got you, senpai. A knocked back Second was quickly pursued. A ruthless chase. Raspberry Bell's mind was filled with the word victory as she prepared her rook swordsmanship and moved forward. This rook swordsmanship, Second could neither dodge nor defend against. It was just too close to avoid. Even if he tried to prevent it by hitting it, the knockback effect would be triggered again when the mithril longsword and the black fowl clashed with each other. If you wanted to buy time, you would still have to defend against it, but by continuing to defend against it, you would surely eventually accumulate the down value, and eventually, you would go down, receive the Dragon King swordsmanship by Raspberry Bell's great sword, and the game would be set. There was no escape. In other words, deadlocked. Section we are now fighting using a game plan that only Senpai and I know, so only the two of us can understand it. It's the best. What a happy time. I'm ready to die. No, I'm not going to die, though. Senpai, did you enjoy it? A move to break the 31st moveset, aptly named a new 32nd moveset. Maybe Senpai did have a blind spot. Only Maza-san would be interested in researching the 31st moveset against a black fowl after the black fowl vaccine was developed. I got you, Senpai. The best time is almost over. It was really like a dream. The rook swordsmanship in pursuit. This is not something that can be avoided or prevented. A deadlock. This is something that even the world's #1 can't do anything about. I'm sure that Senpai will not defend himself. Gracefully take my rook swordsmanship head on. Why is he smiling? Ah, I forgot. Senpai is that kind of person. I remember saying that a genius is someone who wants to win more than anyone else. That's right, Senpai. Beyond that, there's more. The real deal is the person who wants to win more than anyone else, who never wants to lose, who transcends immediate victory or defeat, and who can entertain himself, his opponents, the people watching, and everyone else. Maybe Senpai was keeping me company. Seems like I still have a way to go. I was obsessed with winning. It's love. It really is love. Section. I was seriously surprised. After the 31st move set, Raz's 32nd move, I was about to shout, "Oh, how come it's soldier?" But what came out of my mouth was "OE," like some weird bird's call. But surely, if one could do such soldier swordsmanship, then this 32nd move would be viable. It's really wonderful. Truly wonderful. It was an Ultra C-class technique that went beyond my expectations. Then let's finish with my new 33rd moveset. Now it was Raz's turn to make a shameful sound. While she was preparing to swing her rook swordsmanship from the upper right corner, I started preparing my silver swordsmanship from the upper left corner to match. The swords lined up, parallel to each other. Now, here's the tricky part. If the swords clash with each other, it will be judged as a collision, and they will be subjected to knockback. However, if it does not clash with the sword, it will not even be judged as a collision, and you will be downed by the rook. So what can you do? The solution is simple. Just defend yourself without issuing a collision call. Such a thing is nearly impossible, but it becomes possible if certain conditions are met. Those are, here, like this. The timing of the activation of the same type of skill should be matched within 0.02 seconds before or after the activation of the opponent's skill, and the speed and direction of the sword swing should also be matched to some extent. As you can see from Mobius's system, there are other forms of counterbalance, besides colliding with each other, where the attacks end up swinging in the air. This counterbalance, which exists not only in magic but also in archery and swordsmanship, does not actually result in a collision call. However, this is not easy to do. It's a very difficult technique, but I have about a 90% chance of success. Or rather, in a knocked back, collapsed stance, it's 90%. I practiced it to death. In case of emergency, there is no harm in being in shape. So I swung my sword over and over again, assuming all kinds of patterns, versus black fowl, versus rapier, versus great sword, versus short sword, and so on. I had been preparing for this day, which was sure to come someday, for years by practicing to predict the timing of the opponent's skill activation based on the timing and approach speed, sometimes triggering the activation with a feint, and sometimes going for the exact timing of the skill activation. Raz would not have overlooked this counterbalance. In fact, for 31 moves, we had been carefully and skillfully advancing our moves while being on the lookout for each other to avoid any counterbalance. However, there is no doubt that the 33rd move, this moment, was the only one that was left out of consideration. I know exactly why too. It's common sense. It is common sense to say, don't aim for a counterbalance after a knockback. The reason is simple. It will never succeed. There is no way one could succeed in counterbalancing, which is said to be a 50% chance of success for a superhuman, if one were to do so while in a broken stance. Or so, is what everyone would think as common sense. That is where we can find a way to be active and prepare a move that can fetch us victory. No matter how many years it takes, being prepared is the most important thing for the world's #1. The new 33rd moveset. The initiative was always mine. If I'm honest, I'm not afraid of a black fowl, with or without a rapier. The time of animation delay after rook swordsmanship and the time of animation delay after silver swordsmanship, naturally, the latter is shorter. Hence, in this situation, I can hit one silver swordsmanship knight swordsmanship combine into Raz's chest. A vital point attack plus a critical. With the stats difference between me and Raz, this proved fatal. Oh, The best of times. It's over. That's enough. Winner, second first is Issenza. Defense successful. In the summer, 2, I'm Issenza. Chapter 171 Issenza match. Interlude. Why, Your Majesty? What is it, Klaus? Did you see it, Your Majesty? Yeah, well, I saw it, Klaus. I don't know how to express this excitement. I can't find the words. I understand how you feel. I'm more horrified than impressed, though. The 467th Issenza was decided. It was the second firstest, the person everyone in the place had predicted. A planned harmony, so to speak. However, all who watched the match between him and Raspberry Bell were shaken to their core. Even if the winner was who they expected, the match was far beyond their expectations. No, it would be safe to say that it was beyond human comprehension. It wasn't a power match, it was a beautiful and precious game, close to the limit of the potential of the human being, where one could tell at a glance that there was no compromise in the knowledge, the skill, and the movements down to the fingertips. Yes, the sight was too beautiful to take one's eyes away, enough to make one's body tremble, and eventually bring about a pleasant sense of trepidation. For a few seconds after the two had settled the match, all the spectators were silent. It took several seconds for all of them to come to their senses. Immediately afterward, the unprecedented applause and cheers began to flow out as if a dam had been broken. Every single person stood up, clapped their hands and shouted as loud as they could to convey the excitement they were experiencing at the moment. The audience was finally able to touch it. They were finally able to experience a genuine title match, a match between two undeniably authentic players. This was the moment when the people of this world were touched for the first time by one man who once loved it more passionately than anyone else, the brilliance to which he devoted his entire life, and the peak of glory that he would regain again. He restated, "This is the best of worlds." Now those words were about to be conveyed to the inhabitants of this world in the form of entertainment. That black weapon of the saint probably has a strong repelling effect on the opponent. Having detected this in the initial phase of the match, the Issenza carefully built up an advantage in a precise attack and defense. And at the end, he showed a split-second opening to lure the opponent, then sharply counterattacked with a single blow to win the match. Normally, this alone would be cause for applause, but that is not the most wonderful part of this match. Second Issenza, I am sure that that person dared to go along with the Saint's plan. With so many boring ways to win by taking advantage of the large status difference, he dared to go for the interesting, albeit disadvantageous, way in a game of defense that he absolutely had to win. Only that person can do that. However, the Saint was also wonderful. How could she find such a weapon and go toe-to-toe with the Issenza to that extent, with such a lack of firepower? In a different era, she too would have reigned for decades as Issenza. Klaus, you're getting too excited. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. But thanks to you, I know what the game was all about. I guess this match is the best. I would have made up my mind on this one. However, from here on out. That's right. Second San still has 7 more title fights to go. What's the best? What determines it? It was not only the title contenders that changed with the arrival of Second. From these 467th summer title games, several new experiments had begun. By the way, it's hot out here, Klaus. Yes, I will bring you a cold drink right now, too, please. I'm feeling thirsty. Maine smiled, saying that if he couldn't finish his drink, Klaus should drink it. Klaus nodded with the corner of his mouth turning upwards, thinking that he was no match for him. I didn't know Raspberry Bell Sama was that strong. She has that beauty, that ability, that friendliness with Master, and on top of that, she's the Saint. I ain't even jealous. In a corner of the arena, in a spectator area that had become exclusive to the firstest household, the servants were in high spirits. Champagne's awestruck mutterings were returned by S&L with a bit of astonishment. The girls, unusually, did not talk about Second. This was because everyone knew that once they started talking, they would not be able to stop. Besides, each of them had their own master's principle, and since they sometimes sympathized with each other and often clashed with each other, they restrained themselves by saying, "We should not be fighting at this time of celebration." "I see," Paniaki practiced swordsmanship before spearmanship so you can feel Raz-sama's strength. Yeah, I'm not sure even I can win now. I wonder if you can compare spears and swords, is what she said. Champani answered Cosmos's question, and Ivy and Luna butted in. Hearing this conversation, the other maids sighed in admiration. They sensed the quiet fighting spirit of Champani and Ivy. In other words, the two were confident that even if they could not fight Raz and win, they would still be able to put up a good fight. There was no conceit or contempt there. This was tremendous growth. Everyone knew that these two would be the first to compete in the title games. And eventually, me too. Most of the servants thought so. But if asked if they could really develop this level of confidence, very few would nod their heads. By the way, Cosmos, you were awfully quiet today. Isn't my face quite beautiful right now? I'm feeling quite wet myself. I'm going to blow that beautiful face off. There was a boisterous group of people leaving the arena after the Issenza battle. Everyone knew that they were members of the Second's fan club of the Royal Magic Academy. It's just too precious. I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. Even though I have to be up early in the morning. I won't be able to sleep because of the excitement of today, and that is a fact that will be true for tomorrow as well. Then I won't be able to sleep for much longer. The number of members who won the lottery to watch the games increased to about 100, but the girls were not as boisterous as the last time. With the main members now sophomores and new freshmen joining in, a little modesty ensued. I have to say, the seats were good. I really love the Vice President. I love you, Vice President Aroma. It might have been a lot of money, girls. The current Vice President of Second's fan club was a sophomore female student named Roma Vanilla. She was the daughter of Viscount Vanilla. Hence, taking full advantage of her connections and wealth, she reserved front row seats for a number of people. No, I paid cash, but it was very cheap. The Vanilla household is amazing. It's not an everyday occurrence to cram 100 of us in the front row. I asked further to put me and Anisama together, and it just so happened that there were seats available. So he took them for us. He's such a great dad. He's too soft on his daughter. He just happened to have tens of millions of CLs, and he just happened to have a contact, and he just happened to snatch it like a god. To put it mildly, seating fees for the title games were relatively inexpensive, but front row seats were well over 100,000 CL for the 8-day event, and perhaps Viscount Vanilla paid more than double that amount to hold it for 100 people. The bottom line was that it cost at least 20 million CL. Since he provided it for a fee of 10,000 CL per person, it was no wonder that he was revered as a god. But then again, that Raspberry Bell person is kind of unfeminine. Don't you think? I can see that. She smells, stinks. Oh, that's right. That coupling could be barely tolerated. Or not? You're already allowing it. Hey. As they were exercising their sense of smell to the fullest and discussing their fantasies about Second and Raspberry Bell, suddenly, a group of about 10 women appeared in the direction they were moving. The group was not likely to retreat from the road, so the members of the fan club had no choice but to go around. The women, however, blocked the way of the fan club as they were trying to get through. Why are you getting in the way? None of them could understand it. The reason, however, became clear with the following words. Now's the time to put on a big face. You can look forward to the Tenmusa games. You're a bunch of vulgar people. It only makes sense that you'd be barking like a bunch of idiots. Go ahead and cry and be frustrated. The group of women left, saying only that and glaring at them. The fan club members looked at each other and laughed. Oh, I get it now. Prince Tenmusa's. I understand. It's a declaration of war. Did you hear that? They said we're vulgar, but hey, they're not entirely wrong. But, you know, Second Sama is not vulgar, right? You know exactly what I mean. A fierce battle was about to break out in a different part of the stage than the title games section. Second Dono, congratulations on your title defense. Second, congrats. Yay. Party night. A small party was held to commemorate the defense of the Issenza title. I was pouring wine into Raz's glass and saying yay and yoo-hoo all the while. This was my own off-the-board tactic. Her mind should already be on the next title fight. I figured that if I could stir things up here, she must be more motivated. However, it just doesn't seem to be working at all. That Raz fellow, for some reason, looked at me and smiled all the time, like she was happy to see me. On the contrary, it scares me. Raspberry Bell, of course, was strong, but so was Rave Dono. As for Second Dono, you can't afford to be complacent. Can you? I've never been careless in all my life. Sylvia, fool. Right. I can't help it if even Iko says so. No, I was simply concerned about the significant growth of the participants. All of them, Kasakari Dono, Jiras Dono, and Gram Dono had clearly improved their abilities since the last time Rothman Dono was. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, they certainly have grown up. Rothman may have even been the one who grew the most. Well, he didn't show the slightest bit of his ability because someone had put him through a terrible ordeal. I couldn't help it. I didn't know anything about the previous year's events. All I thought about was beating the other guy. No, I'm not accusing you of anything because that's what a title fight is supposed to be. I just felt sorry for him. Well, I agree with you, but yes, it's pitiful and justified. The loser loses everything. You lose 6 months, a year, a decade, everything you bet on it. But fortunately, the loss is temporary. What is lost ought to be regained. Then you can win in 6 months. That's all there is to it. That's simply it. It's getting harder and harder for him. Before he can tackle me, now he's got to deal with you. If it is only defense, it is just one fight. However, to become a challenger, you have to fight many battles and win the tournament. Raspberry Bell, Rave, and the growing group of participants sat are all tough guys indeed. Next season's Issenza battle, it's going to be a tough one for that guy. I won't let him. As long as my eyes are black. Japanese proverb, I bet, her walls are too thick. As it stands now, I can say with certainty that Raz will be the challenger for next season. Senpai's partner will be me, a match for what you love. For as long as she has this idea, nobody will be able to defeat her. Master, don't lie down here like this. You have a whole date tomorrow, so please go back to your room. NNH 1 a.m. Yukari shook me awake as I was lying down on the sofa after having had 2 more drinks than usual due to the celebration. She said there's more tomorrow, but tomorrow is the Kisenshou battle, right? It's got nothing to do with me. It's Sylvia, right? I'm good. There seems to be some kind of misunderstanding, but tomorrow is the Reiou Games. What? I woke up in an instant. Why? I hope I'm wrong, but did you not check the schedule, Master? Why would I? I don't know why you wouldn't do it, but tomorrow is the Reiou Games. Starting with the 467th title game, the order of the title games to be held was determined by a lottery in order to ensure more fairness. Seriously? Then it just so happens that the first one was the Issenza one? Yes. Was Maine the cause? Yes, probably. In addition, awards for Best Participant, Best Newcomer, Best Fighting Spirit, Best Performance, and Best Game have been created. For real? That's nice. Quite a feat, my friend. You know me well. I understand. Thanks for the info. Good night then. No, like I said, please go to your room and rest. It's fine. My turn. It's in the afternoon. That's not what this is about. Besides, it's the Reiou battle, right? There is nothing to worry about. Even if I am a little sleep deprived. Because tomorrow, I'm going to give it everything I've got. Chapter 172 Reiou Match 1. Tournament to determine the challenger for the Reiou title. The matchup table is as follows: A Vogue B Capito C Bighorn D Cheery Lumberjack C versus D versus A versus B versus Reiou. The first semi-final, Bighorn versus Cheery. They had already appeared in the center of the arena. That Cheery chick must have qualified for the competition before I knew it. I was surprised, too. When was the last time we saw her? Was it at the Triple Crown celebration party? I wonder if her bingo prize was that good. The eligibility for the Reiou tournament is to either reach 9th grade for 3 of the following: monster summoning, unsummon, and tame, or 9th grade for spirit summoning, unsummon, and spirit possession. In Cheery's case, It would be the latter. I heard from a bird that Cheery had been circling the C-grade dungeon Gulltram every day. However, it is not possible to earn enough experience to fulfill the entry requirements in the rounds of a C-grade. This means that she is now up to the level of B-grade laps. She was knocked unconscious and wet herself after being beaten by a mithril golem. And now she is a contestant in the Reiou tournament. That's kind of touching. It's starting. At the same time as Iko's voice, the referee issued the order to start the match. Bighorn, a big-horned cow beastman, quickly summoned a monster with monster summoning. A cow, huh? So, a cow. The monster that emerged was a cow-shaped creature called Swivel, a cow commanding a cow. Mobius, are you fine with that? Ara, what a big cow. In contrast, Cheery, as usual, using spirit summoning, called forth the great spirit Nemides of the earth. In other words, Terra-san. Terra, go ahead and do it. Yes, Master. Cheery pointed to Bighorn and gave her instructions. With a fluffy smile on her face, Terra headed slowly, very slowly, toward Bighorn. I see, the great spirit of the earth is very powerful in firepower and defense but is characterized by a lack of swiftness. Don't look down on me. Bighorn growled irritably and activated monster summoning again. That's right. With unsummon at 9th grade, up to 3 monsters can be used. There is no way to keep them out. A chicken? Second, that a chicken? It's a desert crow. It's a bird monster that shows up in the desert. I want to eat fried chicken. I'll get you some later. Kai. Iko, as usual, was speaking weirdly. What is Kai? However, I was surprised. In this world in Reiou battles, especially in monster summoning battles, the theory seems to be well known there. In Mobius, the 3 types of monsters handled were power type, land speed type, and air speed type, and these 3 types were considered to be the most well balanced. In the case of Bighorn, he would have used Swivel for the power type and Desert Crow for the air speed type. In other words, what remains is the land speed type, mainly cat or dog-shaped. But a cat. It was cat-shaped. Is that a bomb cat? That's quite an interesting selection of monsters. The demon itself is weak, but the idea is interesting. What's with that cat? Do you know Second Dono? It's a bomb cat, also known as a self-destructing cat. It's a cat that moves fast, lunges at you, and self-destructs. Is that okay? Don't worry. Although the bomb cat itself might be self-destructive, it would only be on the verge of dying. No, that's not the point. Certainly. Attack. When the monsters were all in place, Bighorn gave the order. The desert crow rushed in from the sky, the bomb cat from the land, and the Swivel from behind it. It was quite a seamless coordinated attack. It would be extremely difficult for Terra to prevent all of this by herself. Well, what will you do, Cheery? Terra. Yeah. Calling her name, just one word. With that, Terra-san understood Cheery's instructions precisely and began to act. This sense of unity, maybe they have learned telepathy too. Sylvia was surprised. Instantly, rumbling, with a loud sound, a large wall rose up to surround Cheery. A pillbox, huh? Remarked Raz. Yeah, not a bad tactic. Terra-san wrapped Cheery like a salt-baked roast with earth attribute, second form. Cheery's plan seemed to be a pillbox. This was a fine strategy of the earth spirit users, some of whom were doing this even in Mobius's time. Cheery, how could you have discovered this independently? Bighorn had a face that expressed, can she do that? Even the monsters he commanded had questioning expressions, wondering what were they supposed to do now. A shelter but not for sheltering. What are you talking about? As expected, a genuine dismayed Tsukomi. To say nothing of its sharpness. Now go ahead and do as you please, Terra. Yeah. Cheery issued some instructions from within the shelter, but her voice was muffled and not clearly audible. Yes. The drawback of this pillbox strategy is that it makes it difficult to understand what is going on in the outside world. You get protection in exchange for your eyes and ears, or something like that. But if you are dealing with Bighorn, whose maximum firepower is a Swivel, that is, clearly underpowered, it will be more than enough to make a difference. Too bad. This leaves the Swivel, Desert Crow, and even the bomb cat without a chance to play a role in the game. Begone. Terra-san delivered a single earth attribute third form to the desert crow, and then swooped up to a place where the other monster's attacks would not be able to reach her. Thus, I'll settle this title fight with a fifth form. Chiri said something again, but I couldn't hear it clearly. However, it was easy to guess what she was talking about. Perhaps she was trying to get Terra-san to cast Earth attribute, fifth form, in response to my casting Lightning attribute, fifth form, in the previous issue tournament. Hilarious. Bighorn. There's no way to prevent this. It's a complete victory for Chiri. Damn it. Bighorn managed to duck, but the fifth form is very far-reaching. There is no way to do anything if you are being shot at from above. Immediately afterward, Terra-san finished chanting and, without any hesitation at all, she mercilessly unleashed the Earth attribute, fifth form spell. The ground rippled like an ocean, swallowing Bighorn and all the monsters. Rocks rained down on them like a hailstorm. That was a complete overkill. That's enough. Winner, Chiri Lumberjack. Chiri advanced to the finals, but in any case, leveling and fixing the venue will be a lot of work. Then, with Terra's help, the clearing was completed in about an hour. The second semi-final featured Vogue, a beautiful elf form Reiou with long, waist-length red hair, against Capito, a youthful dog-beast dragon master. They gathered in the center of the arena, facing each other and exchanging some words. For God's sake, can't she fight more beautifully, that old lumberjack's daughter? I thought it was a good strategy. Ara, you're pretty straightforward, aren't you? I think I should say what I think, in the way I think it should be said. That person's influence? I think that's a very good thing. But Vogue paused for a beat and then opened her mouth. I wasn't saying there was anything wrong with the strategy. However, I was just a little frustrated that it was taking so long to clear the ground. I'm sorry, but I'm going to end this game with you immediately. As expected of the former Reiou, you seem very confident. Keeping their distance, they faced each other. Begin, the referee commanded. At the same time, Capito activated monster summoning and Vogue activated spirit summoning. Oh, the first person I focused on was Capito. He was trying to use monster summon not only to call for the earth dragon but also other monsters. Doggy and a birdie. It's not a dog. It's a wolf. A flame wolf and a kamikaze eagle. Huh? Nice choice, I must say. Like Bighorn, he employs 3 well-balanced types, Earth Dragon for the power type, Kamikaze Eagle for the air speed type, and Flame Wolf for the land speed type. Especially the Kamikaze Eagle. This is a self-destructing monster like the bomb cat. It is quite exasperating to be targeted with self-destruction from the sky in a summoning battle. In addition, the Kamikaze Eagle is a higher-level monster than the bomb cat, so its power is such that it could become a decisive factor. Good, a seamless lineup. But if I had to pick one downside, it would be the attributes. Earth Dragon, Flame Wolf, and Kamikaze Eagle. In that order. Earth, Fire, Wind plus Fire. Earth attributes are weak against fire and strong against wind. Fire attributes are weak against water and strong against earth. And wind attributes are weak against earth and strong against water. In other words, if the opponent comes in with a fire attribute 1, it is going to be a little harder to fight. And the spirit that Vogue uses is, oh, come on, a dragon, a wolf, and a hawk. I don't think they're good enough for me, right? Salamandra, the great spirit of fire. It is a solid fire attribute 1. Capito, maybe you didn't get around to the subject of attributes. If 4 monsters could be used, he could have included a water monster to balance the number of attributes, but unfortunately, 3 was the upper limit. So the only way to balance the situation would be with a water spirit. However, it would be difficult for Capito to raise spirit summoning in half a year and get a spirit ticket, and be lucky enough to summon a water attribute spirit. It would be more realistic to replace the monsters according to the attributes of the spirit that came out. Shut up, Salamandra. I'm going all out right from the start. Yes, Vogue instructed Salamandra and took 3 steps back. I couldn't help but let out a sound of admiration. That Vogue, she's going to use monster summoning. A dragon? It's settled. Unfortunately, Vogue will win. Vogue used monster summoning to call an aqua dragon. It's a water-based dragon. Since there is no disadvantage or advantage in attributes, they are evenly matched with Capito's Earth Dragon. And if Salamandra is added to the mix, that must be a hard loss for you, Capito. Vogue's summoning of the Aqua Dragon has destroyed his very identity as a dragon tamer. In addition, Vogue is the master of Salamandra, the great spirit of fire. And in addition, she has improved her swordsmanship, martial arts, spearmanship, and magic. Thus her stats are very high. Completely outclassed. No matter how you look at it. That is not fair, Vogue-san. See? Capito's dog ears have dropped. Well, it can't be helped. That's how title fights often go. It's okay. Don't worry about it, Capito. I'll console you at the Reiou Defense Anniversary Party tonight. By the way, second dono. I haven't seen Akaniko since yesterday. Maybe it was because I had mouthed the phrase "it's settled," or maybe Sylvia thought so too, but before the game was over, she started talking to me. Hey, we're still in the middle of the match. Gah. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, it might be better for Capito's sake if we don't watch this one until it's settled. Well, there's no way to get around that. Even I would have a hard time winning with that lineup. Akaniko is working with a friend from the land of the Eight Swords. After all, they haven't seen each other in a few months, and I'm sure they have a lot to talk about. Oh, a friend of the island. I smell a woman, don't I? Second dono. Ooh. Oh shit, if it's just Sylvia, it's still fine, but if Yukari senses it, it won't end well, mainly at night. Let's digress here. The members of the Land of the Eight Swords have been participating only on the day of the event, ignoring the awards ceremony and returning home early, but this time they will be watching the entire event and attending the awards ceremony. That's a hell of a change. I suppose you, second dono, made them do it, didn't you? Yeah, I also set them up with a hotel room and everything, and even gave them a tour with our maids. Quite thorough, aren't you? Is there a woman that important to you? Didn't work, huh? I want them to be glad they came and saw the event. The Bishaman battle will be reborn this summer. I want this to be the best possible stage for that first step. And the truth is, there's this extremely beautiful older woman, Uchita. My mouth slipped. I'm kidding. Just kidding. That's not kidding. I am second dono's Lololof. That's why. I'm also jealous. I know you are popular, but do it in moderation, fool. Cheetah. Is it okay if it's in moderation? I'm telling you not to add any more, you stupid cheater. I guess that was too much. Sorry, Amu. If you understand, fine. I'm sorry I yelled at you. Thinking back, Sylvia and I have not been able to do anything lover-like at all lately. I'm putting first place in the world as my #1 priority, but I think Sylvia wants to do something more lovely. That is somewhat understandable when I am in close contact with her, but because she knows my longing, she doesn't often show such pretense in front of me. In many ways, I think she's a good woman. She is a bit of a nag, but there is no one else like her. I need to take a little more care of her. That's enough. Winner, Vogue. That aside, the match was over. It all happened in a blink of an eye. The match lasted less than 5 minutes. I guess from Capito's point of view, on the contrary, he is glad that it was short. They were both definitely growing up compared to before, but the degree of that growth was far greater in Vogue's case. It was a game of sheer strength, but I wonder if it was my imagination, the way Vogue fought. She seemed to be in a bit of a hurry. Maybe there's something she's aiming for. Chapter 173 Reiou Match 2. The final of the tournament to determine the challenger for the Reiou title. Chiri vs. Vogue. After confirming their dueling crowns in the center of the arena, they took their positions without exchanging a word. The tension was felt even in the viewing seats for the contestants. This was also one of the most exciting aspects of the title fights. A sense of urgency is palpable. Amu. Seems they can't even afford to have a conversation. Sylvia responded to Raz's mutterings. Yeah, she's right. On one half. No, Chiri might, but Vogue definitely not. I bet she doesn't even have time to say hello. Is she running out of time? Yeah. With just that much information and the winter season, How could I not notice it? Apparently, she's been working on a countermeasure against Hanko. I see. Sunlight. Vogue was obviously in a hurry. Both now, and during her fight against Capito. I guess she is afraid of the sundown, and of Anko. Hey, listen, you. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the air, breaking the mood. It was cheery. She pointed at Vogue and smiled challengingly. Is that girl planning to taunt her before the call to start the fight? You say? Are you talking to me? Exactly. Who else could it be but you? No, that wasn't what I was referring to. She called the former Reiou you. Well, it's no wonder her reaction. Can't afford the conversation? I take back what I said before, Sylvia muttered as she held her head. No wonder. She was acting like a naive earl's daughter. No, I'm sure that's actually the case. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm going to win this one. That's a lot of confidence. Of course, I've really been working myself to death for the past 6 months. Oh, is that so? Cheery's provocation was clear and straightforward. Vogue replied nonchalantly, uttering only one closing remark. You should wait until you have worked hard for 100 years before you say such a thing. Oh Ju-chan, there is no better turnaround. Cheery couldn't help but close her mouth. Bow to each other. Here's where the time limit begins. Cheery's aim to provoke and gain an advantage in the match backfired. Get ready, begin. The signal by the referee resounded. At the same time, they both activated spirit summoning. Hey, long time no see, dirt woman. Ara, it's been a long time. Red seaweed. Salamandra, the great spirit of fire, and Namides, the great spirit of earth. Apparently, they knew each other. Terra has a better sense of cussing, but the attributes are in favor of fire and against earth. That's a tough factor for Cheery. Terra. Yeah. Oh, Cheery seemed to use the pillbox right off the bat. Terra's earth attribute, second form, enveloped Cheery as she looked forward. Salamandra, aim for Namides. Roger that. Vogue, on the other hand, was planning to utilize the attribute advantage to hold Terra back. And then, during that chance, an aqua dragon, and that's a winged skull and an armored boar. Huh? Land power, air speed, and land power, quite unbalanced. Monster summoning, as I thought. I should say. Vogue had 3 solid monster dames. They are a large water dragon, a flying skull with wings, and a big rugged boar. Raz is right, it is quite unbalanced, but I guess that is part of the strategy. All at once, at Vogue's command, the monsters all charged at once at the chill there. I see, so that's why there are 2 power types. In other words, Vogue saw in advance that Cheery was going to use the pillbox strategy. That's wonderful, totally. Arara, master. Whoa there. I'm not gonna let you. Terra couldn't afford to help Cheery because of Salamandra's interference, and Cheery can't see what's going on outside because of the dirt walls. Well, I guess it's already been decided, right? Kawa, a powerful body slam by the aqua dragon and the armored boar. With only 2 blows, Cheery's shelter was destroyed without a trace as she screamed. Quite the crisis. The summoner's weakness lies in themselves, unless she could beat the 2 monsters in front of her in physical combat, but I doubt Cheery has that kind of gorilla-like status. KGGG. Ha ha ha. There's no way you can beat me. Immediately after, Terra-san was hit by Salamandra's fire magic and fell to the ground. Terra. Oh no. What can I? Cheery, finally, was in dire straits. It's over. Vogue did not even give her time to bemoan, but instead delivered her final words. The aqua dragon and armored boar approached Cheery from the left and right, an attack that would be difficult to avoid or defend against. No way. No, the winner was decided. Or so everyone would have thought. Just kidding. Cheery, who should have been distraught, stuck out her tongue and laughed! Exclamation mark. At that moment, Vogue probably noticed a single flying monster. The moment the pillbox was destroyed, inside the smoke and dust left behind, it became clear that Cheery had used monster summoning, and what appeared was a landslide bird. You're a clever one, Cheery-han. She's a good actress. It was probably all a setup. All for this one moment. She didn't even show any pretense of being a monster user. She let people underestimate her as a naive earl's daughter, dared to be talked down, and dared to scream loudly, so that her opponent would be thoroughly caught off guard right at the very end. Landslide bird is a bird-shaped, Class B monster with colors and patterns that resemble earth and sand. It was a good idea to bring it to blend in with the disintegrating debris of the chill there. The fact that Vogue's discovery was delayed until the last minute was probably a factor there as well as being careless. In addition, the landslide bird has enough offensive power for a surprise attack. It cannot be ignored. A rush by an aqua dragon and armored boar, and a rush by a landslide bird. It was clear which would arrive first. The landslide bird is both closer in distance and faster. The surprise attack proved successful. Vogue will be forced to respond. I can't believe that Cheery would resort to such dirty tactics. I was suddenly impressed. When I first met her, she must have been like a prideful princess raised in a greenhouse. This is a dirty strategy that she would never have thought of back then. A strategy that doesn't care in the slightest about looking good, that puts all pride aside, and just goes for the win. She has grown. And I'm not only talking about skills and status but also her mindset. My bad. So you two were a risk taker, huh? But it never reached her. Vogue must have expected it. That Cheery could be using monster summoning to take advantage of the destruction of the pillbox. No, that verbal expression. Maybe she was preparing for it in a semi-confident and injured way. That is why she pretended to have the winged skull join the attack and stand by in the FR above her own head as an insurance policy in case Cheery was a gambler instead of a naive earl's daughter. She has also grown up. She had listened to my cheeky sermon, "Don't think you know what you're doing," and had considered all possibilities and taken countermeasures. The landslide bird was hit with a piercing body slam by the winged skull, which fell from the sky at a frightening speed, and was flung away, losing its momentum. Cheery's trump card was easily nullified. What a shame. Just before the aqua dragon and armored borush connected, Cheery muttered with the corners of her mouth raised. That look, the way she said it. That girl, although she says it's a shame, she really doesn't look like she's bitter about it at all. She knows. Right now she's the one threatened, but in the future, it will be Vogue the one to feel threatened. If she was able to make it this far in her first appearance, it would certainly be a big deal. If she can maintain this pace of growth from then on, it will not be long before she is on par with Vogue. Because the stronger you get, the harder it is for you to gain experience in Mobius. It is always those at the top who suffer. That's why Cheery is not as frustrated as she should be. Because she can bet on the next time, and the next one, and the next. That's enough. Winner, Vogue. The match was over. I'm sure Vogue is not too happy about this victory. It was a match that she deserved to win. However, at the very end, she was instilled with an uneasiness that she could not wipe away. So far, she would have stood on top as the Reiou, as she has been fighting for it all these years. There must have been dangerous moments at times, but I doubt that she has ever had a close call like this one. The way the title participants are fighting is changing. I think that's how she feels. The only one she looks to is me. However, everyone else is also trying to win. She felt so frustrated, so disappointed, so unbearably frustrated, that she worked herself hard to the death, improve her ability many times over, and challenge me in order to become the Reiou again. It is not hard to imagine that Vogue has done her best. But it was not only Vogue that improved her abilities. Everyone around here is coming to win with that kind of approach. She must continue to win this fierce competition with a look of confidence. I get it. The moment you see a landslide bird pop out of the dirt and smoke, the tightening of your heart, the blazing heat of your brain, the sweat pouring out of your body, the quivering in the back of your throat. It all grows stronger day by day. It increases each day. You must overcome your insecurities. You must conquer your insecurities. For you, the real Reiou battle has just begun today. That's what Cheery taught you. Things are heating up significantly more than in the winter. From now on, it will be much more exciting. The number of contestants will increase. Everyone will be many, many times stronger, and eventually, well, at least that's what I think. And I'm not joking. Overcome and conquer insecurities. I'll do the same. So it makes everyone think, no matter what I do, I can't compete with this person. At full power, I will not spare anything. I will give it my all. I will crush them so thoroughly and utterly that they will never think of challenging me again, blowing away half a year's effort in one breath. Still, nevertheless, the one who challenges me to risk everything accomplished in 6 months could be a good opponent who would sublimate my anxiety into pleasure. Will they really come and love me, other than Raz? Shall we go? To all of you who made me a little nervous by passing the first round of exams, congratulations. Now, the second examination is coming right up. Chapter 174 Reiou Match 3. Long time no see, second Triple Crown. Yeah, it has been about 6 months. For Reiou, Vogue, her growth has been remarkable. Perhaps she thought that Salamandra, the great spirit of fire, alone would not be able to compete with me. Hence, she raised monster summoning and came with 3 different monsters. Being the diligent person she is, she must have ranked up her other skills as well, raising her status to the next level in just 6 months. And with only herself, how far could she go in her preparations? Excellent. The expectations I had last time, the qualities I felt she might have the most out of all the contestants, were not just in my mind. Good. It's a good and unsettling growth. She won't even be competitive as she is now, but 2 or 3 years down the road, I really don't know. That is why I need to smash it to pieces here. I need to develop them into players who would be willing to play an enjoyable match with me, regardless of the cost of victory or defeat. But not quite yet. She doesn't still have the strength to bet on it with just 6 months. It needs to be bigger, heavier, tougher. Vogue can do that. I think so. Sorry, but this will be an overwhelming victory. Oh, you're so confident, aren't you? It's not confidence, just a fact. Question mark. Vogue tilted her head. She really doesn't seem to know what I'm talking about. She may be self-implying that it can't be so. Currently, it is daytime. She has probably figured out that the darkness wolf is vulnerable to sunlight. If so, I can only summon Angelmas, which means she has an overwhelming advantage over me, since she can use Salamandra and 3 monsters. And she may be thinking, how can I win an overwhelming victory with such a gap in strength? The human mind is a mysterious thing. Sometimes it works automatically in order to maintain its peace. I can't help but think this way, even though she could have realized it if she thought about it calmly. Something like there's surely no greater growth than mine. How stupid. Vogue, I have grown many times more in the last 6 months than you have. You should be able to tell by looking at the title fights in which I am scheduled to compete. I've attained 9th grade in all of thread manipulation, martial arts, spearmanship, jujutsu, and sword drawing skills. I originally didn't have them up there. I learned everything from scratch and raised them from class 16th to 9th grade. In addition, I have also tamed a Wraith and an Azura. 6 months ago, you fought and lost to the strong me, a me that at that time had not learned any of these 5 skills. I'll have you let go of your fear, the fear in you that makes you think things conveniently and unconsciously reflect your wish that they be so. And what should I do for this to happen? You already know, right? I'm going to win overwhelmingly. You will be utterly defeated. You're going to see the scariest thing of all. Be numb to your fear. By tasting the greatest fear, I can make the lesser fears not even seem like fears at all. I've been doing that. You should too. Fufu. As expected, a Triple Crown winner is a little bit different. Oh, I've seen that face many times in the past. The face when they were still naive. The result was so bizarre and distorted that it was hard to watch. Bow to each other. Ready? It begins. The Samurai tournament. And for her, a nightmarish time. Begin. At the same time as the referee's order, Vogue performed spirit summoning, followed by monster summoning. Stand by, as you wish. I, on the other hand, only did spirit summoning and immediately directed Angelmas to stand by in the air with telepathic instructions. I thought you were going to win overwhelmingly. Not worth the effort, huh? Then I will be making my move. Vogue taunted me, sending the Aqua Dragon and Armored Boar to rush toward me. The winged skull stood over her head, while Salamandra seemed to be preparing to intercept Angelmas in case he made a move. A coordinated attack with little gaps. An excellent placement for both offensive and defensive. It is both progressive and flexible. A perfect first move in the offensive. Come on, show me an overwhelming victory. As soon as the attack began, Vogue unleashed a further provocation. Not a bad strategy. Not bad. But I will show you an overwhelming victory. What is an overwhelming victory? She doesn't seem to know that yet. An overwhelming victory is not so glamorous as one might think. Rather, an overwhelming victory. Is it to win by destroying your opponent with a single blow? No. It's not. To win with some genius move that no one has ever seen before? No. It's not. To win by thoroughly tormenting someone like an adult would do to a child? No. It's not. An overwhelming victory is a dominating victory. To overwhelm means to be superior in everything. You don't win by not letting your opponent do anything. You let your opponent give everything they have and win by outperforming it all. It is to deny head-on everything and anything that the other party has accumulated up to this point. In other words, total negation. That is an overwhelming victory. Come, Miroku. Monster summoning. What appeared was Miroku in human form. I gave him the order to intercept as soon as he appeared. I directed Miroku to the aqua dragon on the right and to the armored boar on the left. To myself, Lord, may I slay him? Fine. It would be my greatest pleasure. A buzz. I felt the thunderous roar of the audience behind my back. This is probably because Miroku, or rather an Asura, is a monster that has never been seen before. Or maybe it's because he's a demon. Or is it because he carries a katana at his waist? Or was it surprising that I was using a monster other than Anko? Well, it could be any of those. Hyuko style, 7th cloud. Miroku activated gold sword drawing, uttering the name of a somewhat cool technique. A tremendous feat of skill. How many feints did he just put in? 7? With that, it's not easy to see that gold is coming immediately. The footwork is also unquestionably excellent. He seemed to be advancing and retreating, luring them to the point where it was impossible to evade while drawing them to the very edge of their skill readiness time. Yeah, the Hyuko style. I see, 0K4NN Sans. Whoa there. I had forgotten. I have to deal with the armored boar, and that too, without any skills. However, there is nothing problematic about it. After all, I am not going to be dealing with a Class B monster now. Am I? Here, pass. While avoiding the rush, I lightly put my hand on the front side of armored boar and spun it around. With the momentum accelerating even more, I threw it in Miroku's direction. Understood. Miroku, who was about to follow up on the counter effect of gold sword drawing to down the aqua dragon, saw the armored boar I had tossed and nodded once. Behold, Miroku-style secret technique, dazzling dragon flash. Miroku immediately sheathed his sword, took a step forward, and prepared dragon horse sword drawing, waiting for the moment when the aqua dragon and armored boar converged in the effective range. Dragon horse sword drawing is a ranged attack in all directions. It is a skill that is tailor-made for simultaneously dispatching two targets. But then again, what a difficult technique. It would have been better to do the armored boar first, one at a time. But to try to get rid of the two of them at once. This Miroku guy is all worked up just because he's in front of a crowd. Wow. Vogue looked and sounded pitiful. The reason was that Miroku's single blow, dragon horse sword drawing, had mortally wounded aqua dragon and armored boar. In other words, stunned them. Two Class B monsters were destroyed together, and that too, with just one strike. Anyone who saw it would have understood that Miroku possessed an extraordinary offensive power. Vogue would have been made to understand too, even if she didn't want to. Still, the game is not over. There is no way that the former Reiou would be ready to give up, much less surrender. Stand by. Understood. I put Miroku on standby. Now, what's next? Vogue. All you have is Salamandra and the winged skull. Plus, yourself. Come on, let it out. All you got. I'll crush you carefully, piece by piece. TCH. With a grim look on her face, Vogue gave Winged Skull the order to attack. Immediately after, Salamandra moved unnaturally forward. Fourth form. Ha 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 ha. As you wish. I see. Normally, I would have attempted to stop it, but this time, I will dare to take it in stride. Take this. My fire is scorching. Salamandra, with its fire attribute second form spell, spread fire over a wide area. After being blinded by it, the winged skull descended at a high speed from far above. It is a good tactic that is quite difficult to notice, as it dares to do the opposite when Salamandra, with its firepower, should normally be the main focus. Not even warm. Bow down, Salamandra. However, as an offensive attack, it is tame. That does not mean, however, that the receiving side should relax in the slightest. Because he had begun his preparations from the time Salamandra moved forward, Angelmas was able to activate his lightning attribute fourth form in time to coincide with Salamandra's activation of his second form. What? Salamandra was surprised that we had anticipated it. No way. We didn't anticipate it. We were prepared for it. Fourth form is the skill that requires the most preparation time of all possible means of response. Hence, we simply started preparing ahead of time. If an attack comes that requires a different response, we can cancel the fourth form and be ready. Immediately after its activation, a raging fourth form torrent of lightning drowned out without a trace the flames released by Salamandra. Hiroku style, 7,000 spears. At about the same time, Miroku intercepted the winged skull flying from the sky with his rook sword drawing. Amazing. A precise and unmatched blow, like a needle piercing a grain of rice that has fallen from high in the sky. By adjusting the standing position little by little, and by charging up to the limit, he achieved speed, sharpness, hit rate, and firepower, all in harmony. This is no ordinary technique. Miroku, as I expected, was more enthusiastic than usual. He's so excited just because it's a big stage. AAA. Now, the winged skull was also stunned. Only Vogue and Salamandra remain. So, will she try to turn the tables with spirit possession? Salamandra, possession. Right, let's do this. That's right. Good attitude. In the wintertime, I would have paid homage to Vogue's fighting spirit, unsummon Miroku, possessed Angelmas, and beat her one-on-one. The first half was a bit of a struggle, but Vogue was very brave to fight back, and in the end it was a good fight. It brought tears to my eyes, or something like that. It would have been the kind of development that a big-breasted woman who looked like an amateur who didn't know the M of Mobius, who was invited to every Mobius TV show, would have said while flirtatiously trying to impress the audience. But that won't do. I'm not that lenient in the summer season. Or rather, this will be her most painful experience ever. Otherwise, this would not be an overwhelming victory. Here I come. Burning red all throughout her body, Vogue's long, waist-length crimson hair floated in the air, releasing so much fighting energy that caused the air to vibrate. She performed spirit possession with her robust status, so the numbers should be suitably blown out of proportion. Hence, there is still a chance to win, or so she thinks. It's her last hope. It's her only hope. Whether she wins or loses, she is determined to put everything on the line. Please, please reach him. With all the thoughts and feelings that she had accumulated up to this point, Vogue rushed forth. I will deny even that meager thought. There is no way she could have reached me. There's no way that glorified half-year of efforts could even graze me. Second form. As you wish. Dragon King sword drawing. Understood. I directed Angelmas. Immediately after, lightning attribute second form appeared like a barricade in front of me, blocking Vogue's way. Next to me, Miroku was charging up Dragon King sword drawing, a very powerful ranged attack. The more it charges up, the more powerful it becomes! When the thunderstorm subsided, Vogue saw Miroku, his Dragon King sword drawing fully charged. These circumstances truly inevitable. No matter how hard she tried, Vogue would face defeat. Silence flowed after that silent surprise. Under normal circumstances, I would have ordered Miroku to activate it without a moment's pause. A scene where I would then use Dragon King sword drawing as bait. Then prepare a counter to Vogue, who came after me myself, and then brilliantly win the game. But I will not do such a soft thing. Here, I will take it with a firm, solid stance. Establish a daunting ironclad defense. In other words, take it all and then win. My goal is to achieve an overwhelming victory. It's not something I need to go and fight for. Hence, the waiting. Only at that moment when Vogue launches her attack, or at the moment when spirit possession is released, and only at the moment when it is absolutely impossible to avoid it, will I instruct Miroku to activate Dragon King sword drawing. Otherwise, we wait. No matter how long it takes, we will wait to win completely, safely, and overwhelmingly, without showing even the slightest opening, without giving even the slightest chance of victory." Vogue could do nothing and just stood there. No, I should say that she has done everything she can do, and as a result, there is nothing left to do. She cannot attack, cannot confront, cannot speak, cannot listen, cannot win, and cannot admit defeat. Nothing can be done because although she did everything she could, it was all not enough. Everything she had was proven to be overwhelmingly inferior to me, piece by piece. Yes, that's the look. It is the worst feeling of being frustrated, sad, impossibly miserable, and wanting to just die. You have to experience the fear of being denied everything you are, the agony of a near-death, near-catastrophic defeat, from the bottom of your heart. And then Vogue, you can hate me. And still, you will crawl up. Please, please, I pray that you will make it through this tribulation. Then, surely. 5 minutes passed, and Vogue's spirit possession ended. A moment later, Miroku's right hand drew the katana at his waist and released it. That's enough. Winner, second firstest Reiou. My defense was sealed. Chapter 175 Reiou Match, Interlude. How do you feel now that you were not able to win the championship? What do you think was the cause of the large difference? What are your aspirations for the next competition? As soon as the Reiou tournament was over, Vogue was interviewed by a large number of newspaper reporters in the corridor leading to the waiting room. 6 months ago she could still afford to ignore them. However, at present it just so happened that my strategy didn't click. If Salamandra had been able to move more properly, who knows what the outcome would have been. I've been a little busy the past 6 months, so I'd like to be better prepared for the next challenge. But he has a very bad personality, so I'm sure he'll come up with some nasty maneuver that will prevail only against me. Excuses and slanders poured out of her mouth. One could say, she had no choice. Those questions could only be answered with because I was inferior to second in everything if one were to speak of the facts. But the pride of the former Reiou would not allow such miserable words. Her mental state was on the edge. She was supposed to be intelligent, but now she couldn't even realize that the lie was slowly strangling her. 100 years of effort was totally negated, and rightly so. Rather, she was remarkably strong. Second must have seen through that strength. Hence, he crushed her to such a level. Second is coming. The excited press crowd around Vogue quickly quieted at the journalist's words, who had come running in a hurry. Immediately after, the door on the arena side was opened and Second entered the passageway. Second Triple Crown. Congratulations on the defense. What are your feelings now? Now that you have defended your second title, how do you feel about your third? How many titles do you intend to win this season? Please tell us about it. The reporters moved on at once. Not even a word of appreciation for Vogue. In the end, every single reporter was gone from in front of Vogue. What the hell? Pathetic. That was the only word to describe it. Vogue forgot to even walk away and could only stare blankly at Second as he was surrounded by reporters. Huh? Hey, did you guys even interview Vogue? Then Second, noticing Vogue's demeanor, asked a question and turned to the reporters. What kind of interview? You know, the causes of defeat and all that. You're joking, right? No. In an instant, the atmosphere turned cold. They all sensed it. He was angry. Whoever interviewed Vogue, honestly raise your hand, Second said, but no one raised their hand. No. Only one reporter raised his hand in fright. You are? From the Vince's newspaper. Ah, that one. Second nodded and then looked around at the reporters surrounding him. What question did you ask? My apologies, it appears I misheard you. No one raised their hand, so I assumed that it was someone who hadn't asked for an interview who should raise their hand. At that moment, the rest of the reporters had an expression as if saying we've been had. In fact, Vince's newspaper did not conduct an interview with Vogue because the editor-in-chief had given him a no-go. This reporter, who raised his hand, did not understand the reason when he was first instructed by the editor-in-chief. But just now he understood it all, and it was because Second would be angry. If so, this could be an opportunity to outsmart the other newspapers. With his wits, He was able to fool all the reporters present. Is that so? Then everyone but the Vince newspaper should go away. What are you doing? Go away. The reporters were baffled and would not move. What? You got a problem with that? You guys interviewed Vogue, didn't you? I have no use for such inconsiderate people. I'm telling you to get the hell out of here because you're just an eyesore. Second said as if to explain from the ground up. The reporters could not lie now and say that they had not covered the topic because Vogue herself was watching in the background. I don't mind, but you can't complain about what is written about you. In the crowd, one of the reporters uttered such a desperate remark. That was a threat against Second. However, Second did not seem to care, saying, yes, yes dismissively. Then, the reporter from the Vince newspaper blurted something out. RAA. Yeah, RAA indeed. He knew almost certainly those newspapers would be visited by that dreaded military strategist. He let out a small victor smile as he thought about this while watching the reporters leave with disgruntled expressions on their faces. Well, let's hear it then. Yes. Let's start with the characteristics of the newly unveiled monster in this match. I had no idea that Miroku-sama was a monster. A corner of the spectator area, a group of people dressed in kimonos and with katanas pulled to their waists were talking to each other with shuddering expressions on their faces. You only realize that now, Mr. Kanpai? I've suspected that for some time now. I'm amazed. He looks totally human. But the fact that Second Kun is not disqualified proves that Miroku-sama is a monster. Either spirits or monsters could be summoned in the Reiou battle. As soon as any other party participates in the match, the player will be disqualified. In other words, this was the best proof that Miroku was a monster. But what surprises me more is Second Kun. Don't you think that he is head and shoulders above the rest in both the Issenza and Reiou battles? Furthermore, sword drawing. Isn't that too much? I mean, isn't this foul already? Masamune Dono. What? Akaniko-chan. Teacher will not stop with just that. Well, yeah, I know, but I don't know if I want to think about it that much. Masamune muttered. I realize I'm not going to be able to catch up with him. Akaniko chuckled at this and opened her mouth. If it is you, Masamune Dono, you will be able to catch up someday. That talent, which made you the head of the school at the age of 16, is not a lie. Miroku-sama must have recognized your talent, Masamune Dono, and that's why he gave you the name Manzai. I hope so. When the time comes, you can ask teacher to teach you directly. For Masamune Dono's sake, teacher could easily make a day trip to the land of the Eight Swords. I'm glad to hear that. By the way, Akaniko-chan, you call Second Kun teacher, don't you? There were twists and turns. I usually just call him by his name. Oh, you've become very close. That's not the reason. Not at all, when it comes to Second. Seriously. Haha, well, you seem to have a lot on your plate. If you see that man's mess every day, you will have a good 1 or 2,000 complaints. Oh, so many complaints. Akaniko suddenly erupted in a torrent of complaints about Second. Masamune listened to her with a kind face and a here and there. Beida why, whereas Azami Dono me has been rather worried about it ever since we parted ways 6 months ago. Azami Nin. I heard that things have become so prosperous that she can only afford to come on the day of the Bishaman battle. I see. Sankyu. Masamune Dono, I feel relieved. Azami's bakery was having a wonderfully busy season in the big event that was the title tournament. Looking around, one could see a few spectators with Azami's bread in their hands. Akaniko-chan, have you eaten it yet? Well, I'm still working on that. I spent most of my time in training. You're so diligent. No, that's not what I meant. If I could, I wanted to enjoy it with everyone from back home. I see. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. This was the first event of its kind in the long history of the Land of the Eight Swords. Everyone was very much looking forward to this summer, although in different ways. Akaniko-san, would you like me to go and buy some bread? If you're thirsty, I can get you something to drink. Oh, and if it's too hot, I can get you a fan. No, thank you. Kanpai Dono. Is that so? Oh, if there is any inconvenience, please let me know. Don't mind me. Is that so? Masamune's sympathetic murmur of hang in there, Kanbai, was followed by a disappointed Kanbai's slumped shoulders. Hey, isn't that person? Eh? If I remember correctly, she's S-san, right? Do you know her? Vice President? Firstist's servant. One of the legendary maids who is said to be part of the 10 Great. As expected of Vice President Aroma. Your knowledge is so great it borders on the creepy. Well, I knew that too. I just couldn't remember on the spur of the moment. What? That's what? Way too obsessed. Are you bragging about your knowledge? Good. Try again. The Reiou battle was over and the raunchy group was on its way home. The girls were met by a red-haired, side pony, orthodox maid, S, of the 10 Great. When S noticed the girls, she bowed beautifully and then slowly walked up to them. S, she's coming over here. Oh my god, oh my god. Did we do something embarrassing? As far as that's concerned, we do that every day. That's. To the girl's sudden confusion, S quietly opened her mouth. Thank you very much for your support of Master today. I hope we continue having your support tomorrow. No. It was our pleasure. Thank you very much. It has been our greatest joy. The fan club members responded to the unexpected words with excessive nervousness. S smiled broadly and continued to speak. Is Aroma-sama here? Yeah, that's me. May I have a word? Why yes. The person who was called was the vice president, Aroma Vanilla. When both of them left for a bit, S cut to the chase. The fan club of Prince Tenmusa seems to be having a rough time as of lately. Did you get caught in the middle of it? Yes. Yesterday, on the way home. Has something been done to you? They just told us to cry and be frustrated, and to put on a big face. Is that so? S nodded with an I knew it expression on her face. Is there something wrong? Yes. These women are now in a state of internal fragmentation. I heard that about 30% of the members have left the association in the past 6 months. Even now, there seems to be no end to the number of people who have left their group. I see. Yes. It is as you might have expected, Aroma-sama. Aroma's prediction was a switch from being a Prince fan to a second fan. In fact, the trend was quite noticeable. Therefore, they resent Master's admirers. Our servants are doing their best, but please take care, Aroma-sama. S-san, thank you so much for your efforts and your advice. I will also be careful to keep everyone out of harm's way. Yes, please, and thank you. If anything should happen to any of you, Master will be saddened. When S finished speaking, he bowed gracefully and left. Aroma looked off in a daze at the trailing figure. What the hell were you talking about, Vice President? Firstist. What a wonderful group of people. Oh no. They got her. Section. I can't believe it. Capito, a dog-eared young man, was sobbing. Perhaps it was because he was drunk, but his voice was very loud. Second San. You saw it, right? That evil bitch actually tamed an aqua dragon as if she was trying to get at me? Why don't you just go out and get yourself a more awesome monster? Gah. As expected, the man who won a complete and utter victory over that woman really speaks on another level. That should be a compliment, but it kind of pisses me off. Okay, I was going to comfort him, but I'll give him a sermon. Earth Dragon, Flame Wolf, and Kamikaze Eagle, huh? That's right. Good choice. But do you see how you can't beat Vogue like this? I bet. Even I think that's hopeless. What do you think you're missing? A spirit, is it? And? Also, a stronger monster? And? More? Status. And? Is there still more? No, that's about it. What's about it? Yes. A spirit, a monster, and status. That meant you are inferior in every way to Vogue. Please don't say that. He dropped his dog-eared head and slumped down. Cheery, who was watching this pathetic situation from the side, opened her mouth. In other words, you're all but overwhelmingly outclassed by second, which had a crushing victory over Vogue. Capito covered his ears as he shouted. Actually, how does it make sense to cover the human ears and not cover the dog ears? Or rather, Cheery, you can't speak for others either. I'm fine. After all, I have a lot of room to grow. You're not discouraged? Of course not. I'm not going to stop until I beat you. Good. Keep it up. Then, When the time comes to challenge me, Cheery will also experience the same despair as Vogue. Before that, the problem is Capito. Let's see if he can overcome this latest defeat. Yeah, Cheery-san is right. I can't stay depressed forever. Yes, I'll grow. Good words. Nah, he looked alright. You're a simple man, Capito. Oh, by the way, Second-san. That monster, or is it a demon? What in the world is that? I've never seen or heard of it. Oh, I'm curious too. Well, if you say it's a secret, I'll let you enjoy it until the next competition. When the party was at its peak, they suddenly asked me, Miroku, huh? Surely, they wouldn't know what kind of monster he was, since he remained in human form the whole time. Or rather, I don't know if he'll ever be back to his old form. I'll just call him out. I activated monster summoning and called Miroku. Lord, I need to talk to you. Immediately after, Miroku started talking, cutting off the flow of the conversation as soon as he appeared. Oh, what happened out of nowhere? I had never seen so many people in my life. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for preparing this grand stage for my first appearance. No, I didn't put that many people together. No, I was happy to be able to show off my sword drawing in front of a large audience. This opportunity would never have come to me if I had remained a permanent resident on the island. Hence, my heartfelt thanks to you, Lord. This will put the dead samurai in a more positive light. Oh, I see. That's how it is. This guy is a demon who has lived carrying the will of dead samurai. In other words, he shares the will of the samurai. There is no samurai who is not happy to show off his skills in front of a large audience. If Miroku's samurai blood within him is pleased, I am pleased as well. Ah, I see. That's why you are so worked up. Stop it, Lord. Others are listening. You sure are shy. I could swear you were showing off some tricks. Trice. Miroku silently folded his arms and meditated quietly. His cheeks were red without a hint of emotion. What can I say? He's cuter than I expected. He's a very human-looking monster. That's right. I don't know if it's the result of continually absorbing humans or if he was born that way, but Miroku is a very human-looking fellow, both inside and out. That is why I could trust him with Akaniko with peace of mind. I wonder how Akaniko, who in my opinion has an outstanding sense of sword drawing, will transform under Miroku, who has inherited the souls of hundreds of samurai and even absorbed the soul of 0K4NN-san. My interest knows no end. According to Miroku, the blooming is near. I'm looking forward to the Bishaman battle. Oh, and speaking of the Bishaman battle. That's right, Yukari. What's tomorrow? You didn't check again, Master? Don't make me repeat it. There's no way I would check. No, like I said. Why did? No, never mind. There's no point in asking. Yukari half-heartedly informed me of my plans for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Senjushou match. Chapter 176 Senjushou match. 1. Jojutsu thrust middle dot strike middle dot sweep. Dragon King Jojutsu extremely powerful wide area attack. Dragon Horse Jojutsu wide range defense plus knockback. Rook Jojutsu very powerful ranged attack. Bishop Jojutsu rush piercing attack. Girl Jojutsu very strong defense. Silver Jojutsu powerful ranged attack. Knight Jojutsu rush attack. Lance Jojutsu piercing attack. Soldier Jojutsu conventional attack. It's early in the morning, and suddenly we're in the finals. The only other participant in the Senjushou battle, besides me, was Margrave's team. This meant that one of us would have the right to challenge Gloria Senjushou. Still, Jojutsu doesn't seem to be that popular. Well, I understand. Why bother to fight with a wooden stick when there are swords, spears, and other blades available? People in this world risk their lives to fight. So that's the more reason they think like this. Oh, Lord Second, are you lost in thought while in front of me? This is appalling. Steam, did you practice Jojutsu? Yes. Just as a hobby. But in the last 6 months, I've really gotten into it. That's good. Were you inspired? No way. I'm just trying to get you to like me. You're still so pleasant, you know. He said that he had raised his Jojutsu to the level of a contestant in just 6 months, just to get me to like him. Of course, I would like such a thing. Nevertheless, I've never seen anyone who gave off the air of Jojutsu as you. You mean to call me an oddball? Yeah. I'll be honest. Since you don't seem to know this yet, I'd say Gloria Senjushou is many times more giving that kind of air than someone like me. I see. I'll look forward to it. But I am not sure I agree with the tendency to refer to Jujutsu practitioners as oddballs. I can't think of any other skill set as interesting as this one. Yes, that is correct. Jujutsu is interesting. In addition to the 9 types from Soldier to Dragon King, there are 3 additional types of thrust, strike, and sweep for each, making a total of 27 different skills. For example, the Silver Jujutsu is a powerful ranged attack. Yet the Silver Jujutsu middle thrust narrows the range of the attack, but increases the speed and power of the attack, while the Silver Jujutsu middle strike allows the attacker to attack as strongly as if it were swordsmanship, and the Silver Jujutsu middle sweep further widens the range of the attack, allowing the user to specialize in counterattacks or keeping the enemy in check. It was truly a skill that changed in 1,000 different ways. A mere piece of stick could be transformed into a spear, a sword, or a halberd. No other skill set offered such flexibility. In return, the sheer number of options available made it very difficult to master. Besides, it was difficult to develop firepower at the end of the training phase. It was not a skill that made for a good team player either. It was rather a skill designed to be used against players, not against monsters. Therefore, the skill itself is interesting, but the user itself is still the odd one out. The Jujutsu practitioner was a quirky person. I've seen hundreds of thousands of players, so I'm sure it's pretty convincing. Bow to each other. Get ready. Following the instructions of the referee, we took a stance. Is the weapon that Steam produced maple? Mine's Sakura. Well, there is not much difference. Despite their minor differences in characteristics, they were both, in a nutshell, wooden sticks. Begin. The command came. Steam moved forward at once and then prepared Night Jujutsu middle strike. He seemed to step in all of a sudden. Well, let's take it courteously, then. Phew. From a quick close-up to a straightforward upper strike. Nice and simple. The simplicity also narrows the options for dealing with it. How about this? I twisted a bit and took it with Soldier Jujutsu middle thrust. Usually, you take it with either strike or sweep. However, with both Knight and Soldier at grade 9, the superior firepower goes to Knight. Hence, using Soldier sweep against it will give you a head start, but you will end up being overpowered and repelled. In other words, if you take it with sweep, unless you use Knight or better instead of Soldier, you will be fended off and leave an opening. But right now, by using thrust against the cane itself, even Soldier can compete against Knight, producing about the same amount of firepower, leaving you with no gaps. Well, I suppose you would. Steam seemed to have anticipated this. The next move was Silver Jujutsu middle sweep without a moment's pause. It is a powerful ranged attack skill. I see. He wants to distance himself a little by using Silver to regain some distance and get back into stance. He then might want to use a high firepower skill, perhaps Rook Jujutsu, in order to secure a win. I won't let you. Crushes the opponent's hand. This is important. I aimed for Steam's fingertips with Lance Jujutsu middle thrust. The moment I thought, oh, so Silver, my body had already started preparing for Lance on its own, so I was able to activate Lance thrust before Steam's Silver sweep could be activated. Whether, in the nick of time, Steam cancelled his Silver's attack and avoided it with all his might. Nice call. Well then, how should I counter? Did you know about this? Maybe he doesn't know. A technique that I hope people will remember. It's a good opportunity to showcase it. You are. I heard Steam recoil. What am I currently doing is, I'm hitting Soldier Jujutsu middle thrust, Soldier Jujutsu middle strike, and Soldier Jujutsu middle sweep in rapid succession, while keeping a good distance between me and Steam. The so-called eeny, meeny, miny, mo state. In Jujutsu, if one started preparing a new skill without cancelling the previous one, the previous skill is automatically cancelled, as long as it is the same skill. Incidentally, with skills other than Jujutsu, it is not possible to start preparing a new skill without first cancelling the previous one. In other words, This thrust middle dot strike middle dot sweep roulette was a technique recommended by Mobius management in Jujutsu. Stop. It was thrust, but the more experienced you became, the less meaningful this roulette was. This was because no one was stupid enough to prepare in advance before approaching, and it was common sense to approach without activating until the very last moment. Roulette can only be used as a momentary distraction here and there. TCH. However, if the opponent is a beginner, it works tremendously well. Steam, caught off guard, responded a beat later with a soldier Jujutsu middle dot sweep. Next will be Aru. I love this roulette, because it is a winning technique against low-ranked players. I mean, it works really well. Half the time. There it is. Strike was a guise for a thrust. What? Sometimes they even slip past you unintentionally. Occasionally, there's even a skill that's triggered that's not what was intended. Like now, when you think you have activated Lance Jujutsu middle dot strike, but it turns out to be Lance Jujutsu middle dot thrust. Such surprises are also interesting. Steam was preparing to respond with Lance Jujutsu middle dot sweep, but contrary to my anticipation, I had unleashed Lance Jujutsu middle dot thrust, so the timing of my activation was a little off, and my thrust reached Steam first. Steam had to remove his right hand from the maple cane after receiving a thrust with a piercing effect on his right arm. A big opening, indeed. But even though the result was bad, I'm surprised he managed to hold out for the Lance Jujutsu middle dot sweep. If he had started preparing at the same time I started the roulette, I would have immediately switched to Bishop Jujutsu middle dot thrust and it would have been almost a foregone conclusion. Did he see through that? This is young Margrave of 33 years old is smart, even if he is not quite there yet. Do you want to surrender? No. Lord Second, you look like you want to have a little more fun, so if you don't mind, I'll keep you company. I see. Nice one, Steam. I'd love to have a drink with him afterward, but apparently, he's a bit of a non-drinker. What a shame. So let's have a little more fun since we can't drink. That's enough. Victor, second firstist. For the next few minutes, Steam accompanied me as I played roulette. This guy, contrary to his appearance, is a surprisingly gutsy guy. I had no idea that a slender, gaunt, and visibly indoor-looking bespectacled guy with unhealthily white skin would be so eager to get a bite out of me. By the second half of the game, he had seen through half of my roulette. How much has Steam grown in this one match? His growth potential, his concentration in gaining enough experience to complete the Jujutsu skill in half a year, his boldness in learning that skill, and his keen observation of how to form a team, make him a man with many things to look forward to in the future. Oh, but, speaking of what I'm looking forward to now, Glorious Senjushou, an oddball who was described as Jujutsu-ish even by Margrave Steam Bitter Valley. There's no way I'm not curious, obviously, also about her skills. Now, it's time to play. Section. Glorious Armor. Glorious Armor. Is it that time already? That's right. It's time for the match. Not good. I lose track of time when I'm reading. There are 2 contestants this season, which is great. It's great, really. Like a novel. Let's go quickly. Let's go quickly. Yes, I am. A dim light hovered in the dimly lit library. One elf woman was reading a book under it. Her name was Gloria. There was no one among the elves who did not know that name. It was in the past that she was known as the Silver Princess. Now, she was a lone princess, and, yes, the word bookworm would be quite appropriate. Somewhere along the line, she became obsessed with the charm of books, her beauty, the envy of all, and her gorgeous silver hair that reached down to her waist, was still in full bloom. However, her life consisted of books. Books. All day long, she would spend her time in the library, reading books. The only errands she had to go out were to buy new books and to try out what she had read in a book. Her actions always involved books. Indeed, you could say that she was an oddball, but that alone was a weak reason for her decades of isolation. I'm in the mood for either Boxwood or Zelkova. Zelkova is good. Zelkova is good. Indeed. Then Zelkova it is. Yay, Yay! Gloria put the Zelk of Attain in her inventory and left the study. She was the only one to leave the study room, and there was no one left in the study room when she left. Who in the world was Gloria talking to? Chapter 177 Senjushou Match 2 Jojutsu Thrust Middle dot Strike Middle dot Sweep Dragon King Jojutsu Extremely Powerful Wide Area Attack Dragon Horse Jojutsu Wide Range Defense plus Knockback Rook Jojutsu Very Powerful Ranged Attack Bishop Jojutsu Rush Piercing Attack Girl Jojutsu Very Strong Defense Silver Jojutsu Powerful Ranged Attack Knight Jojutsu Rush Attack Lance Jojutsu Piercing Attack Soldier Jojutsu Conventional Attack. Long time since I fought. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. The game cannot be played alone. I have a partner, 2 of them, but there is only one to fight. Because I'm the Senjushou, I'm the title holder. What a waste. What a shame. What a disappointment. See, there's something dodgy out here again. She's mumbling to herself. Nice to meet you, I'm Gloria. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I was greeted 3 times. She is a beautiful female elf with waist-length silver hair. She would be as beautiful as any princess if she were normal, but her behavior is far from normal from start to finish. Hello, I'm second. When I replied simply, Gloria nodded once with an aha, and opened her mouth. I knew it, I knew it. What the hell is wrong with this girl? Not good. I can't help but be curious. What? Is there any point in repeating yourself by subtly changing your tone of voice? There is. Is there? May I ask you to tell me? Yeah, sure. It seems fine. My friend, I'm Silver. Silver is cheerful and eager to show off. That's why she says the same thing twice. Gloria-sama is reserved, Gloria-sama is reclusive. See? I don't know what to say. I can understand this because I have had to talk with such an I'm a mysterious girl type of girl many times in the past due to the nature of the online gaming environment, but Gloria is undeniably a real one. This girl probably really thinks she has a friend named Silver inside her. No. In fact, she might really exist. It's all too natural. Just as I am unconsciously breathing and thinking with my hand on my chin, I can see that she is also unconsciously conversing with whatever Silver's words are coming out of her mouth. Oh, so you're friends. Is Silver taking over Gloria's mouth? How unusual. How surprising. How shocking. You don't think I'm creepy, do you? I'll tell you. I'll answer your question. First, we discuss it in my head. We are consulting. We are meeting. And then we talk in turns. That is the best. That is the wisest. They take turns speaking about the results of the brainstorming session. Indeed, there is a consistency in what they say, even though they seem to be speaking separately as Gloria and Silver. Hey, that's interesting. I have a question for you, too. I have a question I want to ask. Sure, no problem. Why don't you feel creeped out? Isn't it creepy? Isn't it weird? I see. Well, even if you ask me why, I don't know. Because you're the real deal. I am the real deal? You mean I'm not a fake? You mean I'm not a sham? Yeah. In my experience, the real ones like you are both knowledgeable and skilled. I'm only speaking from experience, but if I recall my Mobius life up to now, the accuracy rate is 100%. Those who have a unique perception like hers excel at something more than others, and that would be Jojutsu. Or so I would think, right? Creepy? What a stupid thing to say. It is rather pleasant. What would you call this sensation of heightened anticipation if you didn't say it feels pleasant? Let me thank you for that. From now on, Gloria, let me thank you for coming into this world with Silver, encountering Jojutsu, and developing your shining talent. Bow to each other. Get ready. I was bored. I hate to say it, but honestly, Steam was a disappointment. That smart young Margrave, although he has considerable growth potential, is still a long way off. Even that growth rate is far less than mine. It's only natural. There's no way you can keep up with me while doing the work of a Margrave. With the other hand, I knew that. Everyone does. Everyone has a life. It is rare to find someone who is willing to devote their entire life to a single skill. But as for Jojutsu, I was secretly hoping that it would be different, that the Senjushou battle, with all its eccentricities, would be different. I thought that anyone who practiced jujutsu would have to be insane. I had hoped that there would be one crazy person who would devote his or her entire life to jujutsu. Here was a woman who might just have. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Gloria, what about you? Begin. As soon as the order to begin was given, Gloria took a weapon from her inventory. Is that Zelkova? Hard, heavy, and strong. It is the most powerful type of gain. When I saw Gloria holding that Zelkova lightly, I could tell that she has a strength that should not be underestimated, and the speed of Gloria as she ran off. She also has a fairly high agility, acceleration without any restraint. Her SP seems to be quite adequate as well. Gloria, it appears that you've done a pretty good job of improving your skills outside of jujutsu, haven't you? Exclamation mark. After closing the gap between us, Gloria prepared silver jujutsu thrust in the nick of time, and switched to silver jujutsu sweep in a split second. A useless feint. This single shift is effective enough without having to go to the trouble of playing roulette. Well, if you're going to attack me, I'll take it. Here, I dared to play night jujutsu strike and dive into her bosom. Naive. It was probably Silver who spoke up. Naive? Me? Huh? When did this girl? Soldier jujutsu thrust? TCH. The feeling of a cane being thrust into my abdomen. Are you kidding me? Oh, it's been a long time. It had been a long time since I had been attacked head-on. I'm coming. Gloria prepared a lance jujutsu thrust as she politely uttered these words. I'm pretty sure it's Gloria's, since she didn't repeat the same meaning twice, right? Well, even so, I can't take this. I activated lance jujutsu sweep to counter away Gloria's thrust. Without a moment's pause, Gloria spun around using her recoil to strike from the opposite side of my swing with her soldier jujutsu strike. What the heck is that movement? The perfect child of jujutsu. It was a very careful and disgustingly sharp offensive move, striking from the angle that was hardest to return in my current position. This woman was able to do the best she could think of with the utmost skill and reflexes. Wait a moment. I felt like taking a breather. I wanted to fully savor this emotion. I strike lightly from the opposite direction of Gloria with my soldier jujutsu strike, pushing her a little to the other side, like when you lock swords in a fight and push each other away. Well done, Gloria. Yes, I wanted to give her a word of praise. You can be proud. You are the woman who gave the world's best a head-on blow. It's here, finally here. What I've been looking for. You have lived up to my expectations. Thank you, Gloria. I'm glad I found you. You too, are amazing. Very strong. Quite strong. But I'm stronger, maybe. Stronger. Much stronger. So you say. However, well, I get it. You are an expert. A nerd. An enthusiast. A freak. An artisan. You have absolute confidence in jujutsu, don't you? You don't plan on letting anyone beat you, do you? It is only natural to think so, since you have been doing one thing single-mindedly and devotedly, and have done it better than any other person. It's only natural to think that you can't lose to someone like me who cheats here and there. Do you know why it's called Senjushou, Thousand-Armed General? I read it in a book. It was in a book. I'll teach you. We will show it with our actions. We will embody it. Gloria says this to me as I continue to be silent, smiling challengingly at me. Beautiful. A silvery smile that combines confidence and competence. This does not happen to ordinary people. The more you improve your ability, the more you realize that the top is far. There is no time to even think about confidence. If they do not earnestly kick off the bottom and cling to the top, even their present will be in jeopardy. Oh, what a precious existence. After just a few strikes, I understood. She is definitely a genius. In jujutsu, she has a talent that can only be considered a divine and truly heavenly gift. I'm impressed. I'm thrilled to have met her, and I'm shaking right now, to the point of unintentionally thanking God for the natural gift she has been given. That's why I will crush it. The unshakable confidence backed up by the strong ability acquired over a long period of time by overflowing talent. I cannot wait to smash it into a muddled mess that can never be regenerated again. Oh, this elation, this excitement. I keep playing Mobius for these moments. What a face to make. I'm the world's #1. A mere genius is not even close to my feat. Smashing the real genius that everyone recognizes by an overwhelming margin. This is the greatest pleasure, ecstasy, madness, and climax. The irreplaceable pleasure. The proof that I am the best in the world. The throbbing that makes me who I am. Well then, look carefully. 7 system! Exclamation mark. Don't give me that look, Gloria. It's just Lance Jujutsu Thrust. You can handle it, Ku. That's right. Lance Jujutsu Thrust is the correct answer. What about the next Silver Jujutsu Strike from the back? No way. Good, you can see it. Soldier Jujutsu Thrust, again, is the right answer. But that shift is hard to catch on the backhand. In particular, the following Night Jujutsu Sweep. Sweep from the lowest position, accompanied by the debris of the ground being shattered. In other words, an offensive move in which blindness is added, while also closing in the distance. It also was a wide-range attack. 3 birds with 1 stone. How could it not sting? No. However, as expected of a genius. Despite being blind, she is ready with Silver Jujutsu Sweep to deal with the situation. But too bad. If so, it's going to end up with 7 more moves, isn't it? After she closes the distance, I would counter her Rook Jujutsu Thrust with Gold Jujutsu Sweep. Then, for her Bishop Jujutsu Thrust I would use a Bishop Jujutsu Strike. Immediately after that I would prepare Knight Jujutsu Strike and cancel it while turning around to her back. This way, no matter what she prepares, it would be too late against my Lance Jujutsu Sweep! Exclamation mark. You're a brilliant person. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Yes, that you should have thought. Let's make room and wipe my eyes. For the 5th move, instead of Night Jujutsu Sweep, Night Sweep is the best. Sure, we both closed our eyes. This is the best. However, it's too late to do anything about it now upon realizing it. Gloria, you have been defeated in just 13 moves, by me. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Last move. The Lance Jujutsu Sweep. I released with a laugh, gouged out Gloria's leg. Ugh. Gloria was hit by a penetrating attack on both legs and went down helplessly. It's a dead end. She can no longer prevent me from completing the preparation of my Dragon King Jujutsu Thrust. I have seen those eyes, many times. Something impossible, something you never want to admit to. Yes. The eyes that see a monster. To have a genius like you look at me like that. That is irresistible, and it feels so good. I'll admit it, you're a genius. I hope to see you again, hopefully in the winter. Yes, I surrender. That's enough. Victor, second firstist, Chapter 178. Senjushou Match, Interlude. How frightening. Yeah, amazing. In the audience seats after the game, after a few minutes, Sylvia finally opened her mouth, to which Iko replied, yeah. I shudder to think that Master is still so unfathomably bottomless. Yukari, you're wrong. She's the one who's frightening. What now? The crowd's reaction was divided. On one side, those in awe of the second's one-sided victory by an overwhelming margin. And on the other side, those who were astonished and admired her for giving that second a head-on blow. The former response was more common among non-contestants and the latter among contestants, especially those who have had a match against second. It only took a few strikes to bring out that look on second Dono's face. Do you know what this means? No. Master's face? Do you mean that boyishly innocent and wonderful smile? Yeah, that smile. I've only gotten to see it in these last 6 months. Me, too. And it only took one fight to bring it out. Her body trembled with a shudder. Sylvia was proud to be with second for the longest time on Team Firstist. Hence, these are thoughts. That smile is his true self in the game. In other words, even in a title game where the fiercest players gathered, most of the opponents would not even give second the bare minimum. In the midst of all this, she was happy to finally be able to be the one, along with Iko, to see his true colors, and then, she showed up. I understand. You must be jealous! Exclamation mark. Raspberry Bell pointed out. It was obvious. Sylvia was jealous of Gloria. That woman is probably a genius. She will probably grow twice as she is now. Maybe in 6 months she'll be able to catch up. Huh? No way. No matter how much you double it. How much has Senpai grown in the past 6 months? A lot more than double. You've already seen it yourself. Well, I guess. Sorry. The talent barrier. It was a thick, sturdy, high wall that everyone would hit at some time or another. This was the second time Sylvia had faced this. You can't rely just on senpai's training. Yes, very true. I will do my best too. Yes. Let's work together, Iko. Sylvia and Iko nodded at each other enthusiastically. Well, no matter how hard you try, I don't think you'll have problems. No one heard Raspberry Bell's muttered comments. Yukari is doing a great job at it. She can stand next to senpai all the time by playing a supporting role. Raspberry Bell being Raspberry Bell, she was also inadvertently jealous of Yukari. Say guys, could it be, maybe, just maybe? Yeah. I also agree with Ellen. First is State, Servants' Mansion. After the Senjushou competition schedule was over, the returning servants had a meeting in the after-dinner hours. The 6 gathered were Kubero, Just, L.S., Champani, and Cosmos. As of tonight, only those who could leave the work to their subordinates have been assembled. And as soon as they opened their mouths, the red-haired maid sisters, Ellen Des, said so. Maybe. Just maybe. What could be the meaning of those words? If she dealt a blow to Second Sama, she would be the best ever among all human beings. Yes, I'm pretty sure she's at least first class. Champani nodded at the butler Kubero's words. The other servants seemed to have no objections and quietly nodded their heads. I have no objection to that. Then I will fill in the form. Kubero pulled a large piece of paper from his inventory and wrote Gloria's name in the first class column. Yeah, they had created a ranking of all people's combat abilities on this paper. Why would they need to do that? This was done from a risk management perspective. The purpose was to visualize the potential threats to the Firstist family and their combat capabilities in a simplified manner, so that it would be easier to respond in the event of an emergency and to make the initial response. Naturally, not only hypothetical enemies but also both neutrals and relatives were noted in the rankings. The famous art of war, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will never be defeated in 100 battles, was a golden saying that was widely recognized in this world as well. Oh, hey, by the way, I think we can eliminate Kenshin from the first class, right? Just, the stable master, interjected from the side as Kubero wrote. No. Although Second Sama has sealed him, the possibility of his resurrection cannot be dismissed. So it was determined at the last meeting. Sorry for the late report. I'm sorry I've been absent. This ranking list would be updated only when it was necessary to do so and when servants at the top rankings were gathered like this. As a result, there was often uneven participation and delays in updates due to irregular meetings. And, of course, it did not reflect the competence of the servants in areas that they were not fully aware of. Since everyone knew full well that this was the case, this ranking list only served as a rough guide. Don't worry about it. I understand that your work is with horses, and you can't let go of them. No. You're the one who's truly busy. Hey, there, no flirting in the meeting. I'm not. Cosmos, you better watch your mouth. The meeting proceeds in a lively three-way manner. They were always like this. Is Steam Margrave in there? 3rd grade? I think that is about right if you think only of simple combat ability. I myself think he's only 4th class. I think 3rd class is fair. I guess I agree with Paniaki. I would rather do something more agreeable with Master though. There's so little context, I don't even know what that means. Cosmos, you'd better stop forcing the undertones into your stories. Sorry, that was my bad. Steam was settled with 3rd class. Later, while everyone was discussing whether there were any other class changes, an unexpected person visited the conference room. Oh, there you are, all gathered here. Isn't it Severanism? Severa. Long time no see. Shut up. Shut up. Be quiet now. Let me talk for a second. Severa, the head chef, 35 years old, unmarried, single, and looking for a girlfriend, formerly a caramelly addict. Severa lightly brushed off Just and Kubero with the same rough tone he had used before, and then stood in a position where he could see everyone's faces. Thus, I am sorry. With a shout, he dropped to his knees. He was crying. All were surprised at how far removed from their image of Severa's appearance and behavior he appeared and acted. However, His enthusiasm for the firstest family burned like a flame. And nothing had changed since the days when Caramelia ruled over his body and soul. The drugs are out of my system. Thanks to Raspberry Balsama, I am feeling better. I can move already. From now on, I will serve Second Sama and everyone with all my heart and soul. One by one, little by little, I will return this favor. So, please, take care of me. No unnecessary words were uttered. He never said the obvious, such as never doing drugs again, apologies for the inconvenience, a progress report, and plans for the future. He had already informed Second and the others. He walked around Firstist's mansion, carefully delivering his words one by one to each person he met, even to his subordinates and their subordinates, without ever being bothered by it. And last but not least, he visited this place. I understand, Savara. These are strong words, just like you. That's why I can't help but be frightened. After a brief silence, Kubero opened his mouth on behalf of everyone. Even someone as strong-willed as you are cannot overcome Caramelia's dependence. It was a truly frightening drug, and it renewed their awareness of it. Therefore, it was also understood that Renko's activities, which currently helped the Knights crack down on Caramelia as the righteous R6 in the royal capital, were necessary for the kingdom of Castor. But, you can be rehabilitated even if you are that addicted to drugs. You have proved that. Savara, you did a great job. You should be proud! Exclamation mark. Welcome back, Savara. We congratulate you on your return! Exclamation mark. Savara sobbed uncontrollably. He didn't know how much crying he had done all day. They were all like that. Everyone at Firstist was like that. Warm. They warmly welcomed back a man who was as good as a piece of trash in the kingdom's society. What would you call this if not a bond? The 14 members, the 10 great and the big 4, all had some kind of tragic past because they had been saved together, spent time together, served together, and healed together. They had developed a strong and deep affection for each other, as if they were family. Here, in this miraculous place, they learned the love of family and gained an irreplaceable bond. Everyone, of course, cherished it because they have not been able to get it so far. They cherish it more than others. A treasure they had finally acquired. They were not willing to give it up so easily. Yes, their bond couldn't be broken by a mere drug. All right, then, let's all take turns punching him one at a time. However, it was tough in its own way. To keep the bond alive also meant to have that kind of strength. In particular, Kubero, the former young head of a major bandit group, knew how to get it right. Well, I'll never get another chance to hit Sovereignism, so my arms are really eager. Just stood up, rolling his shoulders. I'll go for the liver. I'm reserving solar plexus. Sobra-san. My sister L is relentless, so here you go. With the two making noisy reservations, S handed Savara a few potions. By the way, I have a low strength, so I'm going for the throat. Then she told him a few words. Then I'll be satisfied with the crotch. Then let me close with the jaw. Cosmos and Kubero also stood up. Boo. Immediately after, without any particular alright start signal, they suddenly started hitting him in order, beginning with just. By the time Kubero took it easy and landed a left hook to the jaw, Savara was completely unconscious. Later, in the kitchen, the head chef may or may not have sprinkled a little more chili pepperoni on the dishes of the 6 people who had beaten him, muttering, "Ha ha ha, I'm the best friend you'll ever have." Section. Amazing. Raz. He's looking really good. It worked better than I thought it would. After dinner ended, I was stunned to see Sobra, who came to greet me, saying, "Thanks to you, I am feeling better." He was a lifeless shell of a man who used to talk about big tits, big boobs. But now he was no longer a shadow of his former self, but rather had evolved into an energetic, colorful, and cool cook. Sobra repeated his apologies and thanks while crying so earnestly that it was hard to watch, so I said, "It's fine, it's fine." However, I was not able to ask him about the details of his visit because he was forced to turn around and leave halfway through the meeting. Raz did not expect the effect to be so extraordinary, and she seemed more than a little surprised. But then again, I didn't think the development was finished. I thought it wasn't. It's not. I'm in the final testing phase, but Savura-han insisted on it, so he volunteered for the clinical trial. I explained to him that I was absolutely sure it would work, but that we didn't yet know what side effects it would have. I see, then there's still the possibility of side effects. No, probably not. If there were to be one, it would already be there. In other words, you mean, a great success? You bet. Oh, you indeed. Oh, you did it. Raz. Yeah. You. NNNN. We high-fived each other with both hands, then gave each other a tight hug and rejoiced. I'll pretend I didn't hear Raz's troubled voice for now. Well, I'm happy in many ways. Sobra is now at ease, Caramelia-related things are coming to an end, and most importantly, Raz can now concentrate on Mobius. Yeah, I've never been so happy. I also met Gloria. Raz will start to get serious, too. And some powerful enemies yet to be seen. That's great. Seriously, is Raspberry Belka delicious, Master? That's one thing, but Yukari. My head cooled suddenly, and poof, I let go of Raz's body. Raz fell flat on her back on the sofa with a huff and quickly picked up a cushion and pressed it to her face to hide her bright red face and then shrieked, Margot. It's that one. Yeah. It's Steam's fault. Is that so? Then I will send a razor to the Margrave later. Sorry Steam. By the way, Master, you should get some sleep. Oh, so that means I'm on tomorrow, too. It had become a regular event for Yukari to report on tomorrow's title game. Yukari opened her mouth with a single, sigh of exasperation. Tomorrow is the Shisousei match. Chapter 179 Shisousei Match 1. Spearmanship. Dragon King Spearmanship. Extremely powerful single target attack. Dragon Horse Spearmanship. Powerful long range attack. Shockwave. Rook Spearmanship. Rush attack. Charge thrust. Bishop Spearmanship. Powerful ranged attack. Cleave. Gold Spearmanship. Counter attack. Counter. Silver Spearmanship. Powerful single target attack. Charge thrust. Knight Spearmanship. Forward leaping attack. Leaping thrust. Lance Spearmanship. Ranged attack. Cleave. Soldier Spearmanship. Normal attack. Thrust. Tournament to determine the challenger for the Shisousei title began. There were 3 contestants, a dark elf woman named Karen, our maid Champani, and me. The winner of this one will be able to challenge the current Shisousei, a dark elf man named Raiden. I was seeded. Therefore, I would have to fight either Karen or Champani. Why am I seeded? Are you still saying that, second donor? I'm a first-timer, you know? I was told that Karen is not a first-timer, so why not let her be the seed? It was a fair draw. There's nothing to be done about it. No. Realized that there was something wrong with that raffle. There was no need for a raffle in the first place. I heard that there was a strong behind-the-scenes push from various parties to make me a seed. Finally, the title game management broke down and drew lots to seed either me or Karen, and it seemed that I was the winner. It is even doubtful that a raffle was really held. The information is quite reliable because Yukari, who had doubts when she saw the tournament list that was announced just before the event, used the IV squad to investigate the matter. Screw that, I'm going to go see Main for a minute. Master, they have already gathered in the center of the arena. It can no longer be overturned. No. Even if it's not overturned, I'm still complaining. Besides, the problem is much deeper rooted than what Master thinks. Deeply rooted? Yukari looked somewhat cold as she held me back. Although it has been relatively reduced, discrimination still exists in the kingdom. Ah, so it's that. Dark elves, huh? Yes. So she's out of the seeding because she's a dark elf? Probably. I knew it. It's from the castle. I am sure His Majesty has done his best. His Majesty knows very well that Master is more enthusiastic about the title fights than anyone else. Then why am I seeded? I think it's safe to say that most of the powerful people in the kingdom are in favor of discrimination against dark elves. All I could do was spread my hands out and point them upward with a stunned unbelievable look on my face and be seated violently. People, when they are truly dumbfounded, are speechless. No, you idiot, cool it. Yukari, who should be the most outraged person here, is so unconcerned. The Master should not be getting all worked up on his own. Second dono. This is not acceptable. You've got to be kidding me. I thought the kingdom's nobility was a little better now that the dogs of the empire are gone, but I didn't realize it was still so corrupt. We had one fellow beside us who was getting all worked up. I love this about Sylvia, but I realized that this is not a story that can be solved by getting worked up. Yes, Yukari is right. It is a deeply rooted problem. I am glad you have calmed down, Master. So, I have one suggestion. It came. You are wonderful, Yukari. You know me so well. You must have been struggling too. No, I don't really care how my people are treated. But I thought that Master might not be satisfied. So I had a little consultation with my spirit. Oh. So, it's already over. Even before things started, Sylvia said with a clear look on her face. I totally agree with her. The story is simple. After Master wins Shisousei, you will only name and criticize each of the nobles who gave behind-the-scenes opinions to make Master a seed for each of the newspapers to report on. Leave the rest to us, she said. I guess that kind of thing is possible with that one. We've already looked into it. Oh, yes. What about the Amunel family? Is it worth mentioning? All right, I'll get it done. As expected from the Amun family. I thought that a family that raised a daughter who would say, if you are not a nobleman, you are not a person, would naturally discriminate against dark elves as well, but I was right on the money. The Amuns will have a day full of drama. After all, the Champani Fano that Thibaut Omun used to tease in school is now. Right, Master. Please keep in mind that it is impossible to get rid of discrimination all at once. However, when a person who attracts people's attention like Master leads the way, people's sense of discrimination will slowly but steadily change. It will be a steady activity, but I am very encouraged that you have decided to take the first step. Yukari is a bit more tsundere than I thought. What? She says she doesn't care how her people are treated, and yet this is what she does. It means you're pretty. Thank you very much. Her body that turns red to the tips of her ears with a single compliment, though, is honesty itself. Section. Oh ho ho ho. At last, the time has come. Stepping out into the center of the arena was a young lady in a maid's outfit, with long blonde hair in curly waves and a perfect makeup job. She spent over an hour this morning setting her hair and applying her makeup, arranging every detail on her maid's uniform, changing her perfume to a newly purchased expensive one, and her underwear to her most favorite battle one. So she was in the highest and strongest spirits. No way, is that Pani? The first people who were taken aback by her appearance were those who knew her as a student. Champani Fana was the daughter of a fallen aristocrat, bullied day in and day out, and finally forced into slavery because she could not pose any resistance. And now, a Shisousei contender, a near nightmare reality for those who had bullied her. When it came to title contenders, their status was no less than that of an ordinary aristocrat. Noble daughters, for example, would obviously be seen as beneath them, in an aristocratic society where titles meant everything. If the person you had bullied in the past had risen to a higher status than you would no longer be able to do anything but tremble in fear. In addition, everyone understood who was behind Champani. That was what made them look so pale. In the kingdom of Castul, he was the most dangerous enemy of the nobles, the worst and the most powerful ambassador, a man with a reckless and unrestrained mind. The maid's uniform that Champani proudly wore said it all. A group that was out of the ordinary, even having several title contenders as servants. Everyone knew that if they stared at you, it would be the end. Ara, how are you, Tabo-san? Looking so pale. I wonder if you're not feeling well? Exclamation mark. Oh my, Chiri-sama. How do you do? I haven't seen you since the ballroom party the other night. Oh my, is this my seat? What a totally odd place to meet. You too. Lord Steam, I never thought I'd see you here. I don't need that kind of greeting, Tabo-o-moon. Oh, Chiri-kun, thank you. I will come and greet you again later at the celebration party. I see that you will be attending this year. I am pleased to hear that. With all due respect, I will greet you then too. Yes, that would be good. It's almost time for the match to start. The mastermind of the bullying, the Earl's daughter Tabo-o-moon, was secretly sent an invitation to attend the Shisousei title battle. The name of the invitee was the ambassador plenipotentiary, Second firstest. How could an earl's daughter possibly refuse? The place was a special seat in the front row. However, seated next to her was the earl's daughter and Reiou contestant, cheery lumberjack. On the opposite side, neighboring her, was the Senjushou contestant, Margrave Steambitter Valley. For Tabo, it was an unusually uncomfortable seat. It was a small revenge by the head maid who thought of her subordinates. When informed of the situation, the pair readily agreed to do so with an immediate response. The young lady looked angry. The Margrave had a really nasty smile on his face. But I never knew that His Excellency, Second, had trained such excellent and beautiful servants. Second is very eager to nurture not only himself but also his people, so me and my brother can't afford to be outdone. Yeah, the lumberjack family is in safe hands. I'd like to say I can't lose either, but as it stands, I don't think I can even beat Miss Champani. Lord Steam, I'd be worried about our borders if you were that meek. What is that weapon? You don't have to worry about the border, but about that weapon, is it? The Rainbow Naginata? No way. Is the legendary Rainbow Naginata the one that Rainbow Dragon drops? So she has already defeated even a Rainbow Dragon. Tabo-san, isn't Champani-san great, right? Isn't that awesome? Why yeah, amazing. The Meteor Dungeon capture, indeed, is a great accomplishment. You think so too, don't you? Tabo-o-moon. Why yes, a great accomplishment. I'm sure she must have had a wonderful time as a student. I wish I'd gone to such a great school. I wonder where her alma mater was. Shall we ask His Excellency Second at the celebration party? Well, I'm sure you're wondering the same thing. Tabo-o-moon. I am very curious. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Steam and Cheery sandwiched Tabo between a series of words that elevated Champani. Yes, they had no idea that the daughter of Earl O'Moon sitting next to them had bullied Champani in the past. Or rather, pretend not to know. They both knew everything about it. They even knew that Second defeated the Rainbow Dragon, drew the 2% of the Rainbow Naginata drop, and gave it as a gift to Champani, and she jumped up and down, crying with joy. No wonder, since they heard it from the very person who defeated the Rainbow Dragon. Hence, on this occasion, it was agreed that Champani had defeated the Rainbow Dragon, and that the Rainbow Naginata had also been acquired by Champani because that would be more effective against Tabo. From then on, this situation continued until the end of the Shisousei tournament. For Tabo, it was truly hell. Nice to meet you, Karen. My name is Champani. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Nice to meet you, Champani. Facing Champani was a dark elf woman. Her name was Karen. She was 28 years old, but outwardly looked as young as a human in her late teens. She had brown skin and long ears, her gray hair was cropped short, and golden eyes peeked out from between her bangs. Her appearance was similar to that of Raiden Shisousei. Yes, she was the younger sister of Raiden Shisousei. By the way, are you a noble lady? An aristocrat? A maid? I'm glad you asked. I am a noble maid. Is that so? It was really confusing whether she was a noble lady in a maid's outfit or a noble-like maid. It was more the latter, but also the former, albeit fallen. Really confusing. Hence Karen's confusion. But, well, I guess that makes us enemies. When she heard the word noble, her eyes changed. I guess that means that Karen-san has her own uncompromising pride. Very well, I will be your partner. Even though you're a noble, there's nothing much to see. They kept their distance and stared at each other. Bow to each other. Get ready. Karen took from her inventory a mithril spear. It was a light, strong, and easy-to-handle spear. Champani, on the other hand, took out the Rainbow Naginata. It was a rare weapon, a drop product from the Rainbow Dragon. In Mobius, the Naginata would also fall under the category of spearmanship. For the past 6 months, Champani had been training with this powerful Naginata as her partner. It was no exaggeration to say that thanks to this Naginata, she was able to stand out from the rest of the crowd of servants. Karen looked at the Rainbow Naginata and clicked her tongue. She regretted having said that there was nothing much to see. It was a terrible misunderstanding. Such an awesome-looking weapon must have been acquired with money. That's why nobles are so. She thought. She hated the nobility. It would not be hard to imagine why. Just living as a dark elf was reason enough to hate the nobility, and the reasons piled up day after day. Begin. The referee's order echoed. The next moment, exclamation mark. Karen's eyes widened, then she sprinted as fast as she could. The skill that Champani began preparing almost simultaneously with his order, Dragon Horse Spearmanship, a powerful long-range attack forward. The strongest first move of the opening, with no mercy whatsoever. I won't let you hit me. Oh ho ho ho. Sorry. I was having fun. Karen closed the gap at once and extended her spear to block Champani's Dragon Horse Spearmanship with a leaping attack using Knight Spearmanship. Champani cancelled the Dragon Horse Spearmanship skill immediately after Karen's activation of her skill, and activated Lance Spearmanship. Lance Spearmanship is a ranged attack with a horizontal cleave, a skill for countering. I'm still coming. Champani prepared a follow-up Silver Spearmanship for Karen, who was buried by the lateral attack. The more it charged up, the more powerful the single attack, but by attacking without charging. Although its firepower waned, it became the fastest attack in spearmanship. This was the same phenomenon as sword drawing. Karen instantly adjusted her stance as soon as she landed, turned around, and used her soldier spearmanship to thrust into the silver general spearmanship itself. A tremendous technique. Champani found no less than 3 things to praise Karen for right now, along with her applause, but she can't do that because she is in the middle of a match. It's a wonderful thrust, but still, it was in her nature to say it out loud. Don't just use your mouth. Use your hands. Karen did not miss that split second. Taking advantage of the slight opening, she began preparing Rook Spearmanship. Rook Spearmanship was a powerful rush attack, and immediately, it was activated. You're not being careful. You'll never make it in time. Karen was right. Gold Spearmanship, the only skill which could prevent Rook Spearmanship with no damage, would not be able to be used in time. In this case, the response would be to charge up Silver Spearmanship and clash in a way that was close to even. With all due respect, a noble lady is never careless. Champani calmly uttered a single phrase and invoked Knight Spearmanship. Then she leapt diagonally backward, exclamation mark. She cancelled Knight Spearmanship in the air, prepared Gold Spearmanship while moving with the inertia, and successfully landed on the ground. You see how the rush thrust slows down when the movement curves? So, just in time the Gold Spearmanship was ready. Karen's skill cancellation, on the other hand, was not in time. Karen was so sure that Champani's Gold Spearmanship would not be ready in time, until just before the tip of the spear reached her. The counter of Gold Spearmanship exploded. Karen's Rook Spearmanship was nullified, and she was thrown away without a second glance down. In other words, it's all over. The preparations for Dragon King Spearmanship by Champani were completed. A very powerful single-target attack. There was no way to prevent the most powerful attack in spearmanship. You're cheating. Your nobility, you should not be skilled. You don't like the nobility. Exactly. Is it bad? Champani slowly shook her head and opened her mouth with a gentle smile. Then you do well to take a good look at me and my master. That's enough. Winner, Champani. Chapter 180 Shisousei Match 2 Spearmanship. Dragon King Spearmanship extremely powerful single-target attack. Dragon Horse Spearmanship powerful long-range attack. Shockwave. Rook Spearmanship rush attack. Charge thrust. Bishop Spearmanship powerful ranged attack. Cleave. Gold Spearmanship counter-attack. Counter. Silver Spearmanship powerful single-target attack. Charge thrust. Knight Spearmanship forward leaping attack. Leaping thrust. Lance Spearmanship ranged attack. Cleave. Soldier Spearmanship normal attack. Thrust. The final of the Shisousei tournament to determine the challenger for the title. Champani and I were about to start our match. Before the match, she and I took our positions, faced each other, and exchanged a few words. Good day to you, master. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Good day to you, Champani. It's your big day. Yeah, truly. There are great people in the world. Champani. She is undeniably an amazing one. Since the day she first held her dream in her heart, she has believed in her own path, never giving in to the hell she has been through, and has pushed forward, overcoming adversity. And now, here she stands. She stands here in the very form of the ideal she aspires to. How amazing that is. It would take a lifetime for those who mocked her and pushed her into hell just for fun to understand. Bow to each other. Get ready. We bowed to each other. Champani took out the rainbow Naginata. Mine was just an ordinary mithril spear. Then, there was a moment of silence. She took a lower stance and quietly opened her mouth. Thank you very much. A beautiful smile that was unforgettably captivating. What on earth is this thanks for? I didn't understand why, but for some reason, it felt right. She must felt like expressing her gratitude to me now, anyway. Likewise, thank you. If so, I shall return the words. I'm the one who wants to say thank you. You're doing great. You have done very well, not letting your horrific past distract you, working hard, realizing that the spear is better suited to you than the sword, starting over again from scratch, and rising to this level in half a year. I respect you, wholeheartedly. If you were me, you probably wouldn't have killed yourself. Yeah, that would probably be right. You have a strength that I don't have, a willpower. I'm going to be competing with such a great person from now on. It's bound to make one smile. Begin. The signal to start the match. We close the gap between us at once, both of us with wondrously welling up smiles on our faces. Phew. Her first move was bishop spearmanship from just outside the effective range, a powerful ranged attack with a horizontal cleave. The breath that escaped from her mouth showed how much strength she was putting into it. Champani, you're serious. But hey, girl, you skimped on the first round, didn't you? Yeah, I've considered that. Immediately afterward, I noticed her strategy and couldn't help but be honest with her. I responded with gold spearmanship, a counter skill. At the slightest touch of the spear, Champani would be struck with a painful counterattack, forcing her to go down. Then, she pulled slightly on the hilt of the Naginata and pulled it closer to herself. This was probably the reason why she released bishop spearmanship at the very edge of its effective range. If you pull back a little, you can avoid a counter, and if you push out a little, you can attack without any problem. She had discerned that fine line. It takes a great deal of training to be able to discern this line well against a moving object. However, even though Champani has been seen on the firstest premises for the past 6 months, she has not shown the slightest sign of such training and has always worked in a ladylike and elegant manner. It's amazing. When did you learn to do all this stuff? A lady doesn't display her efforts to others. That seems to be the case. You're a lady to the core. Oh ho ho ho. Champani laughed with real glee and prepared her next skill. That is lance spearmanship. A lateral cleave attack with a shorter preparation time than bishop, but with a lower range and power. Very good. Perfect for a pursuit. But it lacks punch. Exclamation mark. No, wait. I was completely taken in by her pace. Champani said herself that she was good at thrusting. However, from the first blow, 2 cleaves in a row. Is she preparing something? There, I knew it. After seeing my lance spearmanship in response to her lance spearmanship, she immediately cancelled the skill and activated knight spearmanship. Knight spearmanship is a skill that involves a large leap and a thrust. It is the fastest attack in spearmanship. Good. A nice slow pace. Without error. However, it's not enough that you let me out waiting after having invited me casually. Let's try this. About the same time as Champani activated her knight spearmanship, I took a step back and again activated gold spearmanship. Exclamation mark. Champani's eyes widened in surprise. Well, that's to be expected because, clearly, the timing is not right for gold to be ready in time. No. That was poorly worded. For me it was clear, but for her, it would be subtle. In other words, it is a bluff. A move that leaves everything to the opponent. Champani will now have to make a judgment and decide what to do based on the subtlety of whether or not my gold will make it in time for her to leap with knight in the very brief moment before she is ready. It would be a good idea to continue attacking with knight, or perhaps even to change the direction of the leap and start all over again. As expected, spearheading the attack is fun. Spear, huh? Interesting. She's a beautiful woman. A young lady, a maid, a Shisousei participant, and she even has a sense of humor. That's perfect, man. Champani leapt in the opposite direction from me, making such an amusing gag. So she decided that my gold would make it. No wonder. There was a lot of play in your first bishop. Really on the edge, just about 7 to 8 inches away. Whoa there. Here comes a skill that cannot be overlooked. Champani started preparing dragon horse spearmanship while leaping, using a mid-air skill cancel, which she also showed in the first game. A powerful long-range attack skill with a shock wave. Is this a strategy to take advantage of the distance opened by night to hit me with a long-range attack? Come on, be ready, Master A. Champani turned round as soon as she landed, a look of astonishment on her face. I can sort of understand why. Closer than you thought, wasn't I? It's simple. From the moment she jumped with knight, I cancelled gold and rushed in with rook spearmanship. Whatever you prepared, whatever you came with, in this situation I would play rook. Since that was decided, it was natural to activate it and rush immediately. You shouldn't be surprised by this. Come. Gold will not make it in time. Don't be afraid, go ahead and fire. It's all you can do now. TCH. And you did great. At a moment when there was less than a meter to go between us, Champani activated her dragon horse spearmanship. It clashed with my rook spearmanship and we both received a shock. Rook spearmanship is a rush attack skill that is more powerful the more it charges up. The timing of the skill activation is divided into 2 parts. At the start of the rush and at the finishing thrust attack, and the charge-up time is counted up to the activation of the rush. In other words, not much could be charged up this time. But it is still half as powerful as Dragon Horse. However, adding to that the huge status difference between me and her. Sadly Rook would be more powerful in the end. It's very powerful, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't freak out. I am a lady. Absolutely amazing. She's the most spirited woman I've ever seen. But, sorry, I am #1 in the world. I can't give it away, no matter how much of a lady you are. We both took damage and the distance between us opened again. Champani was clearly taking a beating, but she was not wavering. She stood firmly on her feet, straightened her back, and held her spear pointed at me. It was no longer a matter of willpower. The stagger time was shorter for me, who had taken significantly less damage. Hence, I could prepare Rook spearmanship again and start rushing ahead of her. Only a second passed, and the pause was so short that I barely made it past the threshold where if she began to prepare her gold spearmanship it wouldn't be in time. At that moment, her staggering broke. Come on, the next move will decide everything. How will you respond? You won't have a chance to play gold! Exclamation mark. With a determined look on her face, Champani prepared silver spearmanship, a single attack skill that delivers a more powerful thrust the more it is accumulated. However, it is completely inferior to Rook spearmanship, which is a higher skill in the same category. No matter how much she accumulates from now on, the status difference between me and her will not be reversed. Champani, what the hell are you thinking? Exclamation mark. No way, dear master, everyone in firstist, members of the audience, and Karen-san. Also, father, mother. Please, look at me. Champani finished accumulating. Then, the timing of my thrust with my Rook spearmanship and hers with her silver spearmanship overlapped, the directions were aligned, and the speeds were matched. This is my path in life. Counterbalance. This was her aim. She wanted to counterbalance exactly like I had done in my match against Raspberry Bell 3 days earlier in the Issenza match. At this very moment, it was an all-or-nothing bet. This was not a half-hearted technique that could be learned in 3 days and 3 nights. And yet, she risked everything on this big event, on this grand stage, on something that was still incomplete. It is the strength of those who have carried out who they believe themselves to be, without worrying about how anyone else sees them, of those trying to surpass themselves, of those trying to leave something behind. Frantically, the counterbalance failed. Champani was blown away by a direct hit from my Rook spearmanship and went down with a bang. An sigh, akin to disappointment, could be heard from the audience. Some were heard to say, dismissively, "Oh, come on, it would seem so." Depending on how you looked at it, the action seemingly incomprehensible at first glance, such as preparing a silver against a Rook, resulting in a direct hit and downfall, made no sense at all. Most not understanding what the player was doing. Of course, Champani must have known that. She knew that the audience wouldn't understand. She knew that her father, her mother, and the ones who used to bully her, would never understand it. She must have known that she would be considered a small fish who lost because of a mistake that didn't make sense. You don't fucking understand. You don't get it. You all can't see how great she is. People don't understand how amazing she was to try to go further than her current happy, blissful, best self, even if she had to lose. It's only natural. She wasn't trying to be understood. Her dream has never been for anyone to think of her as a lady, but to continue to be the lady she thinks she is. Amazing. You're awesome, girl. Too strong. I know I'm pathetic that this is the only word I can come up with, but you're really the best. That's enough. Winner, second firstest, Chapter 181 Shisousei Match. 3. Greetings, second triple crown. Or rather, quad crown. Yonkin. Thank you. Today will be the second this season, so penta crown. Goken. Haha, that's not a funny joke. The current Shisousei, a man named Raiden, was a tall dark elf with grey hair. When Raiden faced me, he raised his right hand to open his mouth to interrupt the flow. I'm sorry, but would you mind if I take a moment of your time? Go ahead. It looks like he's going to do something. As I watched with interest, Raiden spun around, looked back at the audience, and raised his voice. We dark elves are being persecuted. Discrimination has been going on for decades, even centuries. We are the same creatures. Why don't we realize that dark elves are friends who should walk alongside humans and elves? Dark elf slaves should be freed and guaranteed their rightful status, and immigrants should be accepted. This should be granted as a matter of course. As long as I am who I am, I will continue to make this assertion, no matter what the backlash may be. I was surprised. No, I should say I was astonished. A speech at a title fight, right before a fight with me? That's all. Excuse me, second quad crown. I made you wait. Is this a speech you make all the time? I've been doing it for 6 years now. There was a period of time when Karen was the only other contestant. Why is that so? I always thought spears were popular, but I guess not in this world. Is there a cause for this? Because we siblings are dark elves. Neither humans nor elves would want to lose to a dark elf. Hence the small number of contestants. They can't even stop me from giving my speech. That is because they are weaker than I am here. Weaker than a dark elf. I see. In other words, if you lose once to this guy or his sister, you will continue to be labeled as the guy who lost to a dark elf. So that's why everyone is chickening out of participating. That's shit. Ha ha ha, you say it very bluntly. Are all the spearmanship ones cowards? Ha 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 ha. I agree. Ha. So, which is secondary? What? I'm asking which is secondary. The title fight or the anti-discrimination activities? No. It's not like one of those is secondary. What did you win the title for? Wasn't it to make a speech? That's wrong. I was always good with the spear, which is why I took that opportunity to win the title. You're using your voice as a title holder to make speeches, aren't you? That's true. Then which is secondary? You're starting to get on my nerves. Raiden was silent, as if in thought. Even that is irritating. This guy is somewhat shallow. It doesn't look like he's really betting on the title, nor does it look like he's really engaged in anti-discrimination activities. You half-wit. You were looking at Champani and didn't feel a thing? Oops, that's dangerous. I was about to fall right into your tricks. Is this your off-the-board tactic? What? Then let me do it back to you. Didn't you have a dark elf servant in your place? I do. She's a slave, isn't she? I'm sorry, but I had it looked into. What about it? How dare you stand here and say such a thing with a dark elf slave behind you? Don't you have every reason to be ashamed of yourself? Not really. What's the point this guy is trying to make? As expected of people who reached here after defeating their slave. It's like they don't even think of them as people. Oh, so that was it. Champani isn't a slave anymore. Before the match, I was head-butted in the hallway. She's already broken out. Ha ha ha, the cat's out of the bag. You don't deny that there was fraud. I don't even know what to say to you. What? You don't know what you're talking about, so there's no point in me telling you. Didn't you see that girl's figure? Didn't you see how she decided to live her life? No, I'm sure he did, but if even then he can't see it, he'll never know it. Even if it takes him the rest of his life, her everything, from being a lady, a maid, and a spear user, her seriousness and earnestness. Betting one's life. You don't get it, do you? For you, who is only half-arsed about everything. For being asked which is secondary? His only response was a huh? With a confused expression. The ones who are serious about it all get angry. As if you're being looked down upon. I know what the fraud was. Her silver spearmanship at the end was clearly unnatural. I can see that she offered you the win. See, I know all about it, don't I? Raiden said this with an air of composure as if he thought he was driving me into a corner. I'm fine with that. I can beat the shit out of you after this so I can feel good about it. But in Champagne's honor, let me say this. She saw through my last-minute counterbalance in the Issenza tournament 3 days ago, and without any advice from anyone she gambled on it at that crucial moment. You have no idea how amazing that is. And you don't have to understand. Her silver spearmanship was her faith in me. It was a technique that she would never have tried if she did not truly believe that the split-second phenomenon of counterbalance was something that I had intentionally caused. She would have failed over and over again, wondering whether the phenomenon of counterbalance was actually possible. And yet, for the past 3 days, she had probably tried nothing but counterbalance. Perhaps she had never successfully counterbalanced before the game. Nevertheless, she tried to counterbalance at that critical point in the game. Why could she do that? Because she trusted me. Because she believed that it was absolutely possible. But it's okay if I'm the only one to know of her faith. Counterbalance? Yeah. I still don't understand. And the audience doesn't understand either. No one knows except for you. Then, wouldn't that be the same thing as cheating? What a big mouth. It's fine. It's going to be clear from now on. Bow to each other. Get ready. I have one chance. It will be decided immediately after the opener. May the Dark Elves be blessed. Raiden said something. Is it routine? Then so will I. May the dinner be blessed with plenty of meat. I had a feeling that Yukari was nodding in the audience. Begin. The referee's signal came. At the same moment, Raiden began preparing his rook spearmanship, and after building up enough of it, he activated it and closed the gap with a rush. The more you charge it up, the more powerful the rush attack is. Naturally, I would have used gold spearmanship to catch it and counter it, blocking the rush! But not this time. I chose silver spearmanship to be as ostentatious as possible. I drew it to the limit and prepared it without any accumulation at all. Ha! You've lost your mind. What are you trying to do with such a skill? Raiden sneered and triggered the finishing attack of rook spearmanship just in time. I activated silver spearmanship on top of it. All that was left was to align the speed and direction of the thrust and hit it. This is the most simple yet most difficult part. It is not a trick that can be done in just 3 days of practice, but if you spend more than a decade amongst all the hardcore players, you'll get good at it! Raiden seemed to have no idea what had happened. After all, a rook in full charge was nullified by a silver without charging. This is a counterbalance, and this is the last move. The stagger delay after rook is longer than the one after silver, hence, my follow-up rook spearmanship will be at the perfect time. I dared to accumulate it just in time for Raiden's gold spearmanship to not be ready in time, and then I triggered it. That's impossible. It was impossible only for you. Just before his gold triggered, my rook pierced Raiden's heart, charged up, vital point hit, critical hit, and with our status differences, these 4 conditions alone would wipe out Raiden's HP in a single blow. Oh, how heartless. Normally I bemoan this status difference as boring, but for once I feel good about it. That's enough. Winner, second fastest. The referee announced the winner in a bewildered voice. The audience was also puzzled. The Shisousei lost, in merely 3 moves, about 10 seconds in time. That may not be the only reason for their puzzlement. They don't know what happened. They all do not know the phenomenon of counterbalance, but it will gradually become known. They should slowly come to understand of why that woman I think of as amazing, is actually amazing. Thus, the 5th crown, Chapter 182 Shisousei Match, Interlude. At the end of the second versus Champagne game, in the midst of the excited audience, there was one couple who was awfully quiet. "I'll go home first." "Eh? I'm going home alone." "You take the carriage home." "Hey, honey, what do you mean, going home alone?" Mox Fana only said this to his wife, Twa Fana, and left the spectators area alone as he exited the arena. In the center of the arena, Champagne Fana was blown away by a direct hit from a rook spearmanship by the second firstist. Everyone in the audience was delighted with the challenger to the Shisousei title, second quad crown. Dear Twa's voice calling for her husband was drowned out by the cheers of the crowd. Dear. Just before Mox disappeared from the brilliant sun into the shade of the arena entryway, Twa watched his back and stopped chasing him. His shoulders were shaking in a small shiver. Such a dishonest man, trying to hide his feelings. Well, I wouldn't be any different. What were his feelings when he sold his daughter? What were his feelings as he spent the last few years? What were his feelings as he watched the match? Twa knew all of this. A man who had never shed a tear since leaving his beloved daughter had finally reached the end of his rope. Yes, he didn't want his wife to see him cry, but that was all. Twa gazed at the lying figure of Champagne, then slowly closed her eyes, as if burning it into her retinas, and let out a tiny smile. A single tear spilled from the corner of her eye. Section. Only 3 moves. 2 people were watching the whole scene of Raiden's terrible defeat. Karen, Raiden's sister, and Champagne. "Hey, why did it have to end like this? Thanks to you, we siblings have been shamed," Karen muttered with a sigh and turned to Champagne. "It can't be helped." Champagne then hurriedly wiped her fingers under her eyes and tried to regain her composure. "Hey, girl, cry now." "I'm not crying. No, I mean, your makeup is all ready." "I'm not crying." "Is that so? A true lady does not shed tears in public." Silence flowed between the two of them. It was a peculiar silence. On one side, her position fell from heaven to earth, and on the other side, it rose from earth to heaven. For some reason, these two people, who should have conflicted with each other, were letting themselves be carried away by the comfortable silence. "I might be glad I lost." "Is that so? May I ask why?" "I've learned my lesson, I suppose." Karen laughed to herself, crossed her arms, and began to recount her story. "I hated the aristocracy. I hated those guys who did everything the way they wanted with their great power that the common people could never compete with. I thought they were filthy people who discriminated as if they were breathing, who didn't care about the weak, and who always thought only about getting something out of the deal." "You're not completely wrong." "Oh, you're affirming it?" "Yeah, there are few who have the power and do not grow arrogant. However, I do not consider that as something only nobility do." "Ha ha, so you see everything." Looking at Champagne, who kept her back straight, Karen let out a sigh and continued her words as she leaned against the hallway wall. "We wanted to be nobles." "Yeah, we wanted to push those weaker than us to do what we wanted, to discriminate, to gain, to feel good about ourselves." "Yeah, it is as you said, we had grown arrogant, corrupted. Before I knew it, we were getting closer and closer to the very thing we most hated." "I can see that." Their gazes shift to the end of the hallway. There, surrounded by newspaper reporters, second firstist was being interviewed. "Hey, look at that." "That man is criticizing the nobles by name." Second, as planned, was scathingly critical of the nobles who had strongly recommended him for ceding. He particularly mentioned the name of Earl Omoon's family 3 times. Seeing this, Champagne couldn't help but chuckle and smile. Karen, on the other hand, was ruffling her hair in a disheveled mess and looking rather displeased. "Isn't that cool? A power that defies nobility." "I admire it." "Totally. We wanted to be like that. I should have wanted to be like that. And yet, now, how can this be? How did this happen? Where did we go wrong? What did I mention that time?" "I have already given you my answer." "You'd do well to take a good look at me and my master." Karen paused as she recalled Champagne's words. "No way." She saw through all of my circumstances and feelings from the very beginning. Delays are meant for catching up. If so, it's all good. The true nobility, the essence of nobility, lies in us, master and servants. Please follow our example." Karen was speechless. She said to follow her and her masters each step of the way as an example. What confidence and trust. Such words could not have come out of an ordinary conviction. To not defy the Champani who believed in her inner self. To not defy the world's number one, the second that believed in his inner self. For the parties concerned, that was all. But that was precisely what made it so difficult for the ordinary person. It was daunting and difficult. I see. I get it. That's how it works. If you don't have faith, don't do it. To Karen, it sounded like Champani was saying that. I don't know if I can do it. Oh, is that so? Indeed. I probably can't live that kind of hard life. Karen uncrossed her arms and moved away from the wall she was leaning against, then turned around and said, "But at least I don't want to get any dirtier!" Exclamation mark. Your spearmanship was brilliant. Without exaggeration. With a flutter and a wave of her hand, she left. Champani looked really radiant and gracefully waved Karen off in the background. What do you both think, Chiri-kun, Tabo Moon, about a dinner party? I will definitely come. Tabo-san, the Margrave has personally invited us to join him. An opportunity that doesn't come along very often. No thank you. I've been feeling a little, under the weather. Really? That's terrible. Then I will arrange for a doctor. No, I can't inconvenience you that much. I don't think of it as a nuisance. That is something from earlier. PFHH, huh? Chiri-kun, did I say something funny? No, not really. PTFHHH, what's wrong? Did you misunderstand the term that is something from earlier? Please excuse me. You might have thought that I was referring to her physical condition. I didn't mean it in that way. Even if I don't care if this human scum isn't doing anything of the sort anymore. Human SC? Oh, Tabo Moon. Don't worry about it. I don't think of you that way. Why yeah, it's about a problem before that. Faha. It was too much to say human scum. It was rude of me to say such a thing, even in a metaphorical sense. Unless, of course, you were a student who routinely bullied the daughter of a fallen nobleman and took great pleasure in using the power of the Earl household to lower her into slavery. Exclamation mark. Did you think we didn't know? Laughable, isn't it? How could you praise someone whom you once degraded to slavery just to accommodate us? It's going to be funny just remembering it for a while. Why, me and Second are kind of close buddies. I'd like to think I'm a good friend, too. You mean you were deceiving me from the very beginning? Exactly. Thanks to you, it was fun. I can only be grateful for that. I have a policy of not thanking, apologizing, or saying hello to scum, so I don't really feel compelled to do the same. Why? You're the worst. You people are disgusting. You are vile. I'm going to tell father. Be prepared for it. The worst, she says. Are you really saying that? How dare you utter such an overused and witless phrase? Are you not embarrassed? Father won't just let you get away with this vulgarity, even if you're an earl's daughter and a margrave. Why? I am a margrave. It's above your house. Don't mistake one thing for another, brat. Hilarious. You are now in the same situation as the old Champani-san, right? That's right. If so, would you prefer to end up a slave? As for me, I would recommend being a servant of the firstest household. I'm being nice, so I'll let you choose one or the other. Does that mean we might have to see her every time we go to that house? I don't want to. A slave, then? Exclamation mark. She ran away. Even the dependable Earl Chilimu is now a target of criticism because of Second. What a hopeless girl. As for me, I would like to take this opportunity to get rid of Earl Moon's household, but we'll see what happens. Lord Steam, could that be why you are so enthusiastic? No way. I simply want to be liked by him. That's kind of creepy in its own way. Section. Delicious. The evening meal was mostly meat. That Yukari has incredible ears. Perhaps she has mastered lip reading. Nevertheless, that Tabo was still a hardcore bitch. You were right not to meet her. As I was enjoying the meat dish, Cheery, who was sitting around the table with a seemingly deserved look on her face, opened her mouth. What? Why, I'm sure you would have hit her. Hey, I don't hit women or children, okay? And yet you beat the living lights out of Sherry. Did I? I am surprised that you even have a hobby like that, Lord Second. It's a little concerning. And of course, Steam, who was eating next to me, joined in and started talking. I said it's not a hobby. Ah, I see. Then you are like me. I don't tolerate scum, whether they are women or children. Hence, Tabo Moon will be cast into slavery. Are you serious? Yeah. Please don't say silly things like responsibility and determination, okay? Sorry, I almost said that on impulse. Seriously. There's a limit to how willing you can be. He got angry. I am a Margrave. His Majesty trusts me and has entrusted me with the borders of the country. You know what I mean? Scum corrupts the country by forming cliques. Even more so when it comes to the nobility. They are the lion's share of the problem, so to speak, and are only an obstacle in the way of national defense. Neglect is a bad idea. Don't worry, I've done this countless times before, getting rid of trash. So it's not just because you don't like them. No, I usually don't like them either. Is there a difference between that and this? It will have to be separate. That's what it means to have power. As expected from the Senjushou participants, it is to be this way. I'll have to learn from them too. All right. Drink up. I don't drink. Cheery. I'm a minor. Why God? Hey, Yukari. Yes, master. After dinner, I suddenly felt a sense of unease, so I called Yukari and asked her what happened to Sylvia and Iko. They have already gone to bed. Too early. Nope. It's bedtime for Iko, as usual. Then? Well then, please excuse me. Whoa, Yukari didn't mention anything to me. That means, I wonder which one will play tomorrow? Chapter 183 Kisenshou Match 1 Archery. Dragon King Archery powerful on impact ranged attack. Dragon Horse Archery powerful piercing ranged attack. Rook Archery very strong single target range attack. Bishop Archery strong piercing range attack. Gold Archery range attack with added knockback. Silver Archery strong single target range attack. Knight Archery precise sniping range attack. Lance Archery piercing range attack. Soldier Archery normal range attack. The first match to determine the challenger for the Kisenshou title. Alfredo vs J-Mix. Alfredo's hair was still long and dull, but it seemed to be less disheveled and shaggy. Jay, on the other hand, had a short haircut of emerald green hair. The older sister D had long and the younger sister Jay had short. Or was it? Bow to each other. Get ready. Jay, don't bow casually, bow properly. Master, you can't lecture me in a place like this. It's because it's a place like this. I was just trying to keep you from embarrassing yourself. Jay, I'm embarrassed enough already. No, I'm sorry. I will be careful from now on. That's fine. They were talking in some kind of amicable manner. They both looked so relaxed. Sylvia muttered to me when she saw the two of them. We were watching the game from very preferential seats called contestants only seats, so we could see everything down to the expressions on their faces. Well, they're like family now. 6 months ago, that would have been unthinkable. Coincidentally, this year's summer Kisenshou tournament was against the same opponent as the winter Kisenshou tournament 6 months earlier. 6 months ago, Jay was nothing more than a pawn of Kisenshou Ernti, and the blind Alfredo, who was working hard to free them. Never thought that they would come face to face like this. 6 months ago, this would have been unimaginable. His eyes can see, and she, too, can see forward. It's going to be a somewhat happy title fight. Well, except for one old man. Begin. The referee's signal came. Instantly, Alfredo and Jay moved points symmetrically and diagonally sideways, releasing their soldier archery almost in unison. Oh, I couldn't help but to voice out Jay's aim. Clearly an improvement over what we have seen before. Aiming at a moving target while moving. The two suddenly shot at each other in a highly difficult first move, but they both shot their soldier archery to each other's eyebrows with an aim that was not a fraction of a point off the mark. Phew! A sudden stop. Both the master and the apprentice suddenly stopped moving and ducked the soldier archery. Immediately after, they released a combine of silver archery and knight archery while advancing and closing the gap between the two. Again, both of them were attacking in the same way, with the same movements. Copycat. Yeah, it's a copycat. Alfredo is mimicking Jay. Win? Lose? I'm sure he'll win. Alfredo is making it a simple game of skill by daring to imitate her. It's a teaching match-up, so to speak. As I was talking with Iko, I caught a glimpse of Sylvia's expression as she stood still and silently watched the game. With a match coming up next, she is probably as nervous as usual again. That's what I was thinking. Foo, foo foo, ha ha ha. Sylvia laughed as if she just couldn't hold it in and it overflowed from the back of her throat. Hey, what's that? You are? No, second dono. I'm sorry, that was quite strange, right? A look that said, I shouldn't smile, but my face is smiling all by itself. Oh, I see. Did you realize? Exclamation mark. I knew it. Second dono. You used to feel this way, too? Sylvia, who had finally quieted down, asked me as if she was curious. I guess. When was that? Yes. The night of my first day in this world. Sylvia, when you were still a lowly member of the Third Night Order. I had quite a similar feeling when I was questioned about my duties upon my return to the royal capital after the Dike strategy, and I learned that only 13 dungeons in this world had been conquered. Well, of course you would. If the current Sylvia had to watch a game like that, she'd be laughing, wouldn't she? That's enough. Winner, Alfredo. Alfredo, who slowly increased his advantage, won the game against Jay. It was truly a match between a master and his apprentice, and the difference between the two was obvious. Jay's growth was remarkable, but apparently, Alfredo had grown even more. He had previously attacked his opponents with solid countermeasures, but now he had pushed them to a position where he could play against them in a teaching match with a relaxed expression on his face. He took care of his students, but he never missed his own training. Just being able to see wouldn't make it that way. He is a man who has yet to find his bottom. I don't think age matters. I bet that guy will keep striving for more. In a year, he might be able to defeat an opponent such as Ernti with only soldier archery. Still, though, Sylvia probably would laugh. Section D-Mix had a palpable sense of fear. Second game, Sylvia Virginia vs. D-Mix. The winner of this match and the winner of the first match, Alfredo, will play the final and will have the right to challenge Ernti Kisenshou. The brainwashing by Ernti that the Mix sisters had been subjected to has now been lifted. Over the past 6 months, the girls have finally been able to look ahead, thanks to Alfredo's loving discipline. Hence, if she gets the right to challenge, it would be retribution for D. It was no exaggeration to say that her goal in this title fight was to turn on Ernti, saying, "How dare you use me like that?" There was no fear there. Her former teacher was now alone. Now that she had an invaluable ally in her sister Jay and a new mentor, Alfredo, Ernti was not an opponent to be feared by D. So why was she now afraid? The cause of this is the woman in front of her. It's been a while. You look so different, don't you? There's something about your clothes. Amu, it's been a while. Did you cut your hair, too? It suits you. Oh my, thank you. Your appearance it kinda suits you. It's a bit scary. Is that so? Well, thanks. D had long, emerald green hair that was cut to about semi-length and tied back. It was a cool haircut for the summer. Sylvia, on the other hand, had the same hair, but her countenance was clearly different from before. It was imposing and that was obvious to anyone who looked at it. It was impossible to point out specifically what had changed, but it was quite evident why. The way she was dressed also helped to create an imposing atmosphere. Her whole body was equipped with dark flame wolf gear. It consisted of a light armor for archery with a jet black cloak on one shoulder, a cap, an archer's arm guard, shin guards, and footgear, made from material items dropped by the boss of the Isekai dungeon, a Class A dungeon. Currently, this armor is made from the most powerful materials available. The protection and lightweight were perfect. The only drawback would be that it was a little too hot. Well, shall we? Again, a chill caressed Dee's back. As expected, she was convinced that she was feeling fear herself. Why did she feel fear? The reason for this was not yet known. Bow to each other. Get ready. Following the referee's instructions, the two girls took out their bows and held them at the ready. Dee took out a mithril longbow. It was a light, powerful, and easy-to-handle large bow. On the other hand, what Sylvia took out was not the bow of the blazing wolf, a simple longbow, a plain, wooden longbow. An ordinary bow that could be found at any weapons store. The reason why Sylvia dared to choose this weapon, which had inferior offensive power to the bow of the Blazing Wolf, was quite simple. This was for the sole purpose of making the attack motion smaller and less noticeable than that of the bow of the Blazing Wolf. Begin. The order to begin was given. All right. In a moment. Sylvia spun around twice sideways on the spot. A mysterious behavior. Dee was puzzled but shot the soldier archery she had prepared for the attack. Her aim was accurate. The advice she received from second through the bingo prizes, and the daily repetition of that training method, had improved her aim ability beyond comparison, especially compared to 6 months earlier. "You're too honest." Sylvia, on the other hand, muttered a few words and moved forward as fast as she could, avoiding Dee's attack. During the course of the game, she stopped twice and both times unleashed soldier archery. From a relaxed, slouched position, she raised her arm in an instant, shot an arrow without even a moment to aim, then instantly lowered her arm and ran off again. But her aim couldn't be more accurate. It was a sharp soldier archery that was in no way inferior to the technique Second showed in his exhibition match against Hernti. The key to fighting the Kisenshou was how to never know when you were going to shoot a tip that Second had mentioned, and Sylvia had faithfully incorporated it into her own fighting style. TCH. Damn you. Dee just barely avoided both of Sylvia's soldier archery shots and began preparing a combine of lance archery and knight archery for a counterattack. This was not a bad move. Lance had a penetrating effect, hence, it would be difficult to prevent it with anything other than an attack that had the same penetrating effect. Combining with knight also allowed for more precise aiming, making simple evasion more difficult. This was a good move to stop Sylvia's attempts to close the gap between the two. Fumu. For some reason, Sylvia tilted her head, stopped in her tracks and began preparing rook archery. Huh? What the hell are you? Immediately after, a knight archery shot flew straight into Dee's head. Dee was the only one in the arena who did not know what had happened. Hey, what are you doing? You could tell Sylvia Virginia was shooting knight archery as soon as she stopped. And other similar comments came from the audience seats. However, it was not a matter of being unable to perceive this. There was not even a pretense of shooting. It was hard to believe that she was shooting her knight archery toward the air in the 2 spins she did, and it was also hard to imagine that she would try to lose an arrow with such precise placement. Yes, this was a trick that, only when viewed from the front, Sylvia's 2 rotations made the moment of activation of the knight archery extremely difficult to see. A refined and polished movement that a spectator watching from another angle would recognize, but an opponent watching from the front would not. In other words, the basics of the basics. Sylvia had done nothing more than the very basics. The only thing that she did was to demonstrate the basic technique of making it impossible to tell when the shot was made, and she did just that right from the start of the game. I'm sorry I laughed. Sylvia released her rook archery with a small word of self-reflection. It happened in a flash. Dee was hit by 2 attacks in quick succession and went down with severe damage. Sylvia, still looking unconvinced that this was the true reality, silently prepared the final move with the Dragon King archery. The level is too low. The cause of her laughter was this feeling that she could not escape. Those people who were so thrillingly competitive 6 months ago using surprise tactics seemed so inferior. What could she do if not laugh at this? No matter how many times she thought about it, no matter how much she rethought it, she just couldn't see herself losing. Not to Jay, not to Dee, not even to Alfredo, and especially, not even to Ernti. That's enough. Winner, Sylvia Virginia. Sylvia exited the arena, her shoulder cape undulating in the blast of her Dragon King archery. She never stopped her leisurely steps and put her longbow in her inventory, talking to herself so that the old man, who was probably hiding somewhere, could hear her. I won't let anyone else have it. I will bring your requiem. Chapter 184 Kisenshou Match 2 Archery. Dragon King archery powerful on impact ranged attack. Dragon Horse archery powerful piercing ranged attack. Rook archery very strong single target range attack. Bishop archery strong piercing range attack. Gold archery range attack with added knockback. Silver archery strong single target range attack. Night archery precise sniping range attack. Lance archery piercing range attack. Soldier archery normal range attack. Final match of the tournament to determine the challenger for the Kisenshou title. Alfredo vs Sylvia Virginia. Just before the match, the arena was filled with a strange silence. Sylvia Virginia, you seem to have gained a lot of strength after not being seen for a while. It seems to me that you, Alfredo Dono, are the one who has improved his skills. Haha. You have my thanks. I can't express my gratitude. It was a seemingly friendly greeting, but their eyes were not smiling at all. And that's why I can't let you beat me. Same with me. I'm not giving up on this. The burning fighting spirit of the participants was on full display. If they lose here, they will not be able to fulfill their long-cherished wish. Both players were aware that this was a match they could not afford to lose. Bow to each other. Get ready. At the order of the referee, the two players readied their weapons. The weapon of choice was a simple longbow. For both of them, it was the most orthodox, easy to handle, and comfortable weapon. I'll tell you something good. Fumu, I would appreciate that. After a short pause, Alfredo opened his mouth to deliver his closing words before the match. You're getting too carried away! Exclamation mark. Begin. Immediately after the order, Sylvia's soldier archery was unleashed. Exclamation mark. It was mainly the audience that was surprised. The soldier archery that Sylvia just unleashed was several steps above the technique she showed during her match with D. The moment of skill activation was so hidden and shortened that even the spectators, who surrounded the arena and could observe from various directions, could not tell when the arrow was shot. Hence, the audience was surprised. Even in the match with D, which she won so decisively, Sylvia was not taking it seriously, it seemed. Then, as they watched the arrow flying through the air, the surprised spectators asked, when in the world did she shoot that arrow? The surprised spectators remembered Dee's unexpected hit in the second match and understood why. They noticed she might have not been able to recognize the attack at that time, just like they now. I see. However, Sylvia looked very uncomfortable at the moment she released her first move. I've been provoked. Yes. She realized. Sorry, I can hear the bow. The lance archery by Alfredo attacked Sylvia, penetrating and nullifying Sylvia's soldier archery as it flew by. Of course, Alfredo did not think that Sylvia was getting too carried away. Rather, he knew she was in top shape. That was why he provoked Sylvia in order to counter her. Also, excuse me, I'm vaguely aware of it. Alfredo said that this technique would not work. This was a basic yet powerful technique that could be used to completely eliminate a passable opponent, as in the case of Ernti and Second's exhibition. Sylvia had an inhuman admiration for this technique. Second, who beat up that scary old man Ernti with only soldier using this technique. It was because she had seen this heroic figure up close that she strongly wished to become like him, and over the past 6 months, she had devoted herself to learning it to the point of desperation. But it made no difference to Alfredo. Even though he had been blind, he had a super sense that enabled him to detect where arrows would be flying from. He was an excellent archer who did not rely on his vision. However, I wanted to see if I could win, with the power I have now. Sylvia muttered quietly as she struck Alfredo's lance archery with her lance archery as well. Alfredo had no idea what the phrase meant. The power I have now. What could Sylvia's statement be indicative of? Everything that Sylvia did should be all in her power. However much she was taught by second firstist, it was she herself who acquired the skills. That was undeniably her power, but she mumbled this in a manner that sounded as if she was to borrow power from someone else. She is hiding something. The moment Alfredo raised his alarm, something hair-raising dominated the scene. Behold, the Type 2 Rook strategy. Was it the weight of history, or was it the power of a woman who once gave up everything she knew and spent 6 months in hell? This was a Type 2 Sakamaza style, also named the Type 2 Rook game plan improved for Sylvia, which evolved from the new Maza style archery developed from the Maza style archery. A game plan created by a player who was once praised as an innovator, and the second type Maza style, which was further developed from it. A game plan was not the property of an individual, but the property of the title game. Because she was impressed by the words spoken by second, Sylvia, more than any other person, had extreme respect for this game plan rendition. At last, she was about to step into it. Her participation would also be in a serious game of honing a game plan to cultivate it into something more valuable. And it was the same for Alfredo. "I'll take it," he quietly muttered. Immediately, he made the first move with silver archery. When he was blind, he preferred to choose the latter move. His signature counter-style involved using his excellent listening skills and sharp counterattacks to make quick shots. But before that, when he could still see, he was the polar opposite, so to speak. It was a fast attacking style that aggressively pushed ahead with guns blazing. Sylvia's second move. The moment Alfredo saw it, he couldn't help but let out an inarticulate cry. Rook archery. She ignored the incoming silver archery and began preparing rook archery. Recklessness. Simply put, it was this. Even if the rook could be shot before the silver reached, the silver was sure to hit during the stagger time after the skill was used. On the other hand, Alfredo's side had plenty of ways to respond to the fired rook. Given this, Alfredo must naturally have the following concern: "I believe my silver may actually be off the mark." No. Alfredo's aim was precise. Everyone could see that with Sylvia's current position, it would hit 99% of the time. He noticed it immediately. Therefore, Alfredo hastened to make the next move. If he drew the 1%, he would be facing a rook archery from an unscathed Sylvia. No matter how accurate the aim, there was always a very low probability that it would miss due to the nature of the skill. There was no guarantee that the 1% wouldn't be drawn out. Attack and destroy. Alfredo immediately began to prepare rook archery, a solid move to make. That was Alfredo's feeling. Before the latter player, Sylvia, activated rook archery, the first player also prepared rook archery as a means of following up or responding to the attack. If silver hit, it would be a deciding factor. If not, it would be a response to Sylvia's rook. It was truly a two birds with one stone move. This rapid decision-making was another of Alfredo's strengths. But, ! At the sound coming from Sylvia's direction, Alfredo immediately realized his dire predicament. When in the world did you start preparing bishop archery? Just before the silver landed, Sylvia finished preparing her bishop and activated it. Sylvia had switched from rook to bishop just in time to be ready. Alfredo, who was in a hurry to beat Sylvia's rook archery and was only thinking ahead, could not see through this stealthy switch. Immediately after, a silver archery shot hit Sylvia's left abdomen. However, the bishop archery she released was firmly aimed at Alfredo. Alfredo no longer had room to cancel his rook archery and prepare a new skill to respond. The response to bishop archery, which had a powerful penetrating effect, would be less effective if it were not a skill that also had a penetrating effect. However, lance archery is weak. That said, bishop archery will no longer be ready in time. Alfredo thought of a desperate response to dampen the power of the bishop archery even a little by hitting it with his rook archery directly. But the penetrating effect of bishop was not something to scoff at. It penetrated Alfredo's rook spectacularly and shot straight into Alfredo's right shoulder with great speed! Both players went down. Truly a furious attack on one another. They did not take a step back, nor did they fear one another in the slightest, and they thrust their weapons into each other's bodies without regard to the pain they might experience. The advantage belonged to Sylvia. Between silver and bishop, the latter has more firepower. Type 2 rook strategy, a game plan in which the opponent is forced to respond with the second rook, which looks reckless, and the main objective is to hit the target with the bishop. The changes ranged widely, but it mainly came down to a brawl. The two sides attack each other, and the last one standing wins, or so the story goes. This was exactly what Sylvia was suited for. This game plan was appropriate for her, as she stood up for her own righteousness and continued to stand up for herself, no matter what. One does not need to say who thought that and who taught it. But there was more to this game plan. This will hurt a little. Sylvia, her face contorted in pain from the ache in her abdomen, hit soldier archery. In rapid succession, a barrage of soldiers, This was not a decisive move, but it was also an excellent strategy, with a clear difference in damage received. This alone was a tough offensive move for Alfredo. Damn. The number of shots gradually increased. The wound on Alfredo's shoulder was deeper than the wound on Sylvia's side. His right arm no longer moved freely, hence, even the response to the soldiers was inadequate! Suddenly, Alfredo realized, he was trying to see Sylvia's soldier archery and then trying to evade it. Stupid, he spoke to himself, with a sense of abhorrence. In hindsight, the same was true of his response to the third move. Alfredo was disturbed when he saw Sylvia's unexpected rook archery. He saw what he should not have seen, and he became impatient. Stupid. 6 months passed. Compared to those days, her skills would certainly have improved. However, her spirit. Alfredo Dono, I'll take care of the rest. Sylvia told Alfredo, who was unable to move sufficiently after arrows pierced both of his thighs. The man responded silently, then, weak with frustration, dropped to his knees. Immediately after, a silver archery and night archery combine were released from Sylvia's bow. The accurate and unmatched high-powered sniper shot struck him in the chest, mercilessly piercing through the air, to further ensure her victory. Brilliant. Alfredo, accepting his defeat, contemplated, smiled thinly, and muttered to no one in particular. That's enough. Winner, Sylvia Virginia. The challenger was decided. Rook middle. Bishop middle. Silver middle. Knight middle. Soldier. These were the 5 basic offensive skills in archery. The Type 2 rook strategy, with all its dynamism, was truly an ideal offensive. Sylvia, reborn with the latest game plan imprinted on her body like a blazing fire, will challenge the notoriously skilled and cunning Kisenshou, a master of the game. Now, the decisive battle. Chapter 185 Kisenshou Match 3. You're looking a little gaunt, Auntie. Sylvia Virginia was challenging the title, trying to become the Kisenshou. The audience, knowing what had happened last time, was excited. The king of Castle implicitly admitted that Auntie was evil. This, so to speak, was a battle between the just and the wicked. It couldn't possibly not be exciting. Everything's a mess. What? You made everything a mess. I see. Auntie scratched his ragged grey hair and stared at Sylvia with a laugh deep in his throat. The last 6 months have been terrible. I was stoned by brats whose names I didn't even know, and they hurled abusive language at me as if they were avenging their parents. Wherever I go, I am always worried about people's eyes on me. There is no sign of the Kisenshou's prestige. All because of you. Hey, what's the fun in picking on an old man like this? What do you mean? I resent you. I hate you. This old man for the rest of his life will not forgive you. You. Unexpectedly, Sylvia shivered. It was an indescribable feeling to have an old man who had lived 400 years bear hostility toward you. Are you still afraid of me? Auntie raised one eyebrow and smirked. Sylvia then opened her mouth after a few moments of silence. Indeed, I'm still afraid of you. Oh, you admit it. However, I came here today to overcome that. Ho ho ho, overcome? You? You. The one who could not do anything to me and lost. I can. You cannot do it, but I can. I am aware that you have not been able to shake off your fear of second dono or even think of overcoming it. You can say what you want. You are the one who has been doing whatever you want. You will be alone for the rest of your life until you pay your bills. Don't get smart with me, little girl. Auntie was again threatening and terrifying, but Sylvia was not intimidated. It's useless. I am no longer afraid of that. I am the one who will not forgive you. I will never forgive you for defiling the Kisenshou title, for stealing the dreams of the contestants, no matter how much you cry and apologize. When Auntie realized that his intimidation did not work, he snickered, as if it were trivial, and silently readied the bow he had taken from his inventory. Mithril compound bow, lightweight and powerful, it was a pulleyed bow that excelled in everything from rapid fire to range to power. The only drawback was the fact that the unit itself and the special arrows were very expensive. Auntie had everything on the line here. With a strong desire for revenge based on a distorted hatred, he spent a large sum of money to prepare a new powerful bow and arrows, and he was ready and prepared to confront Sylvia. Sylvia, on the other hand, had still the same longbow. Or so he thought. She took out a short bow, which could be found at any arms store. Although it had less range and power than a longbow, it was superior in rapid fire. However, everything was significantly inferior to the mithril compound bow that Auntie had. Wow! With such a crude bow, do not underestimate it. Oh? Yes, this was not an ordinary short bow. 6-stage modified rapid fire specialized 3-way rook short bow? A secret weapon modified by the blacksmith master Yukari to specialize in rapid fire in 6 stages and with the bestowal of the 3-way rook effect. In exchange for a dramatic reduction in range and power, it has gained unparalleled rapid-fire performance, and the bestowal effect of 3-way rook reduces the stagger time after using a skill by 0.00125 seconds. The orange crystal embedded in the bow is proof of this 3-way rook. In other words, a serious weapon. Sylvia was serious, too. She even brought out a very foul-looking bow and was determined to get Auntie's head by any means necessary. Begin. The decisive battle finally opened with the order by the referee. Immediately afterward, Auntie arched his body widely, and he dodged the arrow that flew at him. Sylvia's soldier archery, however, it was too fast, too early. Auntie's sense of the blow was such that it seemed as if she had been shooting before the order was given. Then, Sylvia dared to stop her hand and said just one sentence. "Didn't you see that?" A phrase she thought as if to say that her techniques were up to the task. It was a provocation, word for word the same as the words Second had uttered in the exhibition match. Auntie's face turned red and black and he became agitated. "I've been made a fool. I, the absolute champion, the Kisenshou. For decades I was the pinnacle. None of them could oppose me. I was able to do as I wished. And now, look at that. In just 6 months, I have fallen to the very bottom of the pit. It's their fault. Without them, I would still be great. Give it back. Give it back. Give it back. Give it back. Give me back my life's purpose, my peace of mind. Give it back." The old man screamed with bloodshot eyes, his face twitching and drooling. Sylvia scowled. "Have you finally gone mad?" and readjusted her short bow. Shortly after, soldier archery flew in from Auntie. "I see." Sylvia responded with an extremely calm and collected soldier archery to bump the mithril compound bow shot, convinced of its superior performance. Fumu, respond and notice. Sylvia's soldier successfully repelled Auntie's soldier, but it was heavily contested at the moment of the collision. Apparently, there was quite a difference in power. Ha, ha. Give it back. Give it back. A barrage of soldiers. Auntie continued to hit his soldier archery at the very limit of his bow's performance. Without even a breath, a mithril compound bow could fire 2 to 3 times in 1.0 seconds at a rapid rate of fire. The maximum number of rapid-fire attacks was 10, and rapid-fire was judged to be if used within 1.2 seconds of each shot. If the user fired 10 times rapidly, a 5.0-second cooldown time would occur before the 11th attack, so the most efficient way to attack consecutively was to insert a 1.2-second or longer breather at the 9th attack. Auntie, however, did not even think about the cooldown time, but instead shot 10 times, screamed, shot 10 times, and then screamed, repeating the same actions that one would not expect from a Kisenshou holder. Sylvia responded to all of them without hesitation. Each arrow was carefully handled by hitting each soldier with an arrow. It was as if filling in the black with white. Even though she had sensed that it was futile, she was careful, meticulous, and never slacking off. Die, lose. Ha, ha, lose, die. Die. Auntie's messy attack then continued for nearly 2 hours. By the time Auntie was breathing hard and tottering, the night was already beginning to fall. Still, out of hatred, out of vindictiveness, Auntie continued to shoot his arrows. Sylvia's intuition was right. The lonely old man had long since gone mad. In the long hours, Sylvia thought about many things, and finally, she concluded with this thought. He's like a child. Auntie behaved like a child throwing a tantrum because he did not get things his way. The reason he was firing a barrage of soldiers in this way was to get back at Sylvia by doing to her what Second did to him in the exhibition match. It was the very essence of a stubborn child. But the deed was far from childlike and endearing. It was not malice at the root, it was desire, a foolish heart that put its own desires above all else. He was a selfish and greedy old man who thought nothing of other people or the title game, as long as it was good enough for him. Miserable. This word came to Sylvia's mind. Sylvia's passion for justice was slowly cooling, and at the same time, a cold discomfort akin to pity also welled up. After a long time of taking arrows, Sylvia saw through Ernti's true nature as a man. This old man is lonely because of that, she thought. Give it back, lose, lose, lose. Oh, you poor thing. Enough. Let's stop. Please, Ernti. I can't stand to watch this. What are you trying to say? You little girl. Because of you, I'm. Ernti, you must have more than a little conscience left. Stop this useless struggle. Give it up and pay for your sins properly. Don't be so entitled with your righteousness, you little brat. It's boring, hearing you spew all that nonsense. I don't care about such things now. Now? Did you ever? Sylvia stopped her response to Ernti's 10 shots at the 9-shot mark and dodged only the last one. Just like that, the attacker and defender were easily switched. Let me tell you, Ernti. This is what rapid fire is all about. Sylvia drew her bow on Ernti, who was on cooldown time. At the moment, various scenes flashed through Sylvia's mind. For the past 6 months, Sylvia had been through hell. First of all, it was without a doubt the most strenuous period of her life so far. Why did she work so hard to get to that point? Of course, it was because she didn't want to lose. Of course, it was because she couldn't lose. Defeat was painful. She never wanted to experience that pain again. With that one thought in mind, she worked hard. Pathetic. Those who have known the pain of defeat and still fail to do their best to overcome it were oh so pathetic. Those who fail to conquer themselves will face further hell. Having a strong heart that will not give in to any hardship, conquer yourself and be humble, and never give in to any desires. But keep your convictions. I will show justice with my own hands. No matter how evil it may appear. Learn from me, you fool! ! Sylvia instantly shot 3 arrows. Both Ernti and the audience were wide-eyed and amazed. It was as if 3 arrows flew at almost the same time. This was the strength of the rapid-fire specialized 6-stage modified short bow. The power of the bow allowed it to fire 5 soldier archery shots per second. Each shot was not very powerful. However, the DPS of 5 shots per second is not average. Lance, Knight, Silver, Rook, and Bishop all shared characteristics that would not benefit from a rapid-fire modification and would not increase their DPS as much. With this modification in this bow, the soldier barrage would be the second most DPS-producing method of attack after close-range dragon horse shooting. What is that? Ernti shivered with fear. What poured down from the sky was a veritable rain of arrows. The density was incomparable to Ernti's soldier barrage up to that point. The number of projectiles was as if she was unleashing dragon horse archery endlessly. Sylvia fired 9 shots of soldier archery in about 1.8 seconds, moved on for 1.2 seconds, and fired another 9 shots in 1.8 seconds, not letting up on her attack at all. Gah, 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 gah. Shot after shot after shot. Ernti thought as he was getting more and more wounded as he watched. There is no way I could beat this thing, he thought. I lost again. The old man, covered in wounds, his face contorted in pain, quietly resigned himself. Then, this is my loss! ! A declaration of defeat. At Ernti's cry, Sylvia stopped shooting her arrow. That's enough, winner. Sylvia Virginia. A new Kisenshou was born. Excellent skills, Sylvia Virginia. Soldier raining down. For such a clear day, I was impressed. You are the perfect person to be the next Kisenshou. After the match, Ernti walked up to Sylvia with a somewhat resigned look on his face. What are you up to? Sylvia took her vigilance to another level, without even a moment to savor the achievement of her long-cherished dream of acquiring the Kisenshou title. Ernti's attitude seemed so unnatural. I'm sorry. Something was wrong with me. For a long time. Yeah. It's just as you said. I may have expected too much. I will give up and atone for my sins. I'm ready for it. I don't know if that absolves me from what I've done. Do you mean it? I promise. Looking Sylvia firmly in the eye, Auntie nodded. After a moment of silence, Sylvia opened her mouth. Then, you have to show it with your actions. Understood. It was not like she had forgiven him. Sylvia, however, did not take any further hostile attitude toward Auntie. He swore to atone for his sins. There was no need to stand in the way of his decision. Still, at my age, this injury, in addition to the game time, is hard to take. As they bowed to each other, Sylvia stepped out to leave. Auntie said such a thing. It's a game. It can't be helped. That's true, but I can't move as fast as I'd like. Sylvia was told by the title fight management that unless one of the contestants was injured to a great extent, the contestants would exit the tournament at the same time. Hence, she waited for Auntie's slow steps following the rules. Excuse me for a moment. I need to recover a little here. I don't think I'll last until I exit. Suddenly, Auntie took a potion from his inventory, a finely decorated glass bottle filled with blue liquid. The moment he held it in his hand, strangely enough, the air turned cold! One woman began sprinting at a tremendous speed immediately after Auntie took out the vial. She was Renko, the second-generation leader of the righteous R6. She knew better than anyone the horror of the drug, madness agent, a buff potion once compounded by her beloved saint. A fearsome drug that increased the user's status 20-fold for 10 minutes in exchange for the user's life. However, even she, with her high agility, was unlikely to be able to stop it in time. The place where she was watching the games was a long distance from the center of the arena. As a righteous bandit, I should not be so imposing, she thought, so she watched the game from a corner, which turned out to be a bad idea. Renko looked around the hall as he ran to see if anyone else had noticed, but no one in the audience realized that those blue potions were dangerous. Neither the relying second nor Raspberry Bell were even aware of the potion yet, because Auntie had turned his back on second, the only one he feared, and was hiding the potion. Sylvia, don't let the old man take the blue potion, Renko shouted. However, it was drowned out by the cheers of excitement at the birth of the new Kisenshou. Fuck. I'm not going to make it. Renko was about to give up, when Suddenly, Auntie was blown away. A beat later, the air split, and then, a cloud of dust rose in a line. It was as if something very quick had moved in its path. Your turn should have ended just a few minutes ago. From now until the end of the final game tomorrow, it's our turn. Am I wrong? The Kongu, Rokanchia. He was the only man other than Renko and the other three who knew about the madness agent in the venue. Ha ha, idiots. The potion is still in my hand. Auntie, who had been flung nearly 10 meters by Rokanchia's rock shield Ut's rush effect, however, was undaunted, laughed, and opened the lid of the bottle. That's not a problem, because if you make this much of a fuss, he will notice. Indeed. Fu! A moment later, a dark shadow appeared behind Auntie and overwhelmed the area with despair. Rokanchia, and even Sylvia, couldn't help but get goosebumps when they saw her. Ah, what a poor creature. How can you bear the loneliness? By all means, have a drink. Thread-like eyes and a gently smiling mouth. These words, uttered in a natural, relaxed manner, easily entered Auntie's ears, but the implications were very hard to fathom. She was saying, quite succinctly, to die. She said that it did not matter to her whether he took the madness agent or not. Either way, I can kill you in one breath, she implied. Thoughts raced through Auntie's head. Auntie, a former Kisenshou, would be able to strike more than one blow to Sylvia or second if his status was multiplied by 20, and if he was lucky, he would be able to kill them. Still, he didn't feel like he could give even a blow to the woman in front of him, no matter what he did. Thinking back, he saw her once in a restaurant. A foe who should never be antagonized, and his instincts warned. A companion to that second firstist, he had no choice but to show remorse here and aim for another gap. I give up. The moment Auntie removed the bottle from his mouth to surrender, his consciousness disappeared into a deep darkness, Chapter 186 Kisenshou Match, Interlude. On that night I invited a few people from the community to my home and threw a small party. Thank you very much for inviting us. We are honored. The first to appear were the mixed sisters. To my surprise, the girls greeted me very politely as soon as they arrived. It was a respectful greeting that would have been unthinkable 6 months ago. What happened to the woman who suddenly shoots arrows at you while you're eating? I am so embarrassed. I apologize for Nei-san. I was kidding. Come on in. Dee's ruggedness was no longer a shadow of its former self. Jay, the younger sister, had also started to look people in the eye and talk to them properly, although she was still very attached to her elder sister. It would seem that archery was not the only thing that was maturing. Is that the influence of this man? Sorry, second pentacrown. I was foolish. What? Unbeknownst to me, I had become dependent on my eyes. It did not live up to expectations. Even though I was able to get my eyes fixed at the time. Alfredo, the mixed sister's mentor. Right after he emerged from behind the girls, he bowed to me and apologized. I see. So you are saying that you were looking too directly at Sylvia's behavior. I think that reflection is misplaced. You have excellent hearing and your vision has been restored, so there is no reason not to take advantage of both. You should rely on your ears and your eyes. At least I can't do the listen to the bow trick. I have to admit that I envy your hearing. In my ears and my eyes. Well, good luck next time. It's a lot more fun when you can use your ears and your eyes at the same time. I see. Right. I seem to have forgotten something important. Alfredo paused for a beat, said thank you, and then continued speaking. Next time, let's see a fun match that will have people on their feet in the gallery. Yeah, that's fine. But I'm looking forward to it. But that doesn't mean I'll be in the audience seats! Exclamation mark. He got me. I looked at Alfredo, who looked at me with that kind of look on his face and smiled. Who would have thought there would be such a mansion in the kingdom? Papa, we're so late. This place is very famous in the Knight's Order. This neighborhood is unusually safe. The Virginia family was next to appear. Sylvia's father, Noir, led the group, along with her sister, Clarice, and her brother, Alex. In order, they were, an austere bearded old man who personified seriousness, a slender, tall, jovial short-haired version of Sylvia, and a male version of Sylvia who had a Chuni-promoting air. Your Excellency Second, we, the entire Virginia family, are deeply honored by your invitation. When he and I came face to face, Noir-san began a long and formal greeting. Both Clarice and Alex, as one might expect from a knight at heart, were standing straight and lined up next to Noir. And as soon as the greetings were over, the three of them bowed beautifully. I'm sorry for the short notice, but I'm glad you could make it. Since Sylvia is the star of this evening, please do not worry about me. It's been a while since I've acted like some big shot, but it's still embarrassing. However, Noir-san still seemed to be fooled, and gave me a vigorous, admiring salute. Clarice-san seemed to know the facts. The edges of her mouth twitched as she held back her laughter. Alex-san is an enigma. He doesn't make eye contact easily. But the way it looks, I can't describe it well, but it's kind of Murity-like, rather than me being disliked. Well, just like that, all the attendees were gathered. Now let's get this party started. Today is a momentous day. You know, I think Sylvia's act of daring to mention the name of that special technique was very good. Right. I thought so, too, and taught her to proclaim it. Amu, you know your stuff. You can take care of Sylvia. It's an honor. We'll be imposing on you. Ahahaha. Alex, he was a very pleasant person. At first, we were probing each other, but after the drinks started to flow, it has been like this ever since. Clarice-san laughed endlessly and loudly while watching Alex-san like this. She's a real laugher, this one. Anayu, you are drinking too much. Don't worry about it. How can I not drink alcohol on such a joyous day? That's right. Sylvia Virginia Kisenshou, don't you realize that you have become a Kisenshou? Well said, Second. That's exactly what I was thinking. Sylvia, you are not self-aware enough. You are now a Kisenshou, so act like a Kisenshou. Strive to make those who admire you do more than admire you. Fuck, what a sick line. Brilliant, Second. I know. Ahahaha. What is it with these boys? Sylvia sighed with annoyance. But she didn't feel bad, secretly muttering, Sylvia Virginia Kisenshou. With a grin, we can hear you perfectly. Sylvia is a Kisenshou. That little Sylvia? Away from our noisy group, one man was drinking silently in the corner of the sofa. It was Noir-san. Noir-san watched Sylvia from afar while gently patting Iko's head as she curled up on the sofa, sleeping peacefully. You've grown a lot since the last time I saw you. Ah, you. The ice in the glass on the table clinked. Noir-san began to cry quietly. Again. This was the 5th time today. He's a total crybaby. I knew they were always lively, but never had I expected them to be such a spectacle. It's a little too lively for my taste. Would he be offended if I told him that he should behave like a crown holder because he has won 5 titles? Ha ha ha. Say it, Jay. That's what tonight is about. The main character is Sylvia Kisenshou. He should know very well. You laugh like that, master. Yeah, I was surprised, too. I think I had a little too much to drink. Well, it's time to pour a glass of wine for the star of the day. You two can have all the fun you want. Parties are held for everyone's enjoyment, Alfredo said as he reflected upon it, then sat up. Enjoy, right, Jay? Did you have fun today? Yeah, I did. How about you, Nei-san? It was frustrating, but fun, very fun. But right. Yeah, I have a feeling I'll enjoy it more next time. So they finally went home. Midnight. After the 3 members of the Virginia family, who had been thoroughly exhausted, were transported back by horse-drawn wagon, I finally got a chance to catch my breath. The fact that Yukari didn't say anything to me until this late in the day means, I guess it's not my turn tomorrow either. The girl in question, tomorrow's star, as usual, has gone to bed very early. She was completely relaxed. Nothing to worry about, it seems. Second dono. As I watched the carriage leave in the distance from the balcony, where the night breeze felt good, Sylvia called out to me from behind. I stepped slightly to the side, and Sylvia lined up next to me. Silence flowed after that silent surprise. I couldn't quite bring myself to say it. I knew what I had to say, but I was somewhat embarrassed by the uncharacteristic nature of the situation. Thank you. Then Sylvia opened her mouth first. Thank you for bringing me up to this point, when I as a knight wasn't happy with anything I was doing. A word of appreciation for me. It was so straightforward that it was inexplicably ticklish. And above all, Sylvia has always been sincere. Her mind is clear. I was, so pathetic. From now on, the defense awaits. Many fierce competitors will be fighting to knock you off your feet. You have to be above them all. The amount of practice will be incomparable to the past. The burden of carrying this load will grow by the day. It's harder than you think. Even so, I'm trying to use you guys. I'm training my team members to be more efficient and safer in their dungeon crawls. Naturally, they will be exposed to more danger in the future than ever before. The skills required will also be increasing. I am sure you will have a hard time. But even so, this was the clearest declaration of all. Even so, I still want to say thank you. Stubborn words, typical of her. Oh, yeah, right. Even so, if you're going to follow me, I'd like to say this with all my heart. Sylvia, congratulations on obtaining the Kisenshou. I'm proud of you. We faced each other head-on with our intentions. I told her how I honestly felt, and Sylvia looked as if she had been moved to tears and then embraced me energetically. Oh, you must have trembled, you must have been worn out, and now, you must feel relieved. I've said it many times, you are the best, truly, you really did a great job. I'm glad from the bottom of my heart that this girl's efforts paid off. I have always watched how she never cut corners, never took it easy, faced herself, fought against herself, never succumbed to herself, and worked hard every day. Such a great girl won. How could I not be happy? That said, there are some things that are unforgivable. Well, let's just hug each other like this for a while. So, I guess it's time for that old fucker to spit it out. The small nation of Shisousei? That's right. It was a small country west of the sacred country of Kamal. The torture by our maids, which had been solemnly executed since the end of the Kisenshou battle, finally reached its conclusion, and Raz organized the information Auntie had given up and passed it on to me. Auntie heard that there is a perfect medicine available in the small nation of Shizun, and he went out of his way to obtain it. The person who told Auntie this story seemed to be a man known as Serum, a summoner. There is something familiar about it. What was it? Do you know about this Serum guy, Senpai? Yeah, it sounds like I've heard the story of the small nation of Shizun, and Serum, somewhere. No, I can't remember. As I was pouting and groaning, Winfield appeared without any particular sound. The small nation of Shizun was invaded by the Marubel Empire after the revolution of the sacred country of Kamal. Serum was a summoner you ran into in Bad Gordo, an imperial agent, I was told. Ooh, that's it. As expected of our military strategist. Her memory is also there. Oh, now that you mention it, I think I heard it from Steam. Some small country was invaded by the Empire right after the revolution or something. This place has a nice view to keep tabs on the weak and sacred country of Kamal, so let's take it for now. That kind of thing? No, no. This isn't like stealing a spot for cherry blossom viewing. Raz-san, nice bukomi. It's tsukomi. What's a bukomi? Why fishing? Are you watching, Champani? This is what we call a real natural tsukomi. As expected of you, Raz. What? As expected. Like I said, what's this about? A truly fully automatic tsukomi machine. All right, for now, I get it. So the Marubel Empire sucks. Yeah, that's right. Definitely, sucks. Then after the title fight, we can finally go out and crush them. Yeah, let's do it. And so, it turned out this way. Winfield will have all the ideas on how to crush it. I can just throw the whole thing off. After all, I'm just a pawn. Oh, and by the way, what happened to the old man? Do you want to hear it? No, I'll stop. End of Volume 8.